Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. Today is Friday, November 7th, 2025. Today I put in the show title, Can You Convince Me That Altruism is Good? And other topics. So we can talk about altruism if you want, but it's really just a way of trying to stimulate interest. We can talk about all kinds of topics, but maybe some people will be interested to talk about that. Perhaps new people. If you're already an Ayn Rand fan, then you might think that there's no need to convince me, or that maybe there's no point in trying to convince me that altruism is good because you don't think it's good yourself. But maybe if you're a new person who comes across my show and you think that altruism is good, and then you will wonder why I don't think it's good and perhaps try to convince me. But whether you are already an Ayn Rand fan or not, I invite you to participate. And you can do that in a couple ways. You can enter chats in the YouTube chat, and you can also call in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the YouTube chat with call instructions. You can also dial by phone. So this is an interactive show, and you all drive the topics, at least to a large extent. So I want to engage with you all who are here live. So please do contribute in the chats or by calling in. That'll also help me last longer if you, especially if you call in, because my voice only lasts for so long. I did a record length stream, my last live stream 5 days ago. I went for over 7.5 hours. I broke my record, but my voice was hurting at the end of that, and I was really pushing it. And that was even after I had 3 calls. So I had a call from Holden Mitrione, and then he who had recently read Atlas Shrugged as well as The Fountainhead, and he called in. Then I had a call from Robert Nacier, one of my frequent chatters, first time he called into the show. And then finally I had a call from Radical Capitalist, also a first time caller. And even with all those calls, my voice was still hurting. So I thought it would help save my voice if I had other people calling in to do a lot of the talking. And that definitely helped. So if you want to see a longer show, it'll help me if you call in. And again, it's okay if you're completely new to Ayn Rand or if you've been studying Ayn Rand for decades. I welcome you to participate either by calling in or by chatting. And you can also just watch, of course. And even if you don't have a comment or a question, I like it when people just say hello in the chat. Then I have some idea of who's watching. That's always interesting. I see we have a couple chats already. One from Audrey and one from Greg. And Audrey was the first chatter. She says, this is in response to my show title, I assume. So I had mentioned in the show title altruism, and she says in her first chat, it would also be fun to see how everyday people respond to Hume's is-ought problem. Let me actually share this chat after I pop it out into its own window. I typically share the chat on screen. That way I think it might be a little more engaging visually. So I'm going into Zoom. Okay, to share. Did that work? Okay. Yeah, I think it should be visible now. So, and I responded to Audrey's chat. I said, yes, I'm open to discussing Hume's is-ought problem as well. I've discussed that on previous shows, but there's always new people who come by, and uh, I'm happy to discuss it again if that's of interest to anyone. So let me know. Or even if you yourself, Audrey, or anyone else want to hear more about that, feel free to let me know in the chat. I see we also got a chat from Greg Lewis. He says he's got the Statue of Liberty there, and then he says the Dan Norton Show, where everyday people congregate. All right. Well, I'm happy to have everyday people congregate here. I never really thought of my show that way, but I suppose that's at least part of my audience, everyday people. So I welcome everyday people. And I definitely welcome liberty. I endorse liberty. So I like the statue there. It's some good visual art. This show is promoting a philosophy of freedom and liberty. That's part of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. See, we've also got Gene Walters here in the chat. Hi, Gene. He says, Rand fan here. Hi, Dan. Hi, Audrey. All right. Nice to see you, Gene. I don't know if this is your first time. I do recognize your name, though. So nice to see you drop by. And then we have Florida Nick here, who goes by the rat. He's got his handle as Rational863. That's Florida Nick. YouTube used to show people's names instead of their handles. And there is a way to change that so that it's, if you want to display your what used to be your screen name on YouTube, Florida Nick, there is a way to change this. I found that out recently, how to do that. Just a couple steps you have to go through. It looks like Greg and Audrey, I think they made changes to how their name shows up. So YouTube is, I don't know if this is permanent now, that they're always going to display the ats followed by people's YouTube channel handle. But that's the way it's been for the last few streams, at least. Gene says, I'm doxable. Oh, because you're showing your name. Is that why you say that? I guess if people want to research you, they can. It's easier for them to do that if they do know your name. All right, so, well, I hope no one doxes you. That's not good. Uh, so, do you all in the chat here, or anyone else who's listening right now, want to start us off with a topic? Now is a good time to propose a topic because you don't have any competition. So later in the show, if I get a bunch of chats, then it's going to be harder to decide what to discuss. But if you're first in line, then that'll make it easier. I do have some things I could talk about. Like I could tell you what I've been reading lately or watching on YouTube. I could discuss that some. I guess I'll do that until I see some chats here proposing topics. So one thing I've been reading about a lot lately, probably more than anything else between my last stream and this stream, is the campaign of Donald Trump in 2016. So that's, I read the entire article on that on Wikipedia. That took me about 3 days, 2 or 3 days. And I just finished it. Was it earlier this morning? Yeah, I think it might have been just a few hours ago. So at the time, 9 years ago, well, I guess 10 years ago, because he officially announced his campaign in 2015. I think it was June 16th, maybe, of 2015, and he came down that golden escalator in Trump Tower. It's sometimes called the golden escalator speech, where his announcement speech that he was officially running. And I watched that speech. At the time, though, I didn't pay close attention to it, to the whole campaign. And more generally, I wasn't really paying close attention to the news. I was in graduate school and I was very busy, focused on my schoolwork. So I hear bits and pieces here and there about what's going on in the world, in the news. And the Yaron Brook show was starting up around that time. I think his first shows were in early 2015. So that was one way I would hear about the news, or the Harry Benswanger list. But aside from those sort of secondary sources, I didn't follow the news much myself. So it's interesting now, 9, 10 years later, to learn about in much more detail about what was going on, and to see some of the original footage. I watched some of these speeches, and I also watched a speech by Mitt Romney where he was coming out against Trump. There was a never Trumper movement, and I guess Romney was part of that, at least temporarily. Although I think later he may have endorsed Trump. So I've been reading a lot about that, and there's also a lot of the related articles, like the Russian interference in the election. I read some about that, and the Mueller report, and James Comey, all these names I would hear about, and I had just this vague, woozy sense of their significance. And now I have a more concrete understanding of why they were in the news for so long, and why I kept hearing about them, and what this Russia issue was all about. Um, and there's still a lot more I could learn about it, and I'm not sure I want to spend a lot more time on it, but I at least wanted to get a better sense than I had already about it. So that was one of the main topics I've been reading about, and there were some others as well, but I see some new chats, so let me engage with those now. There's someone, Whack D. Maybe you're a new person. I don't know. Let me take a quick look at your channel. Okay, so it looks like you might be a new chatter. Hello to you. Oh, I got a bunch of other windows open. Let me close some of these. He says, Whack D says, did you do the altruism is good issue already? I'm sure I've done it in some form. I talk about ethics a lot on my channel, and altruism has come up a lot. So in some form, I'm sure I've discussed it before, but I'm happy to discuss it again. And uh, it's for new people. Maybe they haven't heard much about it. And part of what I want to do here on my show is engage with people who are new to Ayn Rand's. I don't know if that includes you. I think you might at least be new to my channel. So I don't know if you have a view on altruism. But if you've asked whether I've already done that topic, then maybe you have heard me before, and just maybe this is just your first time in the chat. So I do repeat a lot of topics, but that's part of the territory that comes with my mission here on the channel. I'm promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy, as it says on my background here. I'm trying to help change the world, change the culture, and there are endless conversations you could have on the same topic. There's always new people to reach out to. Um, but I want to prioritize things that people are interested in who are here. So if there's something else you're more interested in talking about, mention it in the chat and let's talk about that. But if someone comes by and wants to talk about altruism, I'm happy to talk about that as well. Okay. So don't feel trapped in by the what I put in the show title. That was just an attention grabber. Um, I mean, not just an attention grabber. It is an important topic, but don't feel restricted. Like that's something we need to talk about. It's just a possible topic. All right. And then going on, Greg says, touching base on the is-oughts, I envision a parallel to existence, identity, causality. Hmm. All right. I haven't thought of those in connection with each other. So maybe we'll see a parallel there. Not sure. To be determined. Okay. And then Whack D says 2016 campaign was epic and all due to the debates. Calling Ted Cruz's wife ugly, LeMayo. Laughing my ass off. That's what that is, if anyone didn't know. So I think I watched some of the debates at the time, or at least clips, and I do remember some of the name calling and the insults, and I don't like that generally. I think it's a degraded form of discourse. I mean, this is important stuff, politics, national politics, and I think a lot of what happens on the debate stage is pretty sad, a pretty sad level of discourse. And they're not discussing, a lot of the time at least, they're not discussing important issues. It's more petty personality squabbles, that sort of thing. And this seems pretty undignified to be insulting people's appearances. I think that's pretty pathetic and reflects poorly on Trump for doing that. I think there's lots that reflects poorly on Trump. I think he's a horrible person, dishonest. It's terrible that the United States has gotten to a state where we have elected such a creature to the highest office. That's a very bad sign for the country, and that he could win is really bad. I mean, that shows you how bad his competition must be. Um, I mean, that's what it says to me. We're in a very bad state if someone like Trump is the best option according to the country at large. This country has so many problems, and I think Trump is a sign of those problems. So I uh, I definitely oppose Trump, so much of what he stands for. And we can get into that some more. Here's another. Maybe I should continue on Wax comments here. Oh, Audrey's back. Hello. Just to stick on this theme for a little bit of Trump and his election. Wax says, I think he won because he was facing Hitlery. All right, now I think that's inappropriate. You're comparing her to Hitler. I think Hillary is bad, very bad, but to compare her to Hitler, that I think is a smear and not appropriate. And let's see, what else do you say here? You think he won because he was facing Hitlery, the scourge of pure evil, who never saw a single war she didn't support in her 40-year career. What a disgusting warmongering freak. I think you you do two things here. By comparing her to Hitler like this, You make her look worse than she is, and you make Hitler look better than he is. You whitewash Hitler and you blackwash Hillary. Because if they're in the same category, well, I guess Hitler can't be that bad if he's just like Hillary. Um, I mean, she hasn't killed or been responsible for killing 6 million Jews. Um, maybe she's done, you could say she's done some corrupt things politically or fought for some bad policies, but that's still a miles away from Hitler. So I think this is not good thinking here. All right, so you're just a troll. So you're here not to have a civilized, respectful discussion. You're here to be insulting, and that's not the kind of discourse I want here. I think that's not a good use of time. It's a waste of time, and you get blocked for acting like this. So I'm going to block you, and um, that's too bad. We could have had a good discussion and engaged on substantive issues, but if you're going to just stoop to the level of insults, goodbye. You were gone. All right. So this is one way I try to help change the world is not waste time on trolls and be down in the sewer. Um, Audrey says, to be fair, Dan, Whacked did characterize Hillary as the scourge of pure evil. Which comment was that? This one? I can unhide these comments individually. He was facing Hitlery, the scourge of pure evil. Well, he's calling Hillary Clinton the scourge of pure evil. So you mean, does that mean she's fighting against evil? Or she is the pure evil and she is a scourge? I think he's talking about, I mean, given that he called her Hillary, I think he means that she is pure evil. Well, when I say he's whitewashing Hitler, it's by putting Hitler and Hillary in the same category. So let's say if we have Hillary over here and then we have Hitler over here on a scale of goodness and badness, by putting them in the same category, you're moving Hillary closer to Hitler and you're moving Hitler closer to Hillary. So that's the way in which Hitler is being whitewashed because you're making him seem more Hillary-like. Um, so that's why I said that. I don't know if that clarifies or helps make sense of what I said, but you can let me know, Audrey, if you think that's not right or you disagree. Okay, she says she's got to step out for a bit. Okay, so what else do we have? Wonder what happens if I refresh this. Does that make these deleted messages go away, or do they? Like, I wonder if this one that I clicked on, like if I click on this view deleted message and then I refresh the page, is it going to go back to saying view deleted message, or is it still going to show it like it does now, or is it just going to get rid of it entirely? I'm curious to see what happens. So I don't see a refresh button, so I'll just stop the screen share and close this window and then reopen it. Okay, there's the, okay, where's my window now? I think I closed the window which I wanted. Oh, I think I found it now. Well, this is not exactly the one I wanted. Let me try something else. Okay, I think this is the one I want. Yeah. Greg says toggling the live chat even to just leave it on for. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I guess that would have been a better way to do it. Toggle the live chat. All right. So let me go back to this. Okay, I popped out the chat. Okay, it looks like it returns it to the state where it says view deleted message. And I'm going to test out what Greg said. Here, let me share this. All right, so here's his first message. And now you can see it. And then I'm going to toggle this to live chat. And his first message is back to view deleted message. Okay. So what Greg said worked. And I think maybe he was saying even if it's already on live chat like it is right now, and maybe if I click on live chat again. Okay, yeah, it again refreshes it. Okay, good to know. That's a quicker way to get back to the state I wanted to. Thanks for that, Greg. Rational Nick, I mean Florida Nick. Florida Nick says, "Is my name changed?" No, still shows up as Rational 863 here, and that's even after I did this refresh that I just learned about. So I don't know if you can change it during a live stream. I think Audrey might have done that in a previous live stream. Um, so I think there is a way to do that. All right, so now that I've filtered out that person who was being rude, I can more quickly find the other chats to engage with. All right, so this is the one I skipped over before. Greg says, taking existence is identity and causality as identity applied to action. What a thing is determines what a thing does, or what a thing is determines what a thing ought to do. Oh, okay. So that's how you're making a connection between the is oughts, or a parallel between is ought and existence, identity, causality. Okay, let me read that again. What a thing is determines what a thing does. What a thing is determines what a thing ought to do. Okay, yeah, I see a parallel there. And Ayn Rand says something like that in the objectivist ethics. Oh, Florida Nick, you got your name to change. Yes, it's you figured it out. You, I don't know why you say nope here. Maybe it just took a while for YouTube to update, and yeah, you say you guessed it just took a few seconds. Yeah, I guess that's what happened. Cool. All right, see some hearts just floated up there. Nice. Maybe I should bring up Ayn Rand's passage on is in the aughts. Let me see if I can share that. Actually, let me also, while I'm at it, close a bunch of screens. I think had like 15 different windows going. So let me just make sure I've closed everything except for okay, I think I've closed them all except for the ones that I want open. All right, so now I'm going to open my Kindle Cloud Reader. And it's in, I'll just do a search actually. She says, so much for the problem of for the issue of the relation between is and not. Okay, just found that. I'll share that on screen now. So this is Ayn Rand's essay, The Objectivist Ethics, in her book, The Virtue of Selfishness. And she talks about the relation or how the concept of value depends on the concept of life. It is only the concept of life that makes the concept of value possible. And then she goes on, in answer to those philosophers who claim that no relation can be established between ultimate ends or values and the facts of reality, let me stress that the fact that living entities exist and function necessitates the existence of values and of an ultimate value, which for even any given living entity is its own life. Thus, the validation of value judgments is to be achieved by reference to the facts of reality. The fact that a living entity is determines what it ought to do. So much for the issue of the relation between is and oughts. And then she makes a point about how we first discover the concept of value. By what means does a human first become aware of the issue of good or evil in its simplest form? By means of the physical sensations of pleasure or pain. I've talked about this a lot. But this is the point that Greg is mentioning, the parallel between is and ought on the one hand, and then existence and identity and causality on the other hands. So given the existence or identity of a living entity, it ought to do certain things. The fact that a living entity is determines what it ought to do. Now I have some thoughts I could add here, but yeah, I guess let me be brief about them and then maybe I'll get into them in more detail. I want to come back to the chat in a moment, but just to put on the table for possible discussion later, does the issue of ought apply to all living entities or only to human living entities, or more broadly, entities with choice? So you might think that ought implies can. This is a slogan that's sometimes used to make the point that um, determinism is incompatible with morality. Like it makes no sense to say you ought to do such and such unless it's possible, unless you can do such and such. Like it doesn't make sense to tell someone that he ought to run a mile in 1 minute if he can't run a mile in 1 minute, if it's impossible, just given his nature. Maybe a cheetah could, I don't know. But it's not possible for a human to run a mile in 1 minute or 30 seconds. So it makes no sense to say that he ought to. Um, like if he maybe he's trying to escape a hurricane, and you could say, well, why didn't you run away? You could have just run at a mile per minute. And he said, I can't do that. It makes no sense to tell me I ought to run away when I can't run away at that speed. Maybe I could get in a car and drive that fast to get away from the hurricane, but and you could say you ought to get in a car and escape the hurricane, but you shouldn't say you ought to run away from it at greater than or equal to 1 mile per hour. Um, but with entities that or with living organisms that don't have choice, don't have free will, you might think, well, it makes no sense to tell them or say about them what they ought to do since they have no choice in the matter. They just do what they have to do. They're determined. So I wonder sometimes if this usage of the term ought is too broad since it's being applied to all living entities, not just living entities with choice. There is a perspective from which I can at least sort of make sense of it right now. Like you could say a plant ought to turn its leaves towards the sun, um, given that its goal is survival. But are we using an ought are we sort of anthropomorphizing the situation? Since the plant is not even conscious, does it make sense to speak of what a plant ought to do? Now we can say it turning its leaves towards the sun has survival value. That's true. Um, so we can say that that's good for the plant if we take surviving as a good thing. If we tie the concept of value or goodness to the concept of life, we can say it's good for the plant to turn its leaves towards the sun. But should we say it ought to? Does that make sense? As opposed to just saying it's good for it to do that? I'm not so sure about that, but I'll just leave it there for now. Maybe we can get into this some more. But I want to come back to the chat, see if there's anything new there. Where's my chat? Here we go. Oh, I guess there's just one more chat here from Greg. He says, oughts off the cuff would apply to the volitional, as the rest of living beings can't act against their survival. Yeah, that's a point Ayn Rand makes. Insofar as possible, a plant or an animal, a dog, a cat, they act so as to survive. They can't act against their survival. At least qua the beings that they are. Like a dog or a cat might stop eating and starve to death. And I think this sometimes happens. Maybe if the dog is very sick and it doesn't detect that its chances of survival are good, and prolonging its existence might just prolong its suffering. I think if an animal is in a state like that, it might just become depressed and stop eating and die. Um, but I don't think that's a case of acting against its survival if we understand survival as survival qua, I won't say rational dog, because they don't have a faculty of reason, but qua good dog or flourishing dog. Ayn Rand has a phrase, survival qua man or qua rational being. And if you can't survive qua man or qua rational being, then if you can only survive as a subhuman creature, then you will experience pain, suffering, misery, and a life like that might not be worth surviving. Like if you're caught in a concentration camp, for instance, suicide can be a rational option. But if we're talking about if what survival means a sort of existence that is conducive to a um, happy, pleasurable life, then yeah, I think it's right that the the animals and the plants cannot act against their survival. Insofar as a pleasurable or flourishing life is possible, they have to act in a way that enables that sort of life. They can't act against that, whereas a human being can. Jason Adams is here. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Greg says, and leave it to the folk who like to head out to the margins to bring up the sex life of a praying mantis. So what is it that the praying mantis does? Does it eat its children or what? Or does it I heard there's some species, I don't know if it's some spider, but the male has sex with the female spider and then the female spider eats it. Is that some kind of spider? I heard something like that. I think it might have been some sort of spider, but I don't know what the issue is with the praying mantis. You can elaborate on that if you want. But there are things that might, on the surface, seem like exceptions to the idea that organisms act for their own survival. But if you consider them from a longer run perspective, an evolutionary kind of perspective, then maybe it's not an exception. Okay, Greg says, I think it's she that beheads the he. So the female praying mantis beheads the male praying mantis after they mate. Audrey says the female mantis sometimes devours her male mate during copulation. Jeez. Uh, Florida Nick says he can't see that comment. Which comment? Do you have it set to live chat on your end? If you have it set to top chat, you might not see all the chats. Sometimes that filters out chats. Like if I do that, I wonder if some of these chats here will disappear. Oh yeah, it looks like some of the ones related to sex disappeared. The praying mantis sex life. So if I between 11:37 and 11:40, I think there might have been some in there. So I'm going to change this back to live chat. Oh, I guess there weren't any that were missed between 37 and 40. They were after that. Um, but I think you can see more chats appeared here. Was it this one? 11:42 from Greg and 11:40 from Greg. I think those might have disappeared. Let me try it again. Yeah, 11:40 and 42 from Greg. You can't see when it's on live on top chat, but if you change it to live chat, you should be able to see everything. Okay, yeah. Fortinet confirms it was set to top chat. Sometimes I forget to set it to live chat. So there are certain actions like I don't know like how might one make sense of this this fact like if assuming it is a fact um I don't have reason to doubt it that the female will sometimes devour the male. Um, like, how do you explain that if you're going to say that animals act for their own survival? I guess this would be survival qua mantis, or qua male mantis, or qua female mantis. So you can go to heaven. Oh, I thought you were saying like maybe the mantis does what he does so that he can go to heaven, but it's following from this other comment. I wasn't reading them in order. All right, I'll get to these other ones on altruism in a moment, but let me just stay on the mantis for a minute. So, how can you make sense of this mantis behavior? Like, is the male mantis being suicidal by engaging in a behavior which puts him in the position where he can then be eaten? Well, one issue that's coming to my mind is, does the mantis foresee what's going to happen to it? Like the male mantis, like if he knows in advance that he's going to be eaten, that's different than if he does not know in advance. And I don't even know what they're aware of or if they're aware at all. Like, do they have a consciousness? Do they have a nervous system? I would guess they have some kind of at least primitive nervous system. Ants, I'm not sure. They're much smaller, but maybe there's some tiny neurons in ants. But I think maybe if a organism has no neurons, there's no reason to think it's conscious. Um, but let's assume that mantises have some neurons, and maybe a tiny brain. So you might think, well, if it's not conscious, then it hasn't really lost much. It doesn't experience any pain. And what does it care? It doesn't have a consciousness at all, which would allow it to care about anything. But let's assume that the mantis is conscious. There's still a question of what does its consciousness enable it to do? Can it project the future, or it can only experience sensations like an earthworm? You might think, well, it can, if it wriggles its way into sunlight, it can experience some warmth, and maybe that's uncomfortable, and then it tries to wriggle out of it into the shade. But it could not foresee where it's going. It doesn't have a like an eyes where it can see things at a distance and project where it might go. Um, so is a mantis like that where it can have sensations if something impinges on its body? Like maybe if you touch the mantis, it will feel that, but it can't see a finger coming to touch it. I don't know. Um, so if the mantis, Audrey says the mantis does not foresee, he actually attempts to signal the female during mating that he's not prey and just wants to copulate. Okay. So if he doesn't know what he's getting into, he doesn't know that he's going to get eaten, then maybe we should say, well, it's not acting against its own survival because it just doesn't know that's by trying to mate with the female, it's going to get eaten. Um, so insofar as it's possible for it to act for its survival, we could say, well, it's still doing that. It just so happens that it's it doesn't have the ability to acquire the knowledge it needs to avoid getting eaten in this case. Um, Now, there's another uh, step here I just thought of where this is a hypothetical. Like we could say, well, if the male knows it's going to get eaten, then would it be acting contrary to its own life to still mate with the female? Well, even there, I think not necessarily. Like maybe it gets a lot of pleasure from mating with the female, and maybe its life is not worth living if it doesn't have that pleasure. So, and maybe it's getting old anyways. Maybe it doesn't have much time left to live. So the mantis might think that, well, think in quotes here, right? It doesn't have concepts or language, but um, if it could put its actions into words and into thoughts, I guess first into thoughts and then into words, maybe what would be guiding it, or if we were to put into words the evolutionary programming in its DNA, maybe what it would say is life without sex with the female mantis is not worth living. So male mantis life qua male mantis life, like a good flourishing male mantis life, includes sex with the female, and it's better to have that experience and then be eaten than to not have that experience at all. So maybe that's the way you could say that even if it knew what was going to happen to it after it mates with the female, maybe um, it's still best for it to engage in that behavior. And I don't know if it's even conscious, like if we assume it's conscious before the behavior, but then maybe it exhausts itself after the behavior, after mating, and maybe it's unconscious. It goes to sleep. I don't know, but I don't know if they sleep at all, but I don't know if it even experiences pain if it gets eaten. If it's unconscious, then it wouldn't. But anyway, let me go on here. I, I guess there's some more chats related to this, so I'll skip over the altruism for now and continue on the mantis theme so as not to jump around too much between topics. Uh, Audrey says, yes, mantises do sleep. Mantids, I don't know what the plural of mantis is. Oh, she has two pet orchid mantids. Mantids, I haven't even heard that word before. Orchid is a flower, right? Is a mantid, what is a mantid? I'm Googling that. Is that just a typo? All right, Wikipedia says mantises. Okay, so the plural of mantis is just mantises, ES on the end, are an order Mantodidae of insects that contains over 2,400 species and about 460 genera and 33 families. The largest family is the Mantidae, mantids. Oh, okay, so maybe that's where that word Audrey was using comes from. Here you can see it on the Wikipedia screen, mantids. So that's one family within the Mantodea order, I guess. So there's a lot more types of mantises than I was aware of. The largest family is called Mantidae or Mantids. All right. Pet orchid mantids. Oh, mantid and mantis are synonyms, says Audrey. Mantid is derived from the order Mantidae. Now, what is a pet orchid? Is this a mantis that inhabits the orchid plants? I'm gonna actually I'll Google orchid mantids. Oh, interesting. Oh, it looks like an orchid. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. I'm gonna share this. Or oh, I guess you can already see that. Uh, yeah, that's pretty. So is this a mantid or a orchid flower? A mantid, a orchid mantid inside an actual orchid? I guess this is the technical name of that. Oh yeah, orchid mantis, walking flower mantis, another name for it. Flower mantis. Several species have evolved to mimic orchid flowers as a hunting and camouflaging strategy, hiding themselves in plain view and preying upon pollinating insects that visit the blooms. They are known to grab their prey with blinding speed. Thanks for the likes on the stream, by the way. All right. Well, I'm learning a lot more about mantises than I expected to learn before this stream. Okay, where's the chat window? Here we go. Flying insects are often attracted to the color and shape of the mantis. All right, so we're doing a deep dive on mantises. That was not expected, or maybe a shallow dive, I should say. We've only been on it for a few minutes. Maybe mantises will get a mention in the description of the show. All right, let me go back to these. There was a couple comments about altruism. Sometimes behavior gets called altruism in the natural world, like evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism, which is a very long name for one of the chatters who sometimes shows up in my streams. I call him evolutionary for short. He talked about how monkeys engage in altruistic behavior or allegedly altruistic behavior when they see a predator and then one monkey calls out and it makes a loud noise to alert the other monkeys in the area that there's a predator. But by doing that, by calling out, yelling or whatever the monkey does, it attracts attention to himself. So he becomes a more visible or detectable target for the lion or whoever, whatever the predator is in the area. So you might think he's acting altruistically. And I did a whole segment on this in a previous show, and I um, explained why a behavior like that is not necessarily altruistic. Like, for instance, you might think the monkey's life is not worth living if it doesn't have fellow monkeys to live with. So it's worth the risk. It's involved in attracting more attention to itself. Maybe if there are more monkeys around, they can fight off the predator. So overall, the monkey's life, you could argue, is better off. So it's actually a self-interested action, not an altruistic one, if you take into account the entire context. But a lot of animal behavior gets called altruistic, which I think on further analysis can be seen not to be that. I mean, not that I don't think any animal which doesn't have free will is in a literal sense being altruistic or egoistic, because I think those imply choice. So if you are choosing to act in a way that benefits yourself or in a way that benefits others, um, as opposed to just being determined by your genetic coding to deterministically act in some way, then I think you could say it's egoistic or altruistic. But if you're just determined, then you're not really making a choice to act in a certain way. Then I don't think it's properly considered a moral sort of action. And egoism and altruism, these are different moral views. The view that it's morally better to act for your own sake or for the sake of others, but it's not really an issue of morality if there's no choice. If you're just necessitated to act in a certain way or determined to act in a certain way, as opposed to choosing, then you're not acting on some moral code like egoism or altruism. But maybe you could use the terms in a loose sense, and then apply them to non-human animals. But even if you do that, if you use them in this loose sense, I think even then a lot of behavior that gets called altruistic on further analysis could be seen as actually being egoistic in a loose sense. All right, see, we got a new person in the chat. Brinkwell says, really, if a biological life form has no free will, then its actions are all egoistic. It still follows its own standard of life. That, I mean, I think only if we're using egoistic in a loose sense. So if we're being precise or using this term egoism in its literal sense, where it's a kind of moral code, then that's a code to a morality is a guide to choices and actions. What's Ayn Rand's definition? If I put in the lexicon, morality definition, I'll just Google that. I'm going to get her definition of morality. Here it is. What is morality or ethics? It is a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. The choices and actions that determine the purpose and course of his life. So, if egoism and altruism are different kinds of morality, and moralities are meant to guide man's choices, well, then the terms egoism and altruism, they don't apply to entities that aren't making choices. They are types of morality, and morality only applies to beings who make choices. So, at least going by this definition of morality, I would say that non-human animals, aren't acting, they're not egoists. You could only say that if you're using egoism in a loose sense as meaning something like acting in a way that benefits oneself, as opposed to choosing to act in a way that benefits oneself. Let me plug in my laptop. It's getting low on the battery. Brinkwell says, right, I agree, but a deterministic system such as biological life still has a code it follows. It's not choosing to follow it, it just has to follow. Well, I think that's true for most most life, but not all life. Like I don't think humans, I think humans have free will. As I say on my background, that's one of the core concepts of objectivism, free will. So hu humans are, what was the term you used? They're not deterministic systems. You say a determinate system such as biological life. Well, not all biological life is a deterministic system, I would argue. I think some biological life is not deterministic, and our genes do influence us, but they just don't have total influence over us. I think in addition to being influenced by genes, we're also influenced by the choices we make. But we could talk about that more if you want, or we could debate that if you like, discuss it, debate it. Welcome, by the way. Your first time here, I think, Brinkwill. So let me take a quick look at your channel. All right. It grinds my gears when people confuse benevolence with altruism, says Audrey. Has anyone here heard of Bunny the talking dog? I have not. He presses buttons, and many people claim that that's conclusive evidence that Bunny talks. I'm not convinced yet, but I also don't detect any philosophical issues with dogs allegedly talking. There's a short video on Bunny the talking dog. Oh, someone has just entered the waiting room on Zoom. Oh Noes 117. I recognize Oh Noes. I think Oh Noes. Oh, that's Brinkwill? Oh, you changed your name now. Now there's Brinkwill 8489. Yeah, I want to Zoom call real quick so I can make my point better, Dan. I remember someone by the name of Oh Noes called in like OH underscore NOES. That's how it's spelled. Okay, yeah, you say you're Oh Noes in the chat. Why do you have two different accounts here on the YouTube channel? That's the same person? I assume that's the same person. I remember you called in before once. I think you called in before once, or at least I saw you in the chat before. Um, you say you have multiple accounts on YouTube depending on my device. Okay. Yeah, let me get to your call in just a moment. Let me just take a quick look at some of these other chats. All right, maybe I'll come back to some of those. I'm just going to let me make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Oh, whoops, that one I wanted to leave on. All right. I just emitted Oh Noes, aka Brinkwell. Can you unmute yourself? Looks like you're muted right now.
Can you hear me?
Now I hear you. Yeah, now I hear you.
All right. All right.
Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. So you are right. I've called in before a while
Can you hear
ago.
me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
All right, I don't hear you anymore. I heard you just for
Oh,
a couple
you d-
seconds.
you don't hear me? Hold on.
All right, I don't know what happens.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Maybe you're,
Can you hear me now?
let me go back to the chat. I don't hear anything. I don't know if you can hear me. Could
Hello?
you let me know in the YouTube chat, or you can also type in the Zoom chat. You can let me know if you're trying to talk right now, but I don't hear
Yeah.
anything on my end. I heard you for a couple seconds and then I couldn't hear anything. Okay, you just told me in Zoom chat you're trying to talk.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right, I don't know why I don't hear you anymore. Maybe if you hang up and then dial back in,
Hello, can you
it'll
hear me?
refresh the connection. I'm not sure what else to try.
Okay. All right.
Okay, he just hung up, so maybe he's going to try to call back in and hopefully it'll work. Okay, he just entered the waiting room again. So let me admit him again. Okay.
All right,
Hello?
can you hear me?
I do not hear you. It looks like you're not muted, but I still don't hear
Hmm.
anything. So I don't know if you have like a physical mute button. You're not muted in Zoom, but
Yeah.
sometimes there's like a manual way you can override
Yeah, can you hear me?
whatever's software, Zoom, or whatever else you're using. So I don't know if you have like a manual
Hmm.
mute button or a key combination you can use. Okay, he says, yes, I'm working on it in the Zoom chat. Okay. One other thing we could try is if you can't figure it out, you could try dialing in. You can, instead of just clicking on that Zoom link, you could dial the phone number. I don't know if that would make a difference. You say, okay, I'll try that. Okay. Um, I'm not sure why that would help, but I'm not sure what else to try.
Not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your
Maybe a
meeting
Google Voice
ID
call
followed by
is another
pound.
option. If this doesn't work, if the Zoom link or the Zoom phone number doesn't
Goodbye.
work, maybe we could try a Google Voice call and then
Welcome.
I could just share
Enter
the
your
sound
meeting
from
ID
my
followed
computer
by
and maybe
pound.
people would be able to hear you that way.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to
Okay.
continue. You are in the meeting now. There are
So he
two
says in the chat that he's
participants
going to
in the meeting.
try.
You have been added to the
Okay.
waiting room. You
So now
cannot
I see
talk or
this
listen until the
masked
host
phone
admits you
number.
to
It
the
doesn't
meeting.
show me the whole phone number, and I don't think it's going to display it all on on Zoom, but in any case, it's not going to show the whole number. All right, but let me admit him and see if I can hear him. Hello.
Hey, can you hear? You guess you can hear me now, right?
I do not hear anything,
You don't hear me?
and it does not say you're muted. It looks like you're trying to talk because I see the green box around your window sometimes. Actually, let me just make sure my audio isn't somehow muted on my end. Let me like try to play a YouTube video and see if I can hear that just to make sure it's not me that's the problem. Just a moment. Oh, why? Well, maybe it is me because I just tried to play a video and I didn't hear myself. Uh, hold on. Okay. I guess the problem is me, and I don't know why so I have it looks like my AirPods are connected. Let me disconnect and reconnect my AirPods. Sometimes that helps. Where is and my volume is not down. So I'm guessing it might just be an AirPods problem. Let me go into my Bluetooth. Okay, I just disconnected and now I'm going to reconnect. That did not help.
Hmm.
All right, let me try something else. You say in the Zoom chat, it's on your end. I can hear myself from my phone on the Zoom. Oh, maybe other people can hear you right now, but I can't. All right, hold on. Let me just, all right, I'm going to mute you. Oh, people on YouTube are saying they can hear you. Okay. All right. I'm just going to mute you for now. So they won't be able to hear you anymore until I figure this out. Um, sorry for the delay, folks. I wonder if, okay, let me just go to YouTube and open some random video. Um, okay, why am I not hearing this? Let me put in my other AirPod. Okay, now I hear it. So maybe this AirPod is dead, but it showed I had like 48% battery left on it. So I don't know why I wasn't hearing it, but anyways, I think that might have fixed the problem. So let me go back to Oh Noes and ask him to unmute. Okay, I just did that. Hello?
Hello?
All right.
Uh,
Now I hear you.
All right, we're back in action.
Yes,
Hmm.
sorry about that
No,
delay.
it's all right. Yeah, I called in a while ago, but I sometimes come on and just lurk and see what usually I just see what the current topic is and see if it interests me. So I just pulled it up and I saw you were talking about uh like mantises eating each other or something. So I thought, okay, okay, this is weird, but uh, I I guess I want to make my point clear because I'm not making it very clear through my when I was typing on my phone. But the point I'm trying to make is like, yes, I completely agree with what you're saying. Morality only applies to humans, to man, and so if I'm gonna say if I but what I was trying to say was like I'm sort of equivocating egoism as as being the proper beneficiary of all moral action to a biological life form is sort of is determined by its code without a free will to do only the things that would keep its life sustaining. Like a plant, a plant can never be altruistic to another plant. But I think it's safe to say it is egoistic as long as we take egoism to not require free will, not to not be a moral term, but maybe we use egoism as a sort of process or goal directed, maybe, because like all biological life forms are goal directed, right? Life is the standard of value. They have values that they are pursuing, and and without free will, they can only follow an egoistic goal, is what I'm trying to say. They can only pursue a goal that sustains its life. It could never, ever choose a goal that would be, it can never sacrifice. You know? It can never sacrifice a higher value for a lower value. So I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's fine that Ayn Rand defines egoism as, you know, the beneficiary of your moral action needs to be yourself, and that's being egoistic. But like, if you just remove the term moral, couldn't you say the beneficiary of your action should be yourself? I mean, you're still using a should, which using a should is bringing in you know, a moral norm, a normative statement. But I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not, you know, you're right. I'm just saying that's what I meant by egoist. A plant to me is still egoist, and if that's the wrong term to use, then that's fine. But I personally don't see a better term. Like what you're saying, well, yeah, they're not really egoist or altruistic. Well, I agree they can't choose, but doesn't their biological life, the fact that they're a biological life without free will, automatically preclude altruism and include egoism? That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a single word that captures what how they act, like plants or non-human animals, analogous to egoism. Maybe we just have to use a phrase or a sentence and say they act in a way that is conducive to their own survival, and they necessarily do that. They have no choice in the matter. But I don't know if there's some one word that we could use to describe that. Like maybe we could say self-interested, but you might think that's a synonym of egoistic, and therefore, since they're not egoistic, they're also not self-interested, because maybe self-interested also implies they have choice. But I don't know that that it matters too much. I mean, as long as we can at least put it into a sentence, what we mean. If we say organisms, non-human organisms always act in a way that benefits themselves, could we just say that?
Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree that what you're saying is like, this really doesn't matter. And the only reason I brought it up is because somebody said something about monkeys acting altruistic, and you explained correctly that, well, they don't act altruistic. That's not how stuff without free will doesn't act altruistic. So I was just saying, yeah, if you really think about it, something without free will, a biological life form without free will, can never ever be altruistic. But you could think of it as being, call it egoist, call it self-interested. I guess my problem is I feel like we're kind of freezing the abstraction of egoism to mean, it feels really like pedantic. Yeah, this is just semanticality. We're just arguing about what term. I just wanted to make it clear about what you were saying. There's, so nobody can bring up, oh, here's a chimp. Look, it scratched the back of another chimp, therefore it's altruistic. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, so there's different ways you could respond to that, and I guess so. One way is to argue, well, it's not that when it scratches the back of the other chimp, it's actually being egoistic, whereas at first you might have thought it was altruistic. So it's I think it's just I want to clarify, like, if I deny that an animal is acting altruistic, that doesn't mean that I think, oh, it's in fact acting egoistic, because rather it's not acting egoistic or altruistic because it doesn't have any choice at all. However, if we want to use the term egoistic in a loose or non-literal sense or metaphorical, I'm not sure how it's best described, then we could say in this loose or metaphorical or non-literal sense, we could say it's acting egoistic.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it's still a life form is still, it's not making a choice, but it's still acting, and it's acting in its self-interest.
mhm.
So it's like that's basically egoism, but without the choice.
Right.
So that's
Yeah. Although if you think choice is essential to egoism, you might think that that doesn't make sense. Like it's like saying it's basically a triangle, but it doesn't have three sides. Okay. Well, you've given up the essence of a triangle then.
well,
Um,
okay.
but but I don't know that you have to be like if you just like what's more essential to egoism, is it that it involves choice or is that it is directed to benefit yourself? You might think the part about um, benefit, like if we define egoism as choosing to act in a way that benefits yourself, there's two parts to that. There's choosing to
Right.
act,
Right.
and then there's in a way that benefits yourself. And if you want to say that the part about in a way that benefits yourself is more like distinctive to the concept of egoism than the part about choosing, since that also applies to others, like altruism, choosing to act in a way that benefits others, you might think that what's really distinctive is the part about in a way that benefits yourself rather than the choosing part. So you might think, well, what I said about triangles is unfair because in the case of triangles, three-sidedness or having three sides is the most distinctive thing about a triangle. So it's not exactly parallel to saying like it's a triangle, but it doesn't have three sides. That's not the same as saying, well, it's egoistic, but it doesn't make choices. You might think the issue of choices is at least a slight bit more peripheral to the concept of egoism than is the part about in a way that benefits itself.
See-
Um,
But see, I feel like you don't need to put in the definition of egoism or altruism more make it a moral norm, right? Like could you just say egoism is an action that is a goal-directed action that values life, the person's life, and altruism is a goal-directed action that doesn't value the person's life. Like could you do that where you just completely, you know, sort of subtract it, you kind of divorce it from having free will in the definition?
well, I don't know if you could right now, given the way that language has evolved. Like, given if we're starting a language from scratch, I think you can choose whatever sounds you want to represent whatever ideas you want. And I think it would be reasonable to have some sound or some label to denote what you just said. But then you're going to need some other label uh, to denote something that does have choice and acts uh, so as to benefit itself. Uh, because I think that's an important, or at least um, it's not clear to me that you could get along okay without having that concept. But maybe you need a concept for both. I don't know. Sometimes you don't need a concept. You can just use a sentence or a phrase, as I was saying before. So I don't know that you need um, a like. I guess there's what, four options in logical space to to capture what we're talking about. So the four options would be you have a sentence, only a sentence for each. So you have one sentence to describe acting in a way that benefits yourself, and regardless of whether you have choice or not.
Hmm.
And then you have another sentence for to describing acting in a way that benefits yourself by means of choosing to act in that way.
Right.
And then, so that's one possibility. Or you could have, this is probably hard to understand. If I type this out, maybe I'll do that, like share a Google Doc, and I could type out the four options. Um, if you hold on a moment, I
I
can.
mean, yeah. People in YouTube want you to look at the chat. Don't know, just letting you know.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah. I
Is
mean,
there something
I don't
going on
know,
there
but I don't really. Yeah. No, I
that I
don't really
should?
think so. But I
Audrey
mean, this
says, Dan,
topic.
look at the chat.
Yeah.
LOL. Um,
I mean, again, this topic. I'm. It's really just like I have no problem. We both agree. Like we're not arguing. We're just arguing. Not even arguing. We're just having a discussion about whether you could say like, okay, this 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 thing has free will and it's an egoist, or this thing has free will and it's an ultra. Like we're just trying to separate divorce words. So it's nothing we need to dive deep in. I don't think it's. It doesn't get
yeah,
us. Yeah, it's not.
I don't think it's too important.
No, no.
Um,
Yeah.
but I am glad you called in. And for one, I mean, it saves my voice, but also because I can only talk for so long myself until my voice starts to die. So
Yeah.
you buy me some more time by calling in. But also, I like to get to know my more of my chatters, my listeners. Is this your first time calling in today?
Today? Yeah, I mean,
No, I mean,
I
like,
haven't.
have you ever called in the past?
Yeah, I called in a long time ago. We just talked about open versus closed objectivism.
Oh, okay.
That was
Yeah, I
it.
remember that.
Yeah.
I remember
Uh,
that discussion.
yeah. And like I said, I hop in and look at I hop in, I listen to the topic that you're talking about, and if I think it's interesting, I'll either type in chat or just, lurk.
Hmm.
So, but I was curious because I did just finish what I finished Romantic Manifesto and uh, The Virtue of Selfishness, and I had some things that I'd like to like bring up, but I don't have any like. They're all just usually basic, simple stuff about like, oh, what do you think about, what did she mean by this, or how does, there's stuff that I'm curious about your opinion on, and that's about it. But
Okay. Well, we can talk about some of that if you like, if that's something you want to go into now.
yeah, I have some time if uh
Yeah, sure. So I just remember from our last, I couldn't remember. I recognize your name, Oh Noes, but I didn't remember if that was from a call and or just in the chat. So I'm glad you reminded me that you were actually on a call. I do
yeah,
remember the discussion though, the topic of open versus closed objectivism. Okay,
yeah,
so you've recently read The Virtue of Selfishness and the Romantic Manifesto.
yeah,
By the way, Audrey, when I'm on a call, it's kind of hard for me to look at the chat at the same time. Maybe I'll get better at doing multitasking like that, and I can do some of that. But usually when I'm on a call, I just am focused on the caller. If you want to call though, Audrey, you're welcome to call, and then I can put more attention on whatever topics you want to raise. All right. So, when did you first read Ayn Rand? Are you new to her, or what?
no, I read her. I read The Fountainhead back in 2023, and
Okay.
then yeah, and then I got pretty big into her. Uh, I watched, Peikoff's lectures and all that, which are great. I mean, say what Peikoff is, he's just a great teacher. Um, and yeah, only recently did I pick up. I got The Virtue of Selfishness. I mean, I'm already. It didn't matter because I already like, you know, I had a OPAR. I read OPAR. I had, but then I bought. What do I have now? I've got Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, which I need to read, and For the New Intellectual, and I just did Romantic Manifesto and The Virtue of Selfishness. But I'm
Okay.
but I'm not a Randian, or I'm not an objectivist with a capital O.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what we discussed last time a little bit.
So do you call yourself like an objectivist with a lowercase o? Like you consider yourself open objectivist, or is that what you mean?
Well, I'm an anarcho-objectivist, but
Oh,
I really don't honestly the whole terms I just don't really care. It doesn't matter too much to me. Like and the truth is, I really respect Ayn Rand. So if Ayn Rand didn't want me to call myself an objectivist, that's fine. I don't care. Like it's you know I it just doesn't. I just don't agree with her on the politics. I think I think no matter any way you do politics, politics is always going to require force of some kind, the initiation of force, and there's just no way around it. I just, even a completely voluntary system, if if they still have a monopoly on the law, then that still means they are the initiators of all conflict. So I don't see any way around it. But I really don't want to. I don't really want to talk about politics. It's fine if you want to, but I'm not. It's not my kind of big thing.
okay. Yeah, I'll just say that I think anarcho-objectivism would be a contradiction in terms because I think objectivism is opposed to anarchy, so I don't think you can combine those two into one philosophy. But we don't have to go into that. I just want to make that one point. If we can, I'm happy to talk about the ethics or romantic manifesto, um, if you'd rather go there.
Yeah. The thing about calling us, we call ourselves objectivists, is we're not saying objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. We say objectivism is the philosophy of the primacy of existence. So
Yeah, so I guess if you're using a lowercase o objectivist, then
yes,
that might be compatible with anarcho-objectivist. But if you're going to use the uppercase o, which I take to mean Ayn Rand's philosophy, then that's when it would be a contradiction in terms to
yeah,
say you're an anarcho-objectivist.
yeah. Which, like I said, that's fine with me. If you want to have the capital O, I'll have the lowercase o. It doesn't matter. I don't even
Okay.
you know what I mean. To me, it's you know we could still discuss uh you know politics and whatever. I honestly think the whole open close thing is just a distraction. Like it's 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 really just a distraction to real issues. Like that's how I see it. So I'd rather just talk about the actual problems than just to discuss, well, in Ayn Rand's objectivism, she didn't like anarchy. She thought anarchy was a contradiction and da 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 da. So to me, that's just okay. Let's ignore that. And um, but anyways,
I mean, I do think it's important to uh, give credit where credit is due and not to assign or like put words in people's mouths, which I think you are in effect doing if you call yourself an objectivist with a capital O um, al- and then also advocate anarchy. I think that's confusing, and that so I
well,
do think that's important. Um, but we don't have to discuss why it's important right now.
well,
Um,
let me ask you a question.
okay.
If Ayn Rand got something philosophically wrong, would it still be a part of objectivism, or would it not be?
Yeah, I think it would be a part. Like if you let's say you think she's wrong about her theory of concepts. I don't know if maybe you haven't. It doesn't matter, but she wrote a
Yeah,
book,
yeah.
Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, and she presents a theory of how we form concepts. Let's say she got that wrong. That doesn't mean it's not part of objectivism. It would just mean that there's something wrong in objectivism.
So I
So
guess
calling it
yeah.
objectivism doesn't mean it's true. It just means it's part of the system of ideas that Ayn Rand came up with.
Yeah, and I agree. That's right. Just because you definitely do not want to label it the true philosophy or anything like that, right? I agree. My my problem is when it comes to something like, say, Aristotelianism. When we talk about Aristotelianism, we don't we don't need to mention, or we don't mention that Aristotle took all these dumb ideas that he had from Plato. I shouldn't call him dumb, but he had all these bad ideas that came from Plato that don't actually fit with true Aristotelianism. When we talk about Aristotelianism, especially as Ayn Rand would talk about it, or Peikoff, they would say, okay, real Aristotelianism is the primacy of existence. You know, Aristotle was trying to follow that. That was his goal. He made mistakes, but we don't even consider those mistakes. We don't even talk about that as Aristotelianism. We don't consider the dumb mistake, the thought creating thought, the the what do you call it?
Unmoved mover.
Yeah, the unmoved mover. That we know that is a Platonic carryover. We know that doesn't fit into Aristotelianism. It is false. Therefore, when we talk about Aristotle and Aristotelianism, when we just get rid of that, because we know what the fundamental thing of objectivism is: the primacy of existence, in my opinion.
Well, just going back to Aristotle, I think it might be a bit different when we're talking about what is Aristotelianism than when we're talking about what is objectivism. And I guess part of the reason is Aristotle did not use that term Aristotelianism and say, this is my philosophy. I mean, as far as I know, there's no work that has come down to us that survived in which he says Aristotelianism is, and then he lays out his philosophy. Whereas we do have things like that from Ayn Rand, like she has her standing on one foot article in I think this was maybe her first article for the LA Times. She had a column in the LA Times in the 60s. And in one of those articles, she says what objectivism is, standing on one foot. So she condenses it. And then she says something very brief for each of the branches: metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and politics. So she actually tells us what objectivism is, whereas I don't think we have a statement like that from Aristotle telling us this is what Aristotelianism is. So I think it's maybe a bit less well-defined, maybe a bit more up to grabs as to what exactly does Aristotelianism mean. Like you could say, well, there's Aristotelian philosophy, there's Aristotelian biology, there's Aristotelian cosmology, because he was like touched on so many different fields. It wasn't like Ayn Rand, who was more confined to the area of philosophy, which I think these days you have to be more of a specialist. Like the days of when you could be a universal scholar and talk about all these fields, it's just they're behind us, because knowledge has developed so much that no one can be a universal genius or a universal scholar like that. Whereas in Aristotle's days, you could actually know if not everything there was to know about everything, at least you can know a lot of what there was to know about all the subjects. And he defined, I think, some of the subjects, the way he categorized knowledge into its different branches. So I think Aristotelianism, it could be construed in a strictly philosophical sense, but I think it could also be construed in a more broad sense to include these other non-philosophical branches of philosophy, like science, biology, cosmology, etc. And if you're using Aristotelianism in that sense, you could say that it is part of Aristotelian cosmology, at least, to believe in an unmoved mover. But then you could also say, in another sense of Aristotelianism, if we're identifying the essence of his philosophical viewpoint, maybe it's the primacy of existence. I don't know, but just for the sake of argument, we can assume that if it is that, then maybe to be in accordance with that judgment about the essence of his system, then we would say the unmoved mover is not part of Aristotelianism. But that's a judgment call that later scholars, thinkers would have to make. It's not that something that he himself said. So I'll just summarize this segment by saying I think what objectivism is more straightforward than what Aristotelianism is. I think that latter term, it's kind of more involved and complicated as to what exactly that means. That's my off the top of the head answer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it almost seems like it just boils down to, well, okay, so Ayn Rand did name her philosophy, and because she named it, therefore, that's fine. Like that's just how I see it. It's like, okay, if she named her philosophy, then whatever, but um yeah, it's really, like I said, it really just distracts from my big issue. But I have I didn't really expect to go, I didn't have any of these written down, but I do have one or two things from the Romantic Manifesto that I'm curious about your opinion on.
Okay.
Um, okay.
And by the way, I'll just say that's the area of objectivism I have studied the least, Ayn Rand's aesthetics. So I don't know that I'll have much to say, but I'll do what I can.
Okay. I for me it was the last one that I, wanted to. It Aesthetics was the last branch that I kept subjective. And after reading the Romantic Manifesto, I found out why, because why uh she even explains why people uh psychologically believe art to be subjective, because an attack on your opinions about art is an attack on your soul. And I'm like, yeah, that's she's right. That's exactly what it feels like. Um, but anyways, so in Art and Cognition, she says, near the beginning, she says, quote, "The development of human cognition starts with the ability to perceive things, i.e., entities. Of man's five cognitive senses, only two provide him with a direct awareness of entities, sight and touch. The other three senses, hearing, taste, and smell, give him an awareness of some of an entity's attributes or of the consequences produced by an entity. They tell him that something makes sounds, or something tastes sweet, or something smells fresh. But in order to perceive this something, he needs sight and or touch." End of the paragraph. I completely I disagree with that. That to me isn't right. It's she's saying that, for example, let's say there's a lawnmower going outside my window. My neighbor is mowing his yard. She is saying I don't have direct perception of that unless I touch or I see the lawnmower. Because hearing the lawnmower is just a, quote, consequence produced by an entity. But seeing something is also a consequence produced by an entity. I'm seeing the light reflected off an entity. So I don't see where she comes up with the idea that sight and touch are the only direct ways of perceiving something. If she wants to say, oh, just as humans, our sense of sight and our sense of touch are so better developed and have so much more features than smell and sound, hearing and taste, that's fine. She's right in that case. But to say that those are the only two that give him direct awareness, like I am directly aware of the lawnmower when I hear the lawnmower going past my window, just as if I touched it. If I close my eyes and I'm touching the lawnmower, I could be wrong. It could be a bouncy ball. It could be a balloon. Like, there's, not to be like Cartesian, I'm not getting into doubt or anything, but it seems like all your senses give you direct awareness, even tasting something.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't think she's disputing that they give you direct awareness. It's that they don't give you, some of the senses don't give you direct awareness of entities. And you can dispute that too, but I think that's a different claim. I think she would say all the senses give you direct awareness of reality. And in a sense, I think that might be redundant. There's just awareness. You don't have to say direct, but you might want to use that adjective just for emphasis. All the senses give you awareness of reality, but not all the senses give you awareness of entities. I think that's the distinction she's making.
Why can I not directly sense an entity from sound?
Well, maybe this depends on what you mean by an entity. So
I mean, I'm
there's
hearing you. Are
yeah,
you
but do you if you're not looking at me, let's say you only hear me,
right?
do you know that my voice is coming from an entity? Or, I mean, you can
Well,
infer that, but
well, all
could I
sound
also
comes from an
just be,
entity.
well, yeah,
Sound.
but I think you're not aware of an entity in the same sort of way by sound as you are by sight. So I think in both cases you are in a sense aware of entities, but in one sense I think it's more direct. Through sight, you can like right now I'm looking at my phone. I'm holding it up, so
Right.
you can perceive it as an entity by sight. Um, in an entity, maybe I don't know how it's best defined, but something with a defined boundary. Um, that might actually be interesting to look up in Ayn Rand's literature if she gives a definition of entity. But if I like tap on the entity, you hear that sound. I'm tapping on it off screen now, so you can't see it. I don't know if you can hear it, but
Yeah, I heard it for a bit.
okay, so you're aware of the entity that is the phone um, indirectly, but you don't know whether like if it's off screen, you don't know if I'm tapping on the phone, am I tapping on a book, am I tapping on some other kind of object? It's less clear, so it's hard to identify it as a phone just by virtue of hearing the sounds that are made when I tap on it, as opposed to when I hold it up on the screen and you see it, you can actually see it as the thing it is, as the phone, whereas you can't do that with if you just hear it.
I mean, could it
So
the same be true about touch? Like, if let's say you close your eyes and you pick up, your phone right next to you and you feel it and you go, yes, this is a phone. And then you open your eyes and you realize, oh no, it's actually not a phone. Like you're all you could be wrong. Like just because it's touch, just because you touch it doesn't mean that, yes, I know for a fact this is going to be a phone. Just like as you see something, yes, I know for a fact that I see that it's going to be a phone. It could not be a phone. And same with the lawnmower. Just because I hear what I think is a lawnmower going by my window, it doesn't mean it's a lawnmower. I might need more senses to prove it, but I don't see why, one, like I could use my direct senses to see my neighbor outside in his yard pushing a lawnmower, and then as I get closer, I realize, oh, he's starting a fire. You know, just that's all I'm saying. I don't see why.
yeah, so you can be mistaken about the nature of the entities and like what their purposes is. Is he really trying to cut the grass with the lawnmower, or is he trying to spark, run over rocks to create sparks that fly into the weeds so that he can start the fire and have plausible deniability and say, oh, I was just mowing the lawn. I was really trying to start a fire here and burn down the yard. You can be mistaken about the motives, about the nature of the entities. Like maybe I thought I was hearing someone tap on a phone and they were actually tapping on a book. Um, but I think that might be a different kind of issue. So I think the issue is, are you perceiving entities directly, or are you perceiving some kind of effect that's being generated by the entities? And regardless of what the guy's purpose is, who's mowing the lawn, you see an entity there doing something,
But
as
all
opposed to
senses
just hearing.
are all senses are. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. You finish.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, but all senses are just the effects of entities. I am seeing the light reflect off the lawnmower, right? Like I'm not just like I'm hearing the sound waves generated from the lawnmower, or just like I'm tasting the chemicals that make up the metal of the lawnmower, right? Or just like I'm feel like when I touch the metal of the lawnmower, it's not that that entity is giving like I'm sensing the metal of that entity. I'm sensing an attribute of an entity, right? The metalness. I'm not sensing. I don't touch a phone and feel phoneness, right? I touch a phone and I feel rubber, or I feel the glass, or I feel the buttons, right?
Well, you are aware of entities by means of
Yeah,
their attributes. I think you could put it that way, but I think I wouldn't say that's different. I wouldn't say you're not experiencing the entities directly. Um, I think you could still say you're experiencing or perceiving the entity, and if you add by means of its attributes, um, I don't think that uh, I I don't think that's the same as the sort of attributes you're aware of through like hearing or smelling or tasting. Like there, when you're aware of an entity, or I guess Ayn Rand is saying you're not aware of an entity that way, at
yeah,
least not directly. Um, you're aware of an attribute or an effect of an
yeah.
entity.
Yeah, or of the consequences produced by an entity. She says, but in order to perceive this something, which she means entity, he needs sight and or touch. So by her own logic,
Mhm.
let's say hypothetically, you're blind and you can't feel. You don't have the ability to touch anything. But you can still hear, you can still taste, and you can still smell. By her own logic, you would not be able to perceive anything. So you wouldn't be able to perceive entities. But what the only thing other than entities are like concepts. Am I am I perceiving the concept of lawnmower without perceiving the entity of lawnmower? That doesn't make sense.
Well, let me go back to the hypothetical here, where you can't
Okay.
see and you can't touch,
Touch.
but you can hear, smell, taste.
Hmm.
Now, I don't think that's, or I don't think it's possible, or maybe I should say I doubt it's possible. And I think she says this somewhere. Maybe it's in, there's some line about this in The Virtue of Selfishness, how touch is the most basic sort of sensation we have, and you can't survive without it. I don't know if she says exactly that, but um, I think she says in somewhere in the, maybe it's the Objectivist Ethics, that there are cases where children are born without uh,
Pain. Pain. Yeah,
yeah,
she
maybe
taught.
it's they can't experience pain, and then
Yeah.
they this is a danger to their survival, because if they can't experience pain, then if they're next to a flame and they get burned, it won't have any effect, and they'll just be consumed or something.
Yeah.
But touch is so basic to a nervous system and how it operates, that I don't know that you could have an organism that doesn't have the sense of touch, yet it has some other sort of senses. Now, maybe we could just try to assume this for the sake of argument, even if it's not
Yeah.
metaphysically possible. Um, but in actual
Yeah.
fact, I don't know that you could have that sort of scenario.
I mean, we could think of a situation where somebody's an adult his whole life that and then at age 20 he suddenly becomes blind and he loses the ability to feel, and then he sees a new entity that he's never seen before, right? So he'd be able to live up until that point and he could probably keep on living, but now there's this new entity. He can obviously understand what this entity is. Like me and you can like we shouldn't even have to argue that. Like let's imagine it's his first time he sees a guy mowing his lawn. He's never seen grass before, and here's a guy that's moving this machine and cutting the grass that he cannot see and he cannot feel, but he hears it, he smells it, he can taste it, and people people can explain it to him. You can't really think, oh, okay, he can't perceive, like, now he doesn't have perception of this entity. I don't see that. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I think that there are certain organisms like worms or maybe jellyfish where it seems plausible to me that they don't perceive entities. They're not on the perceptual level. They're on the level of sensation. So this is a distinction. I think it might be discussed at least a little bit in Leonard Peikoff's book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, the difference between the sensory stage and the perceptual
Sure,
stage.
sure.
And I think that the way he distinguishes those, and maybe Ayn Rand also does this somewhere, maybe in ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, that the perceptual stage is where you are aware of entities, and the sensory stage is before that.
Hmm.
Which maybe infants go through a stage like that, maybe they don't, or even if they don't, maybe there are some other organisms who are at that level, like worms, and they're not aware of entities. They're just aware of sensations, like sensations of warmth or coolness or pleasure or pain, but not like an object, some discrete thing with clearly defined boundaries. That's just not the kind of awareness they have, given their nature. So I don't think there's something like logically or conceptually impossible about that. So we could imagine that a human is reduced to that state, or maybe loses. Maybe if they start out on the perceptual level, we can imagine that they lose the ability to perceive a world of entities. I don't know if they can lose it entirely. Like you can certainly go blind and lose that, but can you also lose the ability to perceive entities by touch? Like if someone, let's say someone goes blind, but you hand them a rock and so he can hold the
Yeah,
rock in his hand. I
yeah.
think Rand would say that's a way of being aware of an entity by the sensation of touch. But in your example, are you imagining someone loses that ability? They can't even feel something to be an entity?
Yeah, they just have to taste it. I mean,
Okay.
if I put a cherry in your mouth and you
Yeah.
can't feel a cherry and you can't see a cherry, but you can taste a cherry, aren't you tasting the attribute of the entity cherry? And that it gives you direct awareness that something is affecting your sense of taste. That's how I see it.
Well, so I'm not sure how to process this. You have a cherry in your mouth, but
Yeah.
you can't feel it, you said. That's that's pretty strange. You can taste it, but you can't feel it.
Well,
That's
personally, I think this is getting into like physiological stuff. Like she just names the five senses, but obviously separating all of our senses into five categories is pretty weird because taste and touch are probably pretty similar. But I think we could just say tasting is like feeling with your tongue. I think that's pretty fair if we want to, you know, go with that. But we could say the same as smelling gasoline, right? Like just I smell because all when you're perceiving entities, right? You mentioned sense. You go from not smelling gas, and then you get closer and you smell gas, and you realize, okay, there's something here that is releasing an attribute affecting my sense of smell. Therefore, there's an entity doing this, right? The sense of smell cannot just be from nothing. There must be an entity, and I don't see how that's not as direct as being, I mean, if you add another person that says, "Oh yeah, by the way, there's this puddle or there's this liquid in front of you that's called gas and that's giving off the smell." And you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm blind and I can't touch it and I can't taste it, but I can hear what somebody's telling me." Like, you know what I mean? Like I just don't see how you can't get direct awareness from your other senses. I don't see that.
Well, smelling is so you can smell stuff, just molecules in the air, like perfume, for instance. Let's say uh,
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
someone is wearing perfume and you get near them. Now, are you aware of an entity there? Like, um, or let's say, I don't know if I want to use the case of perfume being like on someone, but let's say you hold it out in front of you. You're not even there's no one else but you. You're alone, and then you squirt some perfume into the air. It's not directed at you. You
Yeah.
squirt it away from you, and then now you can smell it because it's I guess some of the air currents they blow some of the molecules towards your nose. But now, are you smelling an entity there? Like, are these molecules? Are they the entities?
I
I don't
I
think
think
that's what Rand means when she says like sight and touch give us awareness of entities, like something you can't even see or touch. Like if you put your hand out to try to touch the thing, you can't feel anything there. You can't see anything, yet you're still aware of it. And I don't think she's considering molecules or atoms to be entities in this context. I think she considers entities to be things at the perceptual level, things that you can see or touch,
oh,
and be aware of them that
but
way.
but you just said you can see it on you can sense it on the perceptual level. If you can sense the perfume, then aren't you sensing? Aren't you a perceiving an entity? Just like if I hear
No, you're
birds
you're
chirping.
well now I'm using the terms sense and perceive differently. So I'm not using
Okay.
them as synonyms. So I'm using um, percepts to denote a certain kind of awareness of objects like this phone.
All right.
And sensing, I'm taking to not mean an awareness of objects. Like I don't know if that I can define it because I think now we're maybe getting to some axiomatic concepts as to what a sensation is, and I can just give examples of what it is. So maybe the sensation of sweetness that you get from tasting an apple, or the smell of perfume. That to use that example, but I wouldn't say that's an awareness of objects. Sensation doesn't give you an awareness in the sense I'm using sensation now. It's not an awareness of objects, whereas perception is. In entities, that's also a related term here. I could use that instead. Sensation doesn't give you an awareness of entities, whereas perception does. That's what's distinctive about the level of
Yeah.
perception.
I mean, I agree, but could I don't see why sound can't give you like the sound waves that are coming from the lawnmower. I am sensing these sound waves, and I have done some integration where I know that okay, these specific sound waves are the sound that a lawnmower makes. So haven't I then taken senses and stepped it up to the perceptual level? Just like people
Sorry,
can
you
go,
you cut out for a few seconds. Could you say that again?
oh, I was saying
You,
like I hear these sound waves from the lawnmower, right? And those sound waves are just senses, but I have integrated those senses into the perceptual level. So I do know that these sound waves make an entity, or these sound waves are coming from an entity because I've integrated it, right? Just like somebody that like knows the bird calls, right? He hears these what seem to be to me they would sound like nonsense, but he can go, ah, yes, that's a American swallow, or oh, that's a blue jay. Like, doesn't he have direct awareness because he's learned what sound waves they make? Just like you have learned the light that reflects off your phone into your irises? Because we all agree at some point that was just pure sense data. It's just light was hitting your eyes, and you integrated that into a phone, just like the other guy integrated the sound waves into his ear to be a blue jay. Or just like another
I think
person.
I think it's different. Like if I'm looking at the phone, there's not a separate step I have to go through in the analogous to the case of the sounds where I'm not looking at the lawnmower. Like it's not one step my eyes are hit by the light waves, and then another step later in time is I'm looking at the phone. It's all one thing. Whereas in the case of the sound coming from the lawnmower, first I hear the sound, and then later I can go outside and look and see where where the sound is coming from. So there's a two-stage process there in the case of sound, which you don't have in the case of vision.
But like if I hear somebody in my house call my name, I don't need to go check on them to know that they are there, right? I already know that that entity exists. The sound is just me directly perceiving that entity, right?
I mean, you could know where the sound came from, but that's not the same. I think as perceiving the entity as an entity. I mean, you know the entity that it came from, but you're still not perceiving the entity directly, I
Yeah,
think.
I guess that I just the perceived directly to me, I don't see how, and again I'm led back to the hypothetical. Even if 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 we have somebody who's blind, you know, can he and can't touch, can he never directly perceive anything, any entities? Like that just doesn't make sense.
I guess I think I would say no, he doesn't directly ever perceive entities. He's now at the level of a worm, or what I imagine to be the level of a worm.
But like
He's
he can
just
know
something that
concepts, right? Like concepts are
well,
taught.
if I mean if this is so you're in this example, you're imagining he used to have the faculty of vision and touch, but he's lost them. Is that part of the example?
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, I think either work if that's.
Now,
Yeah.
if that's the case, then I think he could have the concepts, but only because in the past he was able to see and touch. But if we imagine from birth he didn't have sight or touch, then I don't think he could
Wait.
ever
Wait a
form the
minute.
concepts.
Wait a minute. But doesn't Ayn Rand in Opar, doesn't she have a hypothetical about it like an electron, and how even electrons would be able to sense, they would be able to learn from sensing other electrons through their like magnetic field. Like,
There's an example in Opar by Leonard Peikoff where he talks about an atomic species which would have to infer the things that we perceive
yeah.
directly because they're just like in a cloud of atoms buzzing around and they can directly perceive atoms, whereas we humans, we have to infer them. We can't directly perceive them. They're too small. But if you imagine like a atom-sized person who can directly perceive atoms, but they can't directly perceive like a phone. They have to infer the existence of entities. Now, you might think it's impossible for something at the level of atoms to be able to perceive because there's just no way to have a neural structure in place that would allow perception. So this is just a thought experiment. Um, but that might be what you're thinking of, something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't
Well,
think Ayn Rand would say literally, actual fact, that there could be some
no.
atomic species that can perceive anything.
Yeah, she was yeah, it was a hypothetical or thought experiment. But they do talk, they do bring up like an alien life form. If it had different senses from us, like it would still perceive, like if let's imagine you're born without touch and without blindness, without vision, and the way your species works, you're pretty similar to humans, except you don't have to worry about you make it your life. You don't have to worry about pain or pleasure, right? Let's say somebody cares for this baby, right? Somebody feeds this baby, nourishes this baby, takes care of it. Are you saying that the baby would never be directly aware of anything still when it became 20 years old and it could speak, it could taste food, it could talk, it could hear? But like it's not gonna
It would be
respond to
aware
somebody?
at the I think it would be aware at the level of sensation if it didn't have touch or vision, but I don't think it would be aware at the level of perception. I don't see how it would go beyond the level of sensation to the level of perception, which is a precondition of getting to the level of concepts, because concepts are integrations of percepts, or at least at the primary level of concepts. Um, we like if I form the concept tree, it's because I've seen a bunch of trees and I see something similar about trees as against plants or shrubs.
But
Um,
but can't you form the concept of different types of birds because you've heard different birds? But you wouldn't know what a bird looks like, but you know that there's these different things that make different noises, and then you would give them
well,
your own name. You would say, okay, that one's a Tweety bird, and that one's a deep gull bird. You would make up just like any language, or your dad or your mom, right? You still hear your dad or your mom. You can't feel your dad. You can't see your dad, but wouldn't you hear the dad's deeper voice and you'd hear the mom's higher pitched voice and go, okay, these are two separate entities, right?
you could make some kind of discrimination between your sensations,
And that's
but I don't know that that's sufficient to get you to the conceptual level. Because I mean, if it's like being a worm can sense. Let's say a worm can't see, or I wouldn't say a worm can't touch. Like a worm, I think I would imagine, I would guess it has the sense of touch. Now that doesn't mean
yeah, probably.
it's aware of entities, but it has some kind of.
Wait, don't they sense like magnetic? What is it? Well, some animals can sense like the magnetic pole. So that's how, I mean, there's some that
Well,
sense
I wouldn't say that's an
charge.
entity though. Like,
Well, but it's an attribute of an entity, right?
yeah, you could call it that.
And okay, to well, I kind of think we're kind of going in circles now, but I guess I'd like to wrap it up. I guess I want to say my final question to you would be if you're saying, which what like Ayn Rand is saying, you're saying that sight and touch are necessary to move from the sensory level to the perceptual level and to see identity, see to directly be aware of entities. That's fine, but I think you would have to prove what physiologically uh, is required. What is physiologically different between sight and touch and sound, taste, and hearing to say that okay, a human being without these two cannot understand precepts? Because like right now we're just doing a hypothetical, right? We don't have a baby in front of us that is blind and can't touch, right? We have to do armchair uh, theorizing right now. But if you could show physiologically what's different about those, and what's the key difference, then I'm fine. But to me, it just seems like you really all senses are at the same level. Uh, let's say humans had another sense, And that sense was just to determine whether it was day or night. Like that was it, right? That was the only thing our sense could do, that our sixth sense, is determine whether the sun is above me or the moon is above me. Isn't that not giving me an awareness of the attribute of an entity? I'm directly aware that there is something above me. And that something is different than the thing that is not above me, the moon. And then I would name those things, right? I would name them. Okay, we'll name the first one the sun, and then we'll name the second one the moon. Hopefully, we don't mix up the order because I'm not visually perceiving them yet, or whatever. Maybe I'm in a cave, but I am directly aware of. To me, that's I think that's direct. I mean, even if you say it's indirect, we still know if I go up, yes, there was something above me, right? Even if I don't know what a lawnmower is, the fact that I'm hearing its sound waves, it does mean, yes, there was something producing sound waves. I might not have been seen it, but I'm still directly aware that there is an entity. And that's how I see it.
Well, what would indirect awareness be then, if it is such a thing at all?
I don't think there is indirect awareness, right? I mean, other than being like an equivocation, right? Like,
So then direct is just a redundancy to call it direct awareness, as you think of it. If there's no such
yeah,
thing as indirect, then all awareness is direct, but then we don't really need to say direct because all awareness is like that.
that might be true. I haven't. I shouldn't have spoke so quickly. I might be wrong about that, but that seems right to me. Like, the senses don't lie. What's an indirect sense? If a sense senses something, then doesn't it sense it directly? Right? The sound
Well,
waves are acting on me.
yeah, but well, as I said towards the beginning of this segment, the issue isn't whether the senses are aware of something, it's whether that the something is an entity. I think that's where the difference comes in.
But
They
but
are aware of something.
but you're only sensing entities. You can't sense anything but entities. Even the
I think you
perfume.
can. I think you can. Yeah, I wouldn't consider the being like when you smell that perfume, I don't consider that to be awareness of an entity because I don't think, molecules floating in the air. I don't think that's what's meant, at least in this context. And in the way that Ayn Rand used an entity, I don't think that would be considered an entity.
Well, you don't think you don't think an electron's an entity? It's made up of other entities, right?
No, not in the relevant sense, because I think of a entity as a I don't know if I can define it, but I would say perceivable, not just sensible object. And I'm distinguishing between the sensory level and the perceptual level. And you could sense, maybe you could say you sense the molecules, but or maybe I would say I sense the molecules, but I don't by smelling them, but I don't perceive them.
I mean, do you perceive them through a microscope?
Yeah, you could perceive them that way. That's different though.
So it's only naked perception is what you're saying. I mean, but that doesn't
Yeah.
but
Yes.
but I mean they still exist, right? Just
Yeah.
because we're in they still I guess. I mean, were you saying that people in the 13th century weren't perceiving atoms because not only did they not know about but now I can perceive I'm clearly perceiving atoms. I know that there are atoms that make up my phone. I can't see them because they're too small, but they are there, and my
Well, I mean,
eyes.
in a sense, I guess you could perceive them you could perceive atoms, but I think then um, you're there's some kind of distinction there. Like you're not perceiving the atoms as atoms. You're just perceiving them as parts of a phone. Whereas when you look through like an electron microscope, maybe that's when you could say you're perceiving atoms as atoms. I'm not sure I'm stating this entirely clearly, but there's some kind of distinction that I think needs to be made for like so you're
Yeah.
like so you could say like you see this phone, so you're perceiving some phone atoms, so whatever the atoms are that make up this phone. But I don't think that's the same sense of perceiving atoms as I would mean if I were to say I perceive the atoms of this perfume. I would mean something different by that. Like it's not a perceptual entity like or object like thing that I'm aware of in the perfume case, whereas the phone is. There's some object here, whereas there's not an object in the case of the perfume. So what I don't know if this just
But
transfers the discussion over to the term object, but
yeah.
there's some kind of difference there. It can be tricky to figure out exactly how to put it, but I do think you can perceive what I would not call objects. Like I wouldn't call. I mean, like, this reminds me of the egoism discussion. Like maybe if you use the term in a certain sense, in a loose sense, or in a non-literal sense, you could say that something is egoism. Whereas if you're being more strict about it, you wouldn't say it's egoism. Likewise, you might say in a strict sense of the word object, this phone is an object. But in a more loose or non-literal sense of object, you could call a molecule an object. But there's some kind of difference. It's not just the same exact sort of usage of the term object.
Okay, so in the Ayn Rand lexicon, in objectivist epistemology under concept formation, they give three terms for entity, and one of them is it's an entity is perceptual in scale, in size. In other words, it is a this which you can point to and grasp by human perception. In an extended sense, you can call molecules or the universe as a whole entities because they are self-sufficient things. But in the primary sense, when we say that entities are what is given in sense perception, we mean solid things which we can directly perceive. So it sounds like
Uh-huh.
she's agreeing with you, but I still don't, you know. I mean, she even says in an extended sense you can call molecules entities, but in the primary sense, when we say, like, if you can say they're entities in the extended sense, then yeah, okay, we're looking at the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah, I just shared that.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that that was. Oh, that comes from the Philosophy of Objectivism lecture series by Leonard Peikoff.
Oh,
That
I thought it
quote you
was
just.
okay. Yeah. Oh, you looked okay. All right, I was reading the wrong. Yeah.
But she
Oh,
was
okay.
present at
Well then,
that. At least part of that she
yeah.
attended, and she endorsed his course. So I think it's fair to say that that would represent her view.
But then again, like, okay, let me give you another hypothetical. Let's say you had a human, a man, that could smell, that could see individual molecules. Let's just like this is a complete metaphysical hypothetical. Like, would he be able to say, "Oh, I perceive these entities," but another person can't? I don't really. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this has gone on pretty long, and I'm
Huh.
kind
I
of
think in that case, then what for him for the tiny man, the atom-sized man, for him, atoms would be entities, but something like this phone would not be an entity in the primary sense. For him, it would have to be inferred. He would have to infer the existence of the phone, whereas we, who are actual human beings, we don't have to infer the existence of the phone. We can just see that directly.
But I don't have to infer the existence of electrons. I can see them directly through a telescope, through a microscope, right?
I think you do have to infer the existence. Well, maybe if you have a telescope or not a telescope, but a microscope, like an electron
Yeah,
microscope, then you could directly perceive them.
yeah.
But just with your unaided senses, without any special tools, I don't think you can directly perceive molecules or atoms,
But
given
they,
our nature as like if we were microscopic
yeah.
people, then yeah, we could directly perceive them, but not if we're the size that we are.
I mean, it's part of me is like, well, I'm I hear these sound is going in my ear. Therefore, something is making my ears move. Like this, let's call it a wind. They probably thought back in a long time ago that sound was just the wind moving, right? Which it is, sound waves traveling through air, but it's traveling through a medium. I would have to believe that the air is an entity, right? I can't just say like, oh, this lawnmower makes a sound and I just sense it without it traveling through an entity, right? It must. I mean, again, this just comes down to it's only entities that exist, and all the attributes of an entity or the consequences produced by an entity are like I don't perceive the entity, I perceive the attributes of an entity, right? That's just how I see it. But
I would agree with some of the
okay.
senses, but not all. So
Yeah. Okay.
I was just going
Um,
to. Oh, Audrey has to go, it looks like. All right, bye, Audrey. She says she has to bounce. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
yeah. Hopefully I didn't bore
I'm
her.
glad you called in.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the chat in a while, though. Uh, got some more likes on the stream. Thank you for those. Thanks everyone who's here. Um, Jason is in the chat. Greg's got some chats. Looks like they were the main chatters. Them and Audrey, since you called in. Yeah. So I was just going to open a Google Doc to, I forget why I was going to type something. But anyways,
Well,
um,
oh.
did you want to talk about anything else or just go on more about this?
No, no,
I'm
I'm I'm
flexible.
I'm I'm kind of getting sick of this topic.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
good. It's good, but yeah, I would like to know. Yeah, we'll just move on. My other things aren't as uh I don't think there's too much of a discussion, but uh and you might not even have an opinion on this one, but I am curious. She talks about sculpture in as one of the forms of art. Um and it's interesting because she she talks about how sculpture is restricted by the necessity to present a three-dimensional shape as man does not perceive it without color. But that's interesting because we actually know now that Greek sculpture was painted. So she's basing all this off ancient Greek sculpture and the Renaissance sculpture, which all the Renaissance sculptures were designed in the Greek, were trying to be like the Greek, and they thought that the Greeks didn't paint their art. But now we know from chemistry that they actually did paint their sculptures. So it seems to me like she might be completely wrong about sculpture. There's the fact that it
So
has
what is she, what could you where is that quote from?
A Romantic Manifesto, page 40. She says
What's the I don't know if I have. What's the essay? Does it
art
what
and
essay?
cognition.
Art
Oh,
and
it's not
cognition.
yeah, art and cognition. I don't think it's an essay she put in the newsletter, but I mean I could read you the paragraph. That's
Yeah, could you read it again?
yeah. Dealing with two senses, sight and touch, sculpture is restricted by the necessity to present a three-dimensional shape as man does not perceive it without color.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I don't know if they were if all the Greek sculptures were painted or just some of them were painted. I'm not sure if it matters though. Maybe, but I hadn't thought of that before. S- So it presents. She says that sculpture presents human beings as they are not perceived because they don't have color.
right.
And that's what you're saying. Yeah. I guess at least as far as some Greek sculptures go, then that would be incorrect. I don't know what significance that has. Maybe it has
Well,
some, but uh,
well, I guess for me it's more interesting because so I guess I'll lead to my further one. I have a I have an issue. My issue is she she separates utilitarian art from what she I'm putting a word in her mouth because I don't know what she would say, but like quote unquote real art. She she says art, art that is utilitarian in nature is not the same as art that is just for contemplating. And I think she's right, but I don't know how she gets around the fact that she includes architecture as a contemplative art, but she doesn't include um, something like carpentry as a contemplative art. Because essentially, any of the stuff that makes up architecture can also be used in carpentry and be just as utilitarian and contemplative. But like to her, somebody couldn't you couldn't call a table a piece of art in her mind. But like a architecture could be, and to me that doesn't make sort of sense.
okay. I just want to maybe read this sentence. I looked up sculpture in the lexicon. I know you're just talking about architecture, but
No, that's fine. It's fine.
I just wanted to at least read this before we go further. It says, I'll share it on the screen. And maybe this is part of what you already read, but just so it's visible to the people watching. She says, in Art and Cognition, that's the one you were reading from, sculpture recreates reality by means of a three-dimensional form made of a solid material. Sculpture deals with the combined fields of sight and touch. The so-called visual arts, painting, sculpture, architecture, produce concrete, perceptually available entities and make them convey an abstract conceptual meaning. So maybe given the purpose of sculpture, it could be, if the purpose is to convey an abstract conceptual meaning, maybe that could be conveyed regardless of whether a sculpture is painted or not. You might think it conveys something more effectively, depending on whether it's painted or not, but you might also think it can convey something nevertheless, regardless of whether it's
But
painted or not.
can a something like a table or a chair can they convey an abstract conceptual meaning? Because the way I see it, if architecture can convey an abstract conceptual meaning, can a can't the things that make up architecture, or that have architectural attributes, like a chair or a table?
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe they could, but I think it might be harder for just one object to do it than an entire building. Like if all you have is one chair, what could you maybe if it's like a throne that can convey something different than if it's just I don't know, like
Well,
a little chair you see at the airport, the
well,
plastic chairs that are all stuck together and
well, can I give you an example of what I'm thinking of? So
okay.
taking the fountainhead. There's um one of the big things about the fountainhead is like he one of the types of architecture that the people keep churning out is like that Greek style, right? And the
Mhm.
classical style.
Mhm.
And that classical style of architecture, I think you and me and Ayn Rand would agree, is art. It is pure architecture. They are conveying, when you make a courtroom or a courthouse in the style of Greek classical tradition, right? You are probably conveying this aspect of maybe justice, right? Or rationality, whatever you want. Same with like a library, right? Um, versus if you like made the architecture in the form of a prison or a gulag, some brutalist Soviet Russia style art, right? But even then, that would be architecture, because maybe they thought, okay, our form of justice is, you know, harsh and brutal, and there's nothing, it's whatever. But wouldn't you like if a classical courtroom or courthouse is architecture and that is art, wouldn't you have to go and say, okay, if there's a chair inside of that uh, building that's also in the classical style, then that is also art because it's conveying to the whole thing, right? I mean,
It can yeah, I g- I don't know if it's pure art though. Well, I think that's also the true of architecture. It doesn't because it has a utilitarian function,
right.
and the chair has a utilitarian function. Um, so I guess you're asking like why not also say the chair is art, just as we would say the building is art.
Yeah.
At least some
Yeah.
buildings, they both have utilitarian function, but they can be very stylized.
You can
Uh,
contemplate them, right?
I suppose, yeah, it might seem more natural, or it's maybe harder to stylize certain things in a way that they convey, in a way such that they convey some abstract meaning. It might be harder to
Yeah.
do that with just one chair than it is to do with if you have an entire building to work with.
Right. I
So
mean,
th there might be like a kind of gray area where it's from the purely non-utilitarian arts like painting um, and sculpture. What's the other one she
literature.
identified? Literature.
Oh no. Painting, sculpture, and architecture were the
Uh,
physical, right?
well, I was trying to think of the. Let me just go with painting. A non purely non-utilitarian
Hmm.
um, art form, whereas uh, actually maybe this is a good time to use my Google Doc here. I was going to make some notes, so we can have. Can you see this on your
Yeah.
screen?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay, so from order of um, most non-utilitarian to most utilitarian. So most non-utilitarian, at least in my list here, is going to be painting. And then architecture is going to be more utilitarian. And then maybe an individual chair would be next. It's not like architecture, it's also has a utilitarian function, but it's um, not as like it's more purely, maybe not 100% pure utilitarian, but it's more
Yeah.
utilitarian than architecture. Maybe I'll say here, um, harder to embody
Yeah.
abstractions. Maybe it can, but it's just harder
Yeah.
to embody abstractions than architecture.
'Cause- yeah, because I'm thinking of like, I don't know if you've ever been in a Frank Lloyd Wright house, but Ayn Rand loved Frank Lloyd Wright. And one of the things he did was every piece inside of his buildings followed the same structure of whatever he was doing. And so like I agree that if you were to take one of Frank Lloyd Wright's chairs and put it in a normal suburban house, it wouldn't be art. It would just be utilitarian. But when that chair is inside of Frank Lloyd Wright's house, I feel like it's elevated to the status of utilitarianism, and elevated to the status of, okay, this is art. This is part,
Uh-huh.
like it's almost like the chair is part of the architecture. Just like take a column, right? A column that holds up a Greek building. It's utilitarian because that column is necessary to keep the ceiling from collapsing. But that column is
Mhm.
also art, is how I
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah, I think it sounds reasonable to me.
Cool.
Like there's maybe a gradation here, and like if you took the chair out of context and just stuck it in not a Frank Lloyd Wright home, but just some random home, then you wouldn't know, it wouldn't seem that there's anything special about it.
Yeah.
Whereas a painting, it's going to seem special regardless of what the setting is, and likewise with the architecture. So,
Yeah, I see that. I get, yeah, the painting is a good one, right? The same painting in heaven or hell has you know, the same exact conveying the same concept or abstractions. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Well,
so
this
it
is,
might
yeah.
just be a difference in degree, I guess.
Yeah. The reason I ask is because I make furniture, so
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
So that's kind of so her talking about utilitarian. It's just like I don't really see. That was my problem. Was like if she includes architecture, she must. You would think architecture is only made up of you know utilitarian things. So that's how I felt. You know, a window, a window that makes up the building of the courtroom, the courthouse. Windows are utilitarian, but they are necessary for the artistic piece, right? And so that's how I felt. Like if surely the architecture is made up of the micro pieces inside of the architecture. If you had a classical style courthouse and you threw in, you know, a modern century lounge chair, that to me would not be art. That would be defacing the art. And I think you would agree. Just like if you took a painting in a realistic painting of, you know, I don't know who, but and then put Cubism in it, it would also be defacing the art.
We might just say it's a bad kind of art, but still art. I was going to
Well,
write here.
well, Ayn Rand actually did not consider Cubism to be art because she said anything that is not how humans perceive is not art. So things like Cubism, she actually says it in the book. She talks about how like um yeah, she brings that up somewhere in this chapter.
I think she might say about non-representational art that it's not art. I don't remember her specifically mentioning cubism. Uh,
Uh
maybe she
well
does.
I yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she says cubism, but I'm pretty sure she says like art that just shows shapes in weird angles. I think is
Mhm.
how she
Abstract art, maybe.
yeah, maybe that.
I think
Um
that's different. That's more removed from the perceptual level than is
yeah.
uh, a cubist styled person. I'm not sure that would be far enough removed from the perceptual level for her to call that not art.
I actually tend to agree with you. When I read it, I also was like I'm just not 100% if I agree with her on her take on art. I think she's right on the metaphysical, relation to it and what art is and how it affects your sense of life and all that stuff. But I feel like I think her concretes might be uh breaking down is where it breaks down, especially because Ayn Rand was very particular about art, obviously. So like, like she didn't even consider most movies to be art. She was very rough about movies, but I I think movies are easily as much art as paintings can be. I just think she did not, you know,
You said
I don't
movies
know.
are not art,
No, no, she did not. She
or
she
some
thought Fritz.
movies?
No, yeah. She thought Fritz Lang was really good, made good movies, made artistic movies, and she thought Gone with the Wind and all that. But she mainly thought that was because of like the play and how the literature was. But she talks about how like there's been almost no. Let me if I could find the quote. She's like, she talks about the director, certain flaws. She said, potentially, motion pictures are a great art, but that potential has not as yet been actualized, except in single instances and random moments. I mean, I disagree. I think she was just so what's the word? She was so virulent about movies. She kind of strikes me as not a movie person, you know? And she wrote this in what, like 1960. When was this written? Uh, I have my introduction is in. The book was 1971, but it's made up of stuff in the newsletter. But it doesn't have a date on art and cognition. Usually they had it. Oh, maybe it has a date at the end. Hold on. Mm-mm.
I'm
April
trying to
2,
buy.
1971. So like, I mean, there was plenty of. I'm a big movie fan, and I just feel like you know by 1971 there was plenty of movies out that could easily have been called art, and I just feel like she was.
Well, she
I don't
said
know.
great. There like aren't many movies that qualify as great art. What was the quote again?
Yeah, potentially, motion pictures are a great art, but that potential has not as yet been actualized, except in single instances and random moments. So she
Yeah,
does say
so maybe she
potentially.
thought there were
Yeah.
she thought there were many instances of movies that were actual art, but they just weren't great art.
Okay, yeah, yeah, right, right. I guess calling it like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
I was going to buy the book right now on Kindle on Amazon, but I don't see it available for Kindle.
Huh.
I got some of her other works on Kindle, but I don't see the Romantic Manifesto available in Kindle. Wanted to be able to follow along better on some of the quotes you were reading. I was just going to make a note here about the issue of the chair that you brought up. So
Hmm.
I put a sub bullet here saying that it might or might not be art, whereas I think with the others, it's necessarily art. I think that maybe that's the difference um, between painting and architecture on the one hand and chairs on the other. It might be, some chairs might be art, but they also might not be art. They could be
Well,
purely utilitarian, whereas the others, I think, painting and architecture are always going to be art.
well, hold on. Just to interject, are you saying that like is my the house that I'm in now a suburban house? Is that architecture? Is that art? Or is that just completely utilitarian?
Uh,
Because I don't think that's
I don't know
art,
if it's like,
but I
I don't
think
know
it's
if I wouldn't
architect.
like it's, well, I mean, you have to hire an architect
Yeah,
to create the house. So you might say it's got to be, it's in some sense of architecture, but um,
but I'm not
if
contemplating it.
if it's not designed to embody abstractions, like a Gothic
Yeah.
cathedral might be designed to embody the abstraction of I don't know, the malevolent universe premise, and man is small and nothing in comparison to God, and it's designed to give man that feeling of being small and insignificant and unworthy, of
Oh
low
yeah.
value.
It does that really well, doesn't it?
But if you're an architect and you might not be trying to convey any meaning like that. You might just
Yeah.
want to be able to build a house so someone can live there, and you're just trying to make money, sell your house. So even though we call the person an architect, that doesn't necessarily mean what their product is architecture. If we mean by that a kind of art, and if by art we mean something that embodies some kind of meaning or some abstract meaning. So the house you're living in, I guess I would that maybe I should put house here as another example of something that might or might not be art. And a Frank Lloyd Wright house would be a house that is intended to convey some kind of meaning, but other houses are not like that. So,
Right, right, right.
so I guess not all houses are architecture
Yeah.
in the sense that's
Just,
being used here.
just like I think all music is not art. Like I don't think elevator music is art. I think elevator music is purely utilitarian. Just kind of like how um she talks about how like the she talks about how like the like when people make interesting patterns and weaves on like quilts or fabrics. She's that's not
Mm.
technically it's not art, but it is an aesthetic quality because it's making our
Decoration.
senses. Yeah, it's a decoration. Yeah.
Yeah, she has that actually might be in the lexicon, that term decoration, and she distinguished that came up on my stream once. I'm just going to do a quick search on that.
Decorative arts.
Oh, is that the term?
I think I
Let me
saw
go
that.
down to yeah, decorative arts. There it is. The task of the decorative arts is to ornament utilitarian objects such as rugs, textiles, lighting fixtures, etc. This is a valuable task, often performed by talented artists, but it is not an art in the aesthetic philosophical meaning of the term. Uh, okay. There was some other.
So would a chair be a decorative art, or can a chair be elevated above decorative art in the way she's using it? Because she says lighting fixture, and I would think lighting fixture can be just the same as a chair. She's just listing examples, right? So she might as well could saying rugs, textiles, lighting fixtures, chairs. I would think,
Well,
right?
so they are th those aren't decorative arts themselves, but there could be decoration on the chair or on the rug
Right.
or
Okay. Well,
on the
okay.
lighting fixture.
Yeah.
So the
Wait.
decorative arts is to ornament
Oh, okay.
utilitarian
I see what
object.
you're saying. Okay. So right, the rug's a utilitarian object that's been decorated with decorative art, ornamented with a decorative art. Okay.
I was just thinking, I wrote here, painting is necessarily art and architecture is necessarily art. But I was thinking, well, what
But
about like a Jackson Pollock just
oh
smears
yeah. Yeah. Or
maybe, well, now I don't think Ayn Rand would consider that to be art. So maybe, but then maybe she would also say it's not really a painting. Smears on canvas is not sufficient to make something a painting. So
yeah.
maybe she would say if it really is a painting as opposed to just smears on canvas, then it is necessarily art.
Yeah, just like she said random noises is not music.
Hmm.
You can't just you can't just record the soundscape of New York City and go, "Oh, this is music." That's not how it works.
Yeah. I don't remember if well, music, I think she says is the one art form which is not well understood or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
relatively not well understood. So
yeah,
I don't
she
know if
went
she gives
into
a
a
definition.
yeah, she went into a lot about music, which I think it's great. But she makes it very clear that it's a lot of it is her hypothesis, or at least the final part of how she feels about music. But I think she's still right. Like, I mean, she's right. A music has to be is a periodic sensations that we are integrating or attempting to integrate, and it's replicating the integration step that we haven't been able to do since we were children, since we were babies.
Yeah, that's the first quote here. Music employs the sound produced by the periodic vibrations of a sonorous body and evokes man's sense of life emotions.
Yeah. And she's right. Like you can feel you can't really convey complex concepts in music, but you can convey emotions, simple emotions. Like you can convey the emotion of you can convey happiness and you can convey sadness. But like
Hmm.
you can't convey justice. You can't really convey love. Like, you know, it's really interesting that you can convey the sort of emotions you can. I personally think you can even convey like states of places. Like you can make music that conveys the state of being in a desert. Now, you're sort of doing that by playing music that would have been invented in a desert. For example, if you wanted to make a song that sounded like the desert, you would use like, instruments like the Indian sitar, or, you might use, they, in the desert, some places in the Middle East, their sense of rhythmic timing for music was based on the movement of a camel. So it's kind of different than ours, um, which ours is more based on the step of a human, the but theirs was like the movement of a camel, which is kind of interesting. But
Yeah,
yeah,
there's I was just thinking of somewhere Leonard Peikoff actually might have mentioned this in a recent talk he gave at a conference, the rag about ragtime music. Um, I think he said something about the the rhythm of the sound. It's or I don't remember if this was him or maybe someone in the audience suggested that it's like skipping instead of just walking. Because
Yeah.
it's ragtime music is syncopated. It
Yeah.
emphasizes the offbeats,
hmm
that.
Yeah.
Instead of just like the graduation song, dun 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 dun
Like a
dun.
march.
Yeah, it's not
Versus,
it's not all
yeah.
just
Yeah.
straightforward like that. It
Yeah.
emphasizes the offbeats, and if you think of the music as being just walking straight in a straightforward way as opposed to skipping, then it has a different flavor or feel in the um anyways, it's something about like the way our whole body is integrated with the sounds
Yeah.
is what enables us to assign certain meaning to it. It's like you hear
Yeah.
music and you automatically think of the desert because it has this camel feel to it or something.
Yeah.
What you were saying about the desert and the camel made me think of this point about ragtime and skipping and walking. I don't know that I've completely got it clear in my own mind, but anyways,
Yeah. Like
just
I think of like the one I think of is like the like a wedding march. Like when you when you go to a wedding and they play canon or whatever, it's like you everybody you automatically feel happy because that song is has the emotion of happiness or the emotion of elatement. It's got that. But like you don't feel the emotion of love. It's only because we have used that song at weddings that you have like in your mind whenever you hear that song you think of love is how I see it. It's not that the song is giving the sense of love. It's just that in reality the use of it has started to the societal use has made it attributed to love.
right. There's a
Yeah.
association that's been built up.
Yes, that's a good. Yeah, that's the word. Um, I found the quote that I was looking for about Cubism.
Okay.
She says she talks about style is the most complex element of art, the most revealing, and often the most baffling psychologically. And then I'm skipping a bit. She says a similar but less offensive conflict may be seen at the paintings of Vermeer, who combines the brilliant clarity of style with the bleak metaphysics of naturalism. At the other extreme of the stylistic continuum, observe the deliberate blurring and visual distortions of the so-called painterly school, from Rembrandt on down to the rebellion against consciousness, expressed by a phenomenon such as Cubism, which seeks specifically to disintegrate man's consciousness by painting objects as man does not perceive them from several perspectives at once. So
Mm.
I'm curious if she would even call that art, or if she would just say that's art with a disgusting style.
Maybe she would say it's borderline art, like it's kind of at the fringes. It's not like there might not be a like clear cutoff. Um, it might just be kind of a gray area and it fades out from what's like paradigm examples of art to paradigm examples of non-art. And then maybe cubism is sort of on the border there between art and non-art.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I am speculating here, but maybe
Yeah,
she would
right.
say something like that. I thought it might be good to read this little part here that I've got on screen where she compares music to the other arts. She says the fundamental difference between music and the other arts lies in the fact that music is experienced as if it reversed man's normal psycho-epistemological process. That maybe I shouldn't have read that because it involves that term psycho-epistemology, which is not immediately clear in its meaning if you haven't read her other writings. I don't know if I want to stop to explain that now, but let me just read this next paragraph. The other arts create a physical object, i.e., an object perceived by man's senses, be it a book or a painting, and the psychoepistemological process goes from the perception of the object to the conceptual grasp of its meaning. to an appraisal in terms of one's basic values to a consequent emotion. The pattern is from perception to conceptual understanding to appraisal to emotion. The pattern of the process involved in music is from perception to emotion to appraisal to conceptual understanding. Music is experienced as if it has had the power to reach man's emotions directly.
Yeah.
So an
And
example of this might be literature. Like you read a novel and you don't immediately, once you open the pages and start reading sentences, have any particular emotional experience. But maybe after you read the first chapter or the first section, you start to get a sense of the universe of the novel, and it gives you a certain vibe, and you start to feel an emotion. Um, Whereas for music, just you hear it and automatically
yeah.
you start feeling emotions. You don't have to like build up this context by reading a bunch, and then after you've understood it and judged it, appraised it, then you start to feel the emotion. No, you just directly have the emotion from perception to emotion, and then later you can try to figure out, whether it has any meaning behind it. But like you can hear songs in sung in a language which you don't understand at all, and they can still powerfully affect you. Just given the quality of the voice, it can make you feel a certain way. Like opera songs, maybe you don't speak Italian or Latin or whatever it's written in, but they can move you tremendously. And then later, they might even have an opposite effect. You might realize like this
They were
opera singer is talking about some really mundane,
yeah.
trivial thing,
Or
and you
it's a
thought it was this really noble, uplifting.
yeah. Well,
And so your
no, yeah,
conceptual understanding is definitely comes at a later
yeah,
stage than your
you're
emotion
right.
and
I mean, she's absolutely right. She even does a little study on a couple people where she plays them the same song, and they both all the people said this song made me feel happy, and I don't like it. But some people said this song makes me feel happy, and I do like it. And they've even
Mhm.
done they've gone to Aborigine tribes in like Africa, and they've played them songs that are in a major key and songs that are in a minor key, and without even knowing the Western scale, without ever hearing the music before, they attributed happiness to the major keys and sadness to the minor keys. So
Mhm.
there's something about it, and just like you said, you could be listening to for all you know, a communist marching song, and it makes you feel happy, but you once when you know that it's about communism, you're like, yeah, this song makes me feel happy, and I don't like this song, you know.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think she was absolutely right about this. Like, there's, you know, I,
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting insights. When I first read it many years ago, and I hadn't really thought much about uh, art and understanding it, what its meaning is. So if you haven't read this book, I think it's a real eye opener. She's just so brilliant in all the insights she offers,
but I
and
just
she's
think,
an artist herself,
yeah.
having written literature.
I mean, my big hold up, I refused to read it for a while because I shouldn't say refused, but like I I had already read Opar and I listened to the lecture, and I had read Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. So I already got a hold on, everything with the primacy of existence and what comes downwards. But the idea of admitting that art was objective just didn't make sense to me. It was like I just couldn't see it. It just was like, how is she ever going to come up with art being objective? And if she said if she does prove that art is objective, then it's possible that some of the art that I love isn't even art or whatever. But once when you read the book, you find out, okay, this is why somebody, she explains that when somebody tells you that what you like isn't art, it's a attack on your soul because it's attacking your sense of life. Everything you think about life is from that art. So when they say that's bad art or that's not art, you're most people will counteract and say, "Oh, art's just subjective. What do you know?" Because you're attacking their soul. But I think it was interesting to find out that like I like Shakespeare, but Shakespeare, his philosophy is wrong. It's a it's an evil and it's a wrong philosophy. But she explains correctly that it doesn't matter whether the artist's philosophy is correct or not. The fact is whether that art is you know art is the selective recreation of reality according to an artist's metaphysical value judgments. So as long as Shakespeare is properly conveying the fatalist, naturalistic, deterministic roll of the dice world, then that is good art. She didn't like it, but I like it, and Onkar Gotti likes it. You can still like it even if it's false art, and she would still say Shakespeare is good art. I'm sure she would probably. I don't know if she would say it's great art, but you know,
It's just important to realize there's different senses of evaluating art. I just wrote on another example on the screen I shared. Beethoven, you can, which he didn't like because his music conveyed a negative sense of life or a malevolent sense of life. But you could still say it's good art from a purely artistic perspective. It's good at conveying its abstractions. So if your goal is to convey certain abstractions like a malevolent view of the universe, you might think that Beethoven and Shakespeare are really good at that. But then it's a separate question as to whether you agree that that abstraction is true. Is the universe actually like that? So you can evaluate it from a philosophical perspective, and separately, you can evaluate it from an aesthetic perspective. So I'll write the two questions. So from a philosophic evaluation would be asking, is the or are the abstractions conveyed true, conveyed by the art true? But then you can also do just an aesthetic evaluation. And the question there would be, is the work of art good at conveying the abstractions
yeah,
it intends?
yeah.
And those are, you could have very different estimates of each of these questions. So you could say Beethoven or Shakespeare is great at conveying the abstractions they intend to convey, but you might say the abstractions they intend to convey are not true. They're false. That's not
I
the
mean,
way that.
it'd be interesting to have a piece of art that conveys the correct abstractions, but it does not convey them good. But I guess I could see that.
Maybe
I don't
some
know.
objectivist art is like that. At least I'm not saying I have much of a view on that myself, but I know other people like Art Euron Brook who are
Yeah.
really interested in arts, and it's more of a focus for them than it is for me. Like they've said, a lot of objectivist art is really bad,
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah. I could. Yeah.
they might say like they
Yeah.
are. You can kind of see how they're trying to convey
Yeah.
an objectivist sense of life, but it's too
Yeah.
secondhand or something, and it doesn't really
Yeah.
convey an authentic
Tr
feeling,
yeah.
and it conveys it through some.
Trying to copy Howard Rourke. You know.
Yeah, maybe something
Yeah.
like that.
Something like that. Yeah. I could. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Uh,
it's been
yeah.
we've
It's
had a lot
been a
more art
while.
on this show than I usually do. As I said, art is or aesthetics is the branch of objectivism which I have studied the least. So it's good to get some new material on my channel here.
Yeah.
So thanks for helping with that. Um,
Yeah. If I come back, I'll try to have well, I guess we spend a lot of time on these. So I guess I came with questions. So
yeah, that's good. And you're helping my voice, as I said before, helping my
yeah.
voice last longer. I've been going for almost 3.5 hours now, and my voice still feels okay. That might not have been the case if you weren't here on the call.
Yeah, I noticed your videos are a lot longer than they used to be. So you go on a lot longer.
Yeah, when I
And
first started live streaming, I would go for about 2 hours. Like in the first few months of live streaming, usually my streams were about 2 hours, but they were also more often. Like I would do it twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays. But at a certain point, I decided to just do longer streams. I'm not sure why, but I'm doing them a bit less often now. I do them once every 5 days, at least recently.
hmm
That's been my pattern. So I guess the longer the streams are, the less often I do them.
Yeah,
So maybe
makes
it all
sense.
balances out.
All right, well, I guess I'll stop hogging the microphone.
Well, I don't know if I have any other people who want to call in. I see we got some people watching here, so thanks for being out there in the audience. If anyone else wants to call in, you're welcome to. You can call in at any time, even if I'm in the middle of a call. And if I see someone else wants to come on, then I can shift to your call. No pressure. If you want to stick around or not. You said you also read The Virtue of Selfishness, so if
Yeah,
you wanted to talk about that, we could do that. Or if you want to uh, take a break or end for
yeah.
today, that's also fine. Up to
The
you.
the only thing about the problem I have is I mean, virtuous selfishness. It's all good. I don't have any.
Uh,
I don't. I don't think there's anything that I question. It's
That's I actually have questions myself.
I don't.
So,
I remember our last call. You said something about the hedonism or happiness. Was
oh
that
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've wondered sometimes if we understand hedonism in a certain way, if it would actually be compatible with Ayn Rand's view. Like if you just take it to mean whim worship, which I think is often how it's taken, then it's clearly not
Right.
compatible. But if you take it to just mean that the purpose of morality or ethics should be to achieve pleasure, and you have a broad understanding of what pleasure means, if you don't just mean like physical sensory pleasure, but if you also take pleasure to include psychological pleasure like happiness, if you consider happiness to
Yeah.
be a form of pleasure, and you say, and so if you take hedonism to mean that the purpose of morality is to achieve pleasure in this broad sense of pleasure, well, that seems like it might be compatible with Rand because she says happiness is the highest moral purpose, and happiness is a kind of pleasure. So is that really that different than what the hedonist says? If he says our highest good should be pleasure?
Yeah. I mean, I've always liked eudaimonia as a like pleasure plus happiness, like a truly virtuous version of happiness or
Eudaimonia.
flourishing. Yeah. You.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Aristotle's term. I don't know if others use it too, but I most associate it with Aristotle.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah, a lot of people, scholars will translate that as flourishing. Um, maybe I should take a look at the chat, see if there's anything there. Looks like it's been a while since
But
there were
does
any chats.
but doesn't she say in? I mean, doesn't she say that the purpose is happiness?
Yeah. Well, she also
Oh,
says the purpose is life. She says both. Sometimes in some context, she says the purpose of morality is happiness, and other times she says it's life. And maybe those can be made consistent.
I see. Well, yeah, I would hope so. Because if the purpose is life, I mean, the standard's life. I don't see how the purpose could be also life.
Well, she does. She says actually, life is both the standard and the purpose, and
Oh.
maybe not in the
Hmm.
same passage exactly, but
Oh, okay.
I was
Yeah.
gonna pull up my Kindle version
Yeah.
of Virtue of Selfishness so I could
Yeah.
share some passages on this. Just a moment. Okay,
Yeah. I have I have my
there.
highlighted copy. I just don't know if I highlighted that quote.
So
Basics.
I'm gonna put in purpose here. Here's a quote
Okay.
from
Yeah, go ahead.
page 31. It says, "The objectivist ethics holds man's life as the standard of value and his own life as the ethical purpose." So there she does say life, or at least man's own life, as the ethical purpose, and then she distinguishes between standard and purpose. The difference
Yeah, but
between standard and purpose in this context is as follows. A standard is an abstract principle that serves as a measurement or gauge to guide a man's choices in the achievement of a concrete specific purpose.
yeah. But yeah, and then here she says to live for his own sake means that the achievement of his own happiness is man's highest moral purpose. So yeah,
Yeah. So if I
she's
put in
saying
both terms, happiness
yeah.
and purpose, oh, it's not going to let me, it's acting weird. Why is it, it's not letting me, let me close that and then try to reboot
Oh, probably
purpose.
because yeah, probably because it's not finding any results.
No, it's when I hit a backspace, it
Oh,
like for a moment, the letter disappears and it, then it permanently disappears. I might have to just restart my
yeah, it is.
Kindle Cloud reader. Yeah, let me try to close that and then reopen it. Hopefully it reopens to the same page I was. Oh, maybe my internet is having problems because now it's not even loading.
You sound fine on my end, but
Hmm. Well, anyways, yeah, she does say
yeah.
in some other passages, actually in the about the author section of Atlas Shrugged, right after the novel, I think she says there, my philosophy in essence is the concept of man as a heroic being, and with productive achievement as his noblest activity and reason as his only absolute. But
Hmm.
I forgot the happiness part. With happiness as the moral purpose of his life.
Yeah,
Uh,
that would fit.
I think, okay, I just reloaded my Kindle. Let me try it again. Okay, now it's acting better. Yeah, here's page 73. Oh, I guess that's, oh, that I'm looking in the wrong book. This is the companion to Ayn Rand. I need to go back to Virtue of Selfishness. All right, maybe it's just this book which is not loading because it's being slow again. All right, let me try a different book. Let me try Atlas Shrugged. All right, that came up more quickly. So if I go to about the author, where's the oh yeah, here it is. Now I can share it. My philosophy, in essence, is the concept of man as a heroic being with his own happiness as the moral purpose of his life.
Hmm.
And then the other
Yeah.
parts that yeah, so she says both. Both life is the purpose of life and happiness is the purpose of life. But she does distinguish in the objectivist ethics. She says that happiness can properly be the purpose of life, but not the standard.
Right. Of course. Because then it just becomes hedonism.
Yeah, that's what she says there. Now, I wondered, I was talking about this some, I think it was in the last stream, how maybe there are cases where it wouldn't imply hedonism, like like anything goes kind of attitude. Like, why is it that we should use life as our standard and not happiness? Well, I think what she's suggesting is that it's somehow subjective if you use happiness as your standard, because anyone can claim anything makes him happy, whereas it's more objective as to whether something leads to life. You can't just claim eating rocks and dirt will achieve life. But then I was wondering, well, is it clear that eating rocks and dirt will not lead you to happiness? Like, could you not use happiness as a standard as to whether you should eat rocks for lunch? Um, I don't know if what I'm
Oh,
saying here
oh, yeah. But
is clear.
no, no,
Go
I
ahead.
get, but the standard must be life because the only fundamental choice is life or death. It's not happiness or not happiness, right?
Um, well, sorry, I'm delaying. I was just seeing if I could finally
Sure.
load my copy of Virtue of Selfishness, and now it is loaded, so
Okay.
I can
Yeah.
use that again. So the fundamental choice you were saying is life or death, not happiness or non-happiness.
Or I guess pain, it would be pain, right? Suffering, happiness or suffering. Yeah, she says this is psychological terms.
Yeah, there's that passage where she talks about the same choice considered from different aspects. I think I might have just found that. Um, yeah, I think it's the maintenance of life and the pursuit of happiness are not two separate issues.
Right.
It's on screen now. To hold one's own life as one's ultimate value and one's own happiness as one's highest purpose. See, there she's saying happiness is the highest purpose, and life is one's ultimate value. So before we saw her using uh, saying life is the purpose. Now she's saying it's the ultimate value. Um, and
I
one
didn't,
own
I didn't even think
there's
one's own life could be the ultimate. I thought it's a standard, not a value. Huh.
uh,
Okay. I mean, I guess.
yeah. So now we've got three terms on the table. Maybe I should add this to my notes here.
Yeah.
We've got life. Sorry, I meant to write value,
Value,
purpose,
purpose,
and standard.
and standard. Yeah. She called life all three of those, right? And she
And she
called
has called life. Yeah, she's used life for all three of them.
and I thought Peikoff and Opar said you you cannot think of life as of the ultimate value. No, maybe I don't remember. I
Now, in
forget.
purpose, she also says happiness,
Yeah,
but she emphasizes that happiness is not the standard. So I'll put a line through
correct.
that. Um,
Yeah,
oops, like that. But as and life is not just a value, but the ultimate value, she says.
yeah. And also, happiness is not a value because then you would just go for well,
I doubt she would say that.
yeah, I doubt she
I,
would say
I think she
yeah, I
would
guess it's
say
value.
if I mean a purpose is a kind of value. It's a
Yeah,
like well maybe not every purpose. So one way to think of a purpose is a chosen value, but that would just be a moral purpose because animals they have purposes, um, but they're not chosen if you think
Yeah.
they're
Uh,
deterministic. But I do think happiness is a value in Ayn Rand's
Yeah.
view. If it's a purpose, it's a value because a purpose is just a type of value. Like
Could
plants have values, but not purposes because they're not conscious. If it's a conscious purpose, that's what I was looking for. If it's a
could
conscious purpose, then it's a value.
could
Um, sorry, if it's a conscious value, then it's a purpose. That's what I meant to say.
could your purpose be your ultimate value though? Wouldn't that work? Like my purpose is the ultimate value, and all other values are to get to that purpose or to
Could your
get to that.
purpose be an ultimate value? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down.
Could
Could
yeah.
your purpose,
Could your purpose
um,
be to achieve the ultimate value would probably be the correct wording. Not
I think so. And I put
yeah.
up happiness here as I don't know that Ayn Rand ever says that. Like, she definitely says life is the ultimate value, but did she ever say happiness is the ultimate value? Maybe it is in her view if you asked her, but I don't know if she actually says that. I think she would probably say somewhere it's a value. I'm confident in that, but I don't know that she would say it's an ultimate value. Maybe, so here's my guess. She would say you could call both life and happiness an ultimate value. And if you're talking about happiness, if you say happiness is an ultimate value, then you're emphasizing the psychological aspect of life. So it's compatible with saying that life is your ultimate value to say that happiness is ultimate value. I'm guessing she would say something like that.
Yeah.
But maybe just to be cautious, I should not put that there. If what this is if we're going to call this a list of what Ayn Rand says about life and happiness.
Is rationality is the ultimate virtue, right?
Yeah, it's the main virtue, and then the other virtues are aspects of rationality, like independence or integrity, honesty, justice.
Can rationality be a ultimate value? I guess that I guess it could be a value, but probably not the ultimate.
I think it's too much of a means to
Yeah.
be considered an ultimate value. Now, I do think that the virtues, like Ayn Rand defines, maybe you can find her definition here of virtue, but she says a virtue is the means of achieving a value. So
Yeah.
it's at least here's virtue. A big part of what a virtue is that it's a means. Value is that which one acts to gain and keep. Virtue is the action by which one gains and keeps it. So I think it would suggest I don't think it would be an ultimate value because essential to the nature of what virtue is that it's a means to get something else, and that something else is the ultimate value. That's what you're really trying to go for. But I do think virtue it's a constituent of a good life. This came up a little in the last live stream. Should virtues be thought of constituents or of a good life or as instruments of a good life? I think it could be both. Um,
Okay. So this is interesting. In in the objectivist ethic, she says in one paragraph, she says the objectivist ethics holds man's life as the standard of value and his own life as the ethical purpose of every individual man. And then 2 pages later, she says to live for his own sake means that the achievement of his own happiness is man's highest moral purpose. So she's saying his own life is the ethical purpose, and then later she says his achievement of his own happiness is his highest ethical purpose. That's kind of unless she's using ethical and moral to be not synonyms.
So, I guess one might wonder about these passages whether she's inconsistent. Like on the one hand, she's
Yeah.
saying life is the highest purpose. On the other hand, she's saying it's happiness. And I think maybe those can be made consistent by just saying that when she says life, that includes happiness. What she means by life there is not like the life of a comatose patient who's brain dead. You might still say that person is alive, but they don't have life in the sense that she means when she talks about life as the standard or the purpose.
Yeah.
By purpose, like imagine one of her heroic characters in fiction, like John Galt or Howard Roark. If that's what she means by life when she says life should be our purpose, then that sort of life includes happiness. So maybe when she says life is the purpose, that's shorthand for saying a happy life
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
or a John Galt type life or a Howard Roark type
Yeah.
life. And so when she later
The good
just
life.
emphasizes, yeah, when later she emphasizes that happiness is the purpose, um, that could still be seen as consistent where she says life is the purpose because happiness is part of life, but she's just not emphasizing that aspect of the purpose when she says life is the purpose. Whereas she is emphasizing the happiness part where she says happiness is the purpose.
So, so I guess I'm more curious about your uh contention because I haven't thought about what I would think about it, but like walk me through why why you think this is an issue. Why do you
Oh,
think the way she picked purpose is, could be lead to a problem and what your solution is?
I'm not clear. Wait, are you
Well,
thinking I'm disagreeing with something she wrote,
yeah,
and you want to
yeah,
know
didn't
why, or
yeah, I remember when we talked a while ago, you said you had a video where this was one thing that you disagreed with or you didn't.
okay, it's something I have questions about. Like I'm not
Oh,
sure I
okay.
have a disagreement here, but I just wonder whether uh, hedonism is consistent with Rand's philosophy if we interpret hedonism to be the view that pleasure is our highest purpose.
I
I can
see.
write that here. So um,
I, I see.
I'll just say, what about pleasure? Uh, because that's what hedone is like the Greek word for pleasure. So if that's their highest value, then isn't that just couldn't we construe that as another way of saying what Rand is saying here, that happiness is the highest purpose? The hedonists say pleasure is our highest purpose
But doesn't Rand say that happiness is like a psychological pleasure?
or
If
highest value, maybe.
like she says that in she says like happiness and suffering is different than pleasure or pain. She says happiness is the successful state of life, suffering is the warning signal of failure or death, just as the pleasure pain mechanism is an automatic indicator of the body's welfare or injury. So so she is saying happiness and pleasure are different.
Yeah. So there's this term pleasure. It can be used in different senses. So it could be used in a. I'll write this out here. Pleasure. Oh, I still have this. Got to get rid of the strike through because pleasure can be thought of in a physical sense,
Yeah.
like this. When you eat ice cream, you make physical contact with
Yeah.
some food, and that gives you a sensation of pleasure,
Yeah, it sounds good right
or
now.
it can be thought of in a psychological sense, such as when you get a good piece of news. Maybe
Yeah.
you wanted some legislation to pass, and then the election is held, or the vote is held, and then the legislation passes, and now you feel this pleasure, not because something made physical contact with you, like ice cream on your tongue, but because you just got this information and you evaluate it positively,
Did
and that gives you some kind of pleasurable psychological experience.
did you
And
pick that
happiness, I think, is like that.
did you pick that example because you know I'm an anarchist?
Oh, no, had nothing to
May-
do with that.
maybe it's a good law that happy past.
Maybe
Um
you're having a good
res-
time with your friend watching a movie or something,
yeah. Yeah,
and you're
no.
not, it's not physical pleasure, but you're just
Yeah,
enjoying the experience, and that would be a psychological sense of pleasure.
sure. Yeah, getting married, firstborn son, graduating, you know,
Yeah.
tons. Yeah. I see. So,
Yeah, so if you're thinking of pleasure in this psychological sense, then you might say, well, maybe that's consistent with holding happiness as the highest purpose.
mhm.
And I think maybe some hedonists, and like I'm not an expert on hedonism, but it seems within the realm of possibility, there might be some hedonists who hold that um, pleasure in a psychological sense is the highest good, or the highest purpose we should aim at.
I mean, I think if you were a hedonist and you didn't believe that, then you would be you would be inconsistent if you weren't shooting yourself up with heroin at every moment, right? Because
Well,
heroin,
you might think that in the long run, shooting up with heroin is not conducive to your psychological well-being. Maybe in a moment
right,
it gives you a rush of pleasure, but
right. I agree. Like if you were a truly just a hedonist that only felt about pleasure, that did not think of pleasure in the psychological sense, then you would just be a junkie, right?
well, I guess we have to say more here beyond just psychological sense, because uh, maybe we should add something about long range, or so you can have a view of um, so, or how do I want to put this? Pleasure can be short range or long range,
But
shallow or deep.
only psychological pleasure, right? You can't have
Maybe.
like because I can't be like, okay, I'm gonna eat the ice cream slowly because that'll be more pleasurable. Like I'm gonna eat the ice cream over 2 days. Like that doesn't make sense. If I just want the instant, I want the pleasure of eating ice cream. I don't.
And it starts to lose its pleasure if you just eat it
y-
all the time. I
Yeah,
mean, the first lick is much more enjoyable than the
that
one
that
millionth lick.
that's also true. And there's like for example, to go back to heroin, it's a heroin's a great example because it's so deadly, but like even a junkie knows the longer and longer and the longer he does it, he's hurting more and more, right? He's actually feeling more pain every time he shoots up in the long term because his body is slowly destroying itself. So it would actually be in his let it would be in his purely body pleasure reason or want desire to shoot up so much heroin that he just has the best time of his life and there's nothing to worry about, right? Like that would he would truly be getting his purpose in life. You know, if his purpose is the most pleasure ever, then he really should just shoot up all the heroin that he can in the one moment because every moment that he delays it is just more pain. Kind of reminds me of like Epicurus. You know, he wouldn't have friends because friends would lead to pain and all this. Like it was just sort of like a inverse Epicurean, but
So if we just say that the highest pleasure, um, maybe I should add that or maybe start a new line. Or the pleasure, I'll say the highest pleasure takes into account one's whole life. And a hedonist might say if that's what we're talking about, if that's the highest pleasure, then being a heroin addict isn't the road to the highest pleasure, because maybe you'll feel great for a few seconds or minutes, but once it wears off, you're going to feel terrible or suffer some kind of negative effects.
yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
exactly what they are. But if we're talking about the highest pleasure, then a hedonist might say if you want that, then heroin is not the way to do it. But maybe Ayn Rand's virtues are the way to do it. Be long range, be productive, be
right,
honest, practice all the virtues that I have on my listed on my background here. Um,
right.
so yeah, I'm not sure why there would be any conflict between hedonism understood in that way
Yeah,
and objectivism.
I see your point. I mean,
And someone
okay.
actually wrote a dissertation on this, Ole Martin Moen, who has been influenced by Ayn Rand. I don't think he considers himself an objectivist, at least not now, but he's certainly familiar with Rand, and he wrote a dissertation on hedonism, arguing, I think in part, for the compatibility of Rand's view with egoism, or at least maybe it was that she could be interpreted in a way that is compatible with egoism.
Hmm.
Sorry, with hedonism.
Yeah, yeah,
Rand
yeah.
could
No,
be yeah.
yeah,
And Rand only wrote, one or two pages or paragraphs on hedonism, not a whole dissertation. So I don't know that we can necessarily take just a little bit of text she has in the Objectivist Ethics on hedonism as an indication of her what she would think if she had um, written a much longer treatment of it. I don't know that it ultimately matters or is really important. The most important thing is, what is she advising we do? Like, what is the content? Like with also this, with a label of selfishness, some people have said, well, maybe that's not the right label for her view, but that's less important than what the actual substance of her view is. What is she saying we should live like? How should we live? Should we
yeah,
live for ourselves or should we live for others? That's the most important thing to get the right answer on. And then what label we use to describe that, should we call that selfishness or something else? That's a secondary issue. Likewise, whether we should label her view as hedonism or something else is less important than the actual substance of the view. What is she saying we should aim at, and what kind of life should we live? So it's just an issue of labeling, um, that I think maybe um, hedonism could be a proper label if we understand it in a certain way,
all right. Well,
different than the way she understood it, not as
it
just
look
one worship.
it
Go
looks
ahead.
like evolutionary capitalist has entered the chat, so
Oh,
I think it's time I leave because
well, you can leave if you want. He's been here in many previous chats, and
yeah.
he often has a lot to say.
Hmm.
Um, I actually did a call with him about a year ago, which is on his channel. He's a determinist, and he puts a lot of stress on evolution and his theory. I
Oh
don't know
yeah.
if you've heard any of my previous shows in which I engage with him in the chat, but I don't mean to pressure you to stay here or anything. If you want to go,
No,
that's fine.
no. Yeah, yeah. I'll have to if I'll have to find more things that I need to talk about. Um,
Okay.
I need to finish. I need more books. I need to read more. Um, But yeah, it's been a. I mean, we've been on the call for what? Does it have a timer?
I've been going for about 4 hours,
Yeah,
and so you've probably been here around 3 hours.
yeah. So I'll yeah, I'll go. I got other things to do, but that was fun. It was fun talking. I'm glad I don't get to talk much to other objectivists, so
Well, I'm
good
glad you
to
called in. I
yeah.
do appreciate the call. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I welcome you to
Yeah.
come back anytime, and I guess I'll see you around.
Yep, I'll see you around.
All right, take care. Bye bye.
Yeah, take care.
All right. So, hello to Evolutionary. It's been a few streams since I've seen you here. Let me take a look at the chat. Maybe I should take a break, give my mind a rest, and then look at the chat after that. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. I'll take a break and then look back at the chat. But you all can keep chatting and that'll give me some more material to engage with. All right, so I'm going to put a note on the screen. It's now 2:57. Should I take 15 minutes? 10, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and then come back. That sounds pretty good. All right, I'm going to go with that. And this time I'm going to write the return time in my Zoom name. So now I turned off my camera, but I'm going to change my name. So it says I'm on break and I'll be back it's now 2:58. So 10 to 15 minutes would be 3:08 to 3:13. That's what I want to put in to replace my name. Back at 3:13, 3:14. 3:09 to 3:14 p.m. Pacific. That's probably too long to fit. I'm going to try it though. Yeah, I have to make it a little shorter. I can change at to the at symbol. and get rid of that space after. Actually, I can get rid of a few spaces between the time and the hyphen. I'll get a few more characters that way. I could also just delete the part that says I'm on break. Uh, yeah, I'll just delete that part. And then I will also type that in the YouTube chat. All right. See you later. Have a good break. Hmm. I am back. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes, subscribes, shares, chat messages. Evolutionary is here. I just saw a new message from him come in. All right, let me share my chat window. So where should I start? I could just start with, I don't know who's still here besides evolutionary. Uh, I guess if you tell me you're here, I'm more likely to engage with your chats. So right now, I only know evolutionary is here. I don't know about the earlier chatters. Greg, Audrey said she had to go. Um, Greg, Audrey, Jason. But anyways, if you want to increase the likelihood that I engage with your chats, let me know if you're still here. I'm going to look at some of evolutionary's chats right now. Should I start with the earliest ones or the latest ones? Maybe I'll just quickly read through all of them because there's only a dozen or so here. It's not the duration of eating an ice cream that creates diminishing happiness. It's how many you eat in a given time period. Also, it's the opportunity cost of eating one ice cream over 2 days that inhibits total happiness. But it's said that philosophers and objectivists just ignore why evolution programmed happiness into us. Happiness and pleasure are evolutionary motivators. They're not something we can choose, and that's what makes it objective, not dependent on the mind of an actor. Happiness and pleasure are motivators toward stable behavior. Why don't you assist your analysis with AI on live streams? Egoism isn't evolutionary stable behavior because the individual can maximize their well-being at the expense of the genetic group or society. I think humans in Ayn Rand emotionally reject the likelihood that we are just a means rather than an end. Did you ever look at the ANCAP proof of morality, argumentation ethics of Hans Hoppe? I'd like your opinion. I think it's ridiculous. Okay, those are all of evolutionary's chats. Maybe I'll start with the AI one. Well, I do use other resources like the Ayn Rand lexicon, and sometimes I Google things and I get an AI overview and I will read that. But I don't, I'm not aware that I use AI beyond that. maybe there are good ways to use it beyond that, but uh, you can let me know if you think there are. Like, what else? How else could or should I use it? I'm open to suggestion. Okay. Hans Hoppe, I have not read his proof of morality, his ANCAP proof of morality. I didn't know he had such a thing. I've heard of argumentation ethics, but I haven't looked into it firsthand. Like I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't read what he himself says about it. I can't even say I understand it, like the secondhand reports of it that I've heard. I mean, I guess I kind of get a glimmer of what he's on to. Like one thing he tries to do is show that the non-aggression principle, or what he calls the non-aggression principle, is somehow implied by making an argument or something. I, I could be butchering this, but something like that is what's coming to mind right now as to what he tries to argue, as to like how he argues for that. I don't I don't know that I could say anything about that. But it did not sound right to me. Like that's not how, maybe it's some kind of a priori, to use that term, way of justifying a principle that I think should be reached by induction. So it's his whole approach sounded pretty alien and not right to me. But that, again, this is just my secondhand impression based on what I've heard other people say about it. So maybe I could research it some on stream. Maybe I could ask AI about it. Evolutionary says prompt AI to take the opposing view of objectivism. I'd like to see you debate it. And then he says, yes, he says the NAP non-aggression principle is a necessary condition to argumentation. Yeah, I don't see why that would be like well, I mean I do think it's, if you were going by reason as opposed to force, or if you're using persuasion as against coercion, then maybe you're implicitly not aggressing against people. Does he mean something like that? Like if you're going to have an argument with someone, I don't know, if let's say I want to argue with a socialist, um, implicit in having that argument is that we're going to follow reason. We're not going to think that the argument ad baculum, appeal to the stick, is a valid method of argumentation. That's classified as a fallacy if you take a course on like intro to logic, or critical reasoning. The ad baculum fallacy is the appeal to force. Like force doesn't establish something is true. Even if you threaten to kill me if I don't say that 2 plus 2 is 5, that doesn't make it true that 2 plus 2 is 5. A gun is not an argument. So I don't know if what he's saying is in the neighborhood of that idea. Um, You say yes, but he generalizes it too much. Being peaceful is only temporary at best. So as far as it- asking AI to take an opposing view, wh where would I start? I don't even use Chat GPT. That's the one I hear about the most, but is that a free software I can just download and ask it questions, or do I have to subscribe to that? If it's easy to set up right now, maybe I could do it quickly, and or maybe there's like a free sample version. Let me do a quick Google search, see what I find. Chat GPT. Use AI chat online now. How can I assist you? Translate, summarize, write code, see more, ask something. I'll ask it, I guess I can share this screen. Yeah, let me share this. All right, I just went to, oh, maybe this is I Googled Chat GPT, but this is what came up. This chataipro.org. Is that different than Chat GPT? This says OpenAI's GPT 4.0. So maybe this is, and this says GPT. So maybe this is some kind of Chat GPT. Anyways, I'll try this. So let me ask it, can you debate? Oh, is it going to start typing? Here. Can you debate Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism with me? I can provide information about Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, discuss its key principles, and address common criticisms or alternate perspectives on it. However, as an I cannot engage in a live debate with you. Okay, so I can ask it to give me criticisms. Maybe that's the closest thing I can do to having a debate with it. You say that's not Chat GPT. Ask it what are the evolutionary arguments for altruism. Oh, go to Chat GPT and you can start asking questions without signing in. Is it chatgpt.com? Let me try, let me just Google Chat GPT. Oh, that was a sponsored results. I think I found okay, yeah, chatgpt.com. All right. I guess this is, all right, let me share this. All right, so this one looks a little different. This is the one I was looking at a minute ago, but I thought maybe that was GPT, but apparently it's not. So then I found this, chatgpt.com. So I'll ask it the same question I put here. Although you gave me a different prompt. What did you say? Ask it what are the evolutionary arguments for altruism. Okay, I'll do that. Let me just put in the same question though and see what it says. Chat GPT says, absolutely, I'd love to. Let's set the stage first. So this one is Chat GPT says it would love to debate Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism with me. You agree to our terms and have read our privacy policy? Let me take a quick look at that. It takes a long time to read this fully. All right, I'm going to come back here, look at the summary. Ayn Rand's objectivism is a comprehensive philosophical system built around a few core ideas: metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, aesthetics. Before we start the debate, how would you like to structure it? Would you prefer that I defend objectivism while you critique it, or vice versa? All right, I'm going to put in this question evolutionary suggested. What are the evolutionary arguments for altruism? All right, I'm going to say actually, first, can you please answer this? What are the evolutionary arguments for altruism? Excellent question, and one that cuts right to the heart of the debate between Ayn Rand's rational egoism and the Darwinian view of social behavior. In evolutionary biology and psychology, altruism is explained not as a mysterious self-sacrificing instinct, but as a set of adaptive strategies that increase the overall reproductive success of genes. Here are the main arguments. In short, evolutionary altruism isn't about moral self-sacrifice for its own sake. It's about strategies that, over time, made cooperation and helping behavior reproductively successful. Would you like me to connect these ideas to Rand's rejection of altruism next? That's where the philosophical tension really begins. Maybe it's better if you use Chat GPT and you could put it the answers you like in the chat. I wonder if I should look more at that terms and conditions thing before I continue using it. But it's probably better if I do that on my own time because it might take me too long to do it now. So I guess one issue that comes up is what does altruism mean? Is it a moral viewpoint that involves sacrificing yourself, or is it some other kind of thing, some evolutionary strategy? A set of adaptive strategies that increase the overall reproductive success of genes. So it's looking at things from the point of genes. I guess that's a difference from how I think of it. I think more in terms of organisms, not the genes of organisms. Evolutionary altruism isn't about moral self-sacrifice for its own sake. So maybe it's just talking about a different thing, evolutionary altruism, as opposed to just altruism. And as I said earlier, I don't think altruism or egoism applies at all if we're talking about beings who don't have free will, unless we're using the term in an extended sense, because altruism and egoism are moral theories. That's how I use the term in its primary usage. And there is no morality if there is no choice. So maybe we're talking past each other because we're not on the same page about what altruism means. I'm reading some of the chats. Oh, Jason is back. Hi, Jason. Ask GPT if indeterminism is necessary for morality to be relevant. It'll define any term, or you can redefine any term for the purpose of debate. I don't say indeterminism is necessary for morality. I say non-determinism. Because indeterminism usually means something that, like randomness, metaphysical randomness, which I don't think gives us control, which is necessary for morality. So there are multiple directions I could go here. We could go in the determinism or indeterminism direction and talk about that, or the altruism direction. I like to get to fundamentals if I'm having a debate, but I don't want to discuss fundamentals unnecessarily. Like, so evolutionary here in the chat, he's a determinist, but does that mean we can't talk about the weather? If I say, how's the weather where you are? Oh, well, we can't talk about that because you're a determinist and determinism is more fundamental of an issue than the weather. I don't think that follows. So maybe there are some issues other than even if we don't agree about determinism or free will, maybe we can still have worthwhile discussions on other topics. But then, but maybe not all other topics. Like maybe if it's altruism versus egoism, that's essentially involves the issue of free will or indeterminism, because if altruism and egoism are moralities, different moralities, and morality presupposes free will, then maybe it doesn't make sense to talk about egoism or altruism if we don't already agree about free will. Um, but maybe we can talk about it some. Uh, so I guess what are you most interested in talking about? You want to stick on egoism and altruism and evolution, or do you want to go to determinism? Let me know if you have a preference, or if there's something else that I haven't mentioned yet. Um, Other people also, if you're in the chat, you can feel free to let me know if there's some topic you want to talk about. Jason says, indeterminism means events are not fully determined by prior causes, while non-determinism simply allows for multiple possible outcomes without specifying whether chance or choice causes them. Maybe I should type in the chat something about that. I'm going to say indeterminism as I understand it means determines metaphysical randomness? Not epistemological, but metaphysical. So you might think things act in a random way, but that just could be a reflection of your ignorance of why it's acting the way it is. Like, can you predict the way a cockroach scurries around the floor? It makes all kinds of um, movements, and you might say it's just going in all kinds of random directions. But if you knew all the facts about it, the states of its neurons, if you were a Laplacian demon, maybe you could predict exactly how it goes. So metaphysically, you might say it's not random, even though epistemologically it seems like that. We just have no way to predict something that complex. But to say something is metaphysically random is to say it's not just an issue of our lack of knowledge. It's the nature of the thing itself. It behaves in random ways. It's not determined how it's going to act. Um, Whereas in the case of human choice, I would also say it's not determined, but I wouldn't say it's random. It's a third sort of causation. It's neither random nor determined. It's chosen. Question was with typos. All right. Determinism and its alternatives can be defined in terms of probability. Determinism is just 0 and 1 probability for any events. Says evolutionary. If you are a determinist, then everything that happens with a probability of 1. It could not have been otherwise. It's not 0 and it's not something between 0 and 1. But if it's indeterministic, then I guess the range of probabilities could be anywhere from 0 to 1, inclusive. But I don't know if you could say choice, if you could assign a probability to that, maybe it's not the sort of thing which has a probability. So there are one thing we could discuss is whether determinism is true, or another is what does it mean? And maybe we're focused more on the meaning question right now. before we can decide whether determinism is true, we have to know what it means, or whether indeterminism is true. We also have to know what that means. So right now, we're focused in the chat on what is the meaning of these terms. Maybe I should poll the chat on whether they are determinists. Not that that would determine which view is true, but I'm just curious. I will do yeah, let me do the poll. Okay, Jason and evolutionary are going back and forth. So I'll ask, is determinism true? And your options are yes, no. Should I add any other options? Maybe I don't know. And I could add another option because I can add up to 2 options. I could add I don't care. Should I put that? Or it doesn't matter? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It could go with any of these options. So it cuts across. It's not mutually exclusive with yes and no. Because you could say, yes, it's true, but it doesn't matter. Or yes, it's true, but I don't care. So maybe I should just leave it as yes, no, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll just go with that. Okay, you can now vote on that. By the way, I think I'm getting close to officially getting 3,000 hours of watch time, which is what I need to get my channel monetized. I was already over 3,000 hours in the last stream, but not the official count. If so, they're different. I'll show you. Let me share a different screen. So here I can see my watch time in the last 28 days. But if I switch that to the last 365, it says I have over 3,000 hours. In fact, I think I can get it. Yeah, now it shows an even exact number, 3,063.3 hours. So it looks like it just rounds that to the nearest 100 here, where it says 3.1K. However, if I look at a different place in my YouTube analytics, it's not going to say it's going to be under 3,000. So the officially counted hours I have to find here in the Earn tab. So there it says I only have 2,972 hours. So I got a little bit more to go to get 3,000. So there's a delay of about 5 days. So this data is as of November 2nd. Today is November 7th. So to validate the hours, it has to go through some procedure. So I think that's what happened last time. I just looked in the analytics section and it told me I had over 3,000 here, but I wasn't looking at the earn section when I did that. So what really counts is the hours that show up here in the earn tab. And there, I'm a little bit under, but I think I'll cross the 3,000 mark within a couple days. So if the next time I live stream, 5 days from now, I think I'll be able to come back to this screen and this should be filled all the way up to 3,000. And then I guess YouTube will look at my channel and see if I qualify. They have to review my channel and let me know if my channel is eligible for monetization. But I'm very close. So thanks to you all out there for helping me get all these watch hours. I do appreciate it. Okay, let me come back to the chat. All right, so evolutionary and Jason here going back and forth. What is the best thing to discuss now? The meaning of determinism or indeterminism or what? Oh, did we get any more votes? Maybe I should close the poll now. We got 4 votes. All right. So far, we have 2 people who say, I don't know if determinism is true. One says, yes, it's true. One says, no, it's not true. All right. That's interesting. I guess that means not everyone here is an objectivist, because if you're an objectivist, you would say that determinism is not true. But there's only 1 people out of the 4 who said that. And it wasn't me. I didn't vote. I can't vote. So that's interesting. I'm curious about the other people who are here. If you want to jump into the chat, I don't know who any of these votes are from because it doesn't tell me. I just see the number of or the percentage of people who voted for each choice, but it doesn't tell me who voted for what. I guess I mean, this could be evolutionary. Who said yes? He's the one person in the chat who I know. His answer is yes. Um, but if you're one of these I don't know people, I'd be interested to hear from you. Why don't you know? What is it that makes you not know? I'm not saying you should know, but I'm just curious. Is it that you see some evidence for it or some evidence against it and you're not sure which oh, Florida Nick says he voted no. Okay. So if you're one of the I don't know people, what is it that puts you in that category? I'd be curious to hear. What if I said it's self-evident that determinism is false because if you just introspect, you can see that you are free. You have control over your minds. So is that not sufficient evidence? Another person voted, another person for I don't know. So now we got 3 I don't knows. Interesting. That's the majority position. Oh, Jason says I'm the don't know because I don't care. No, I do not have any evidence of it, but I argue it cannot be proven or unproven. Okay. Well, what about the argument I just gave? We can introspect that we're free. And if we're free, then we're not determined. But determinism says everything is determined, so determinism must be false because we're free. So we ourselves are counterexamples to the thesis that determinism is true. If determinism were true, we would be determined, but we can introspectively see that we're not. So determinism must not be true. What about that argument? It's a spaghetti monster always pulling my strings and I can never see him. Oh, so that's is that a way of saying free will is an illusion? You think it's you who's in control when you introspect, or it might seem like that, but you say maybe it's a spaghetti monster. Does that raise the issue of the arbitrary? Does anyone else out there want to explain why they are in the I don't know category? The spaghetti monster is not mine originally. Yeah, I've heard of that. The flying spaghetti monster, I've heard of that. I want to Google that. The term spaghetti monster most commonly refers to the flying spaghetti monster, a parodic deity of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, Pastafarianism. The FSM was created in protest against the teaching of intelligent design in public schools and represents a lighthearted approach to religion. Certainty is impossible, says evolutionary. Are you certain of that? Is that one of those self-refuting statements? Or there are no absolutes? Is that an absolute? He says, nope, I'm not certain. You're not certain that certainty is impossible? Well, then maybe it's not true that certainty is impossible. Maybe you shouldn't say that certainty is impossible if you're not certain about it. But of course, if you were determined, then you couldn't have helped but say that. You had to say that. You're certain enough. Does certainty come in degrees? Or is it a binary? Either you're certain or you're not certain. There are degrees in Leonard Peikoff's book, Opar. He says there's a continuum of evidence from possible to probable to certain. But once you're certain, there's that's the end of the continuum. But maybe there's a sense in which you could talk about degrees of certainty, and you could just stipulate that when you say you're 50% certain, what that means is you're half of the way to certainty. You can prove something exists, but not the axioms used to prove it. Axioms are the basis of proof. You can't get more fundamental than axioms. So I would agree that you cannot prove axioms. Uncertainty creates the illusion of choice, says evolutionary. I'm certain enough to live my life and know determinism versus indeterminism has nothing to do with how I live and my moral choices, says Jason. It has nothing to do with how you live and your moral choices. Really? Do you ever praise or blame anyone for anything? If so, doesn't that imply a view of whether or not they're determined? Or maybe you're just saying that determinism versus indeterminism doesn't matter, or you don't, but maybe determinism versus free will does matter. But you said you were one of the I don't know votes on is determinism is true. So, um, I'm not sure why whether determinism is true. Oh yeah, you also said you were one of the I don't cares, right? Yeah, you said you're the I don't know because I don't care. Why wouldn't you care? To make sense of your own life, isn't determinism relevant? If you are determined, then that means nothing you do deserves praise or blame. Nothing anyone does deserves praise or blame. That's at least one implication of determinism, according to me and many others. So your view of yourself and the moral significance, if any, of your actions depends on whether or not you see yourself as determined. Other people can believe it is all determined. Go for it. I don't believe it. So you're agnostic. I mean, well, you said you're an I don't know. So maybe that's just another way to say you're agnostic on determinism. But you didn't just say you didn't know. You also said you didn't care. That's that's the part I'm wondering about now. Of course, if you're determined, then whether or not you care, you don't have any choice about. It's not up to you whether or not you care. But um, I'm curious why you would say you don't care. You're agnostic for the purposes of this argument, says Jason, but not for some other purposes. I'm not sure what that means. What is this argument that you're agnostic for the purposes of? And what would be a context or purpose in which you're not agnostic, if there is one? Oh, it went back to 50% on the poll. Was there another vote? Oh yeah, it looks like the percentage has changed now. So we got 2 votes for yes. One for no and 3 for I don't know. So whoever the yes people are, I wonder what your reasoning is. So why do you think determinism is true? These gray bars are kind of hard to see, but I see them now. You can see the length of the bar for the yes and the no and the I don't know. Dark gray on black is not a good contrast. They don't really show up much, but maybe you can see that. So what's your evidence for yes if you are one of the yeses? If talking to Harry Binswanger, then no, you're not an agnostic. So we can not determine why and when we give praise or blame. I am just giving it. We're just spinning our wheels, says evolutionary. Determinism isn't going to be settled here. It's best to ignore the debate on determinism and just debate what is morality. Well, I put a definition earlier on the screen. Maybe that was before you were here from Ayn Rand. She defines morality as a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. But there's that word choices. I'm going back to the lexicon now. So I can put on screen Ayn Rand's definition of morality. What is morality or ethics? It is a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. That sounds good to me as a definition. But of course, it presupposes that man makes choices, which, if determinism is true, he does not. I think we might have discussed this in a previous live stream, whether it makes sense to talk about choices if you are determined. I don't think it does. So maybe you understand morality in a different way, but if you understand it like this, and I think that's good, then it's relevant whether determinism is true. there is no morality if determinism is true, according to this definition of morality, because there are no choices. Evolutionary capitalism is saying we are just spinning our wheels. Nothing can be decided. Okay, I think I'm making choices, but everyone else says it is destiny. Who am I to correct them? You're a being with the ability to introspect. And if you introspect, does that tell you that you are in fact making choices? And it's not true. Everyone else says it's destiny. Some people say that, determinists say that, but not everyone is a determinist. And even if they were, it wouldn't determine it. It wouldn't determine the truth of it. So everyone can be wrong about something, but uh, believing it to be so doesn't make it so. That's the primacy of existence. Existence is what it is, independent of consciousness. So even if everyone believes something, that doesn't make them correct. Evolutionary is talking about uncertainty, creating the illusion of choice. Jason says, I am making my I'm not sure point to move on to the next topic. I'll stipulate for argument's sake, I'm not in control of any of my choices. It is something I cannot see. You'll stipulate for argument's sake that you're not in control of any of my choices. So if you don't have control, what implications does that have? Does that mean you can't have any knowledge, at least conceptual knowledge? That sort of argument is made in the objectivist literature. You can't know anything if you are determined, or at least you can't claim to know anything. Why? Why would that be? Well, anything you claim to know is like, let's say you claim, what's something that you think you know? Maybe Jason thinks he knows that he lives in the state of Washington. But if you're determined, then I could just say, or you could just say in your own mind, well, I'm just determined to believe I live in the state of Washington. But what if I'm wrong about that? If you're fallible, you can make mistakes. Do you acknowledge that you're fallible? Sometimes you can make errors. Um, how do you know that this isn't a case where you're making a mistake? You think you know that you live in the state of Washington, but you actually don't. You're just determined to believe you live in Washington, but in fact you don't. How do you know what's really true as opposed to merely being something you're determined to think is true? What about when people disagree? Like, let's say that we disagree about who's a better candidate for president. One person thinks Trump is better, the other thinks Kamala is better. And each of them were determined to think whatever they do. And for either of them, could one say, well, you're just determined to think Trump is true. And to the other, you could say, well, you're just determined to think Kamala is true. But what's really true? How do you know that what you think is true is actually true as opposed to something you're merely determined to think? You can't both be right because you have contradictory views of who the best candidate would be. So at least one of you has to be wrong, but both of you are determined to think you're right. Is there any way to settle that dispute? Jason says, I think it means I'm just fooled by something I cannot see into believing I'm in control of my life. But really, something else is determining it, not me, and I'm fooled. I don't know if that point I was just making, by the way, was clear about if you're determined, that means that you can't claim to know anything. I'd like to be able to make that point clearly. I sense there's something right about that, but I don't know if I can express it well right now. Maybe I need more practice with that. But I guess this could be a good opportunity to practice it. But I think in my own mind, like, how could I, if I believe, like right now, I believe it's Friday, November 7th. But if I'm determined, can I have confidence in that belief? Or if I think that I'm determined, then I guess I would have to, and my attitude towards my belief that it's Friday would be, well, yeah, I do think that, but maybe I'm just determined to think that, and the factors that determined me to think that maybe aren't sufficient to establish it's actually true. How did I determine that it's Friday? Well, I looked at the corner of my computer screen and it says it's Friday. Um, but is that reliable? I think it's reliable, but maybe I'm just determined to think it's reliable when in fact it's not reliable. Um, how can I know that it's in fact reliable as opposed to just being something I'm determined to think is reliable? I don't know if that sort of question creates any cognitive dissonance for you, but it does for me, at least sometimes. Um, Jason says he was being hyperbolic when he said everyone says it's destiny. I think that's what he means. Dan thinks it's critical to debate morality. I disagree. You mean Dan thinks it's critical that determinism is false in order to debate morality? Illusion of choice can make morality relevant in lieu of non-determinism. Now I'm wondering whether it should even count as debating if we are determined as opposed to just going through the motions of debating. Like if there's like before you asked if I could debate Chat GPT on objectivism. Now, I don't think what Chat GPT is doing is literally debating because it's not a mind. It's artificial intelligence, right? It's not literal intelligence. But you could say in a loose artificial sense of debate, it's debating, but it's not really debating. So you mentioned to debate morality, you don't think it's necessary to solve or to establish that we're not determined? I wonder then though, are you just like Chat GPT then? Are you just a robot essentially going through the motions of debate and not really doing the debate if you're determined? That sounds plausible to me. If you don't have free will, I don't think you're really debating. It's just it might there might be an illusion of debate, but debating it involves thinking, arguing for a view, and you're not really doing that if you're determined. You're just spitting outputs. But I think arguing, it implies you're in control of your minds. And you're weighing things, deciding what's right, but you're not really doing that if you're determined. I don't think. Now, I just thought you might say the dog is weighing things if it might not be sure what to do. Should I eat the food or should I not eat the food? Maybe on the one hand, it thinks it will get hit by its master. If it eats before the master gives it the signal, it's okay to start eating. So it wants to avoid the pain of getting hit. On the other hand, it wants the food. So the dog might be, I wouldn't say the dog is debating what to do. It has these conflicting desires, and it remains to be seen which desire is going to win out. But I don't think it's debating what to do, except in a loose sense. Like maybe in a loose sense, you could say it's debating what to do. But I do think it's plausible to interpret it in a deterministic way, what's happening with the dog. It's not making a choice about whether to eat the food now or not. And debating, one thing it involves is concepts and language, which the dog does not have. And which Chat GPT doesn't have. It's just ones and zeros. It does the electrical currents. They don't actually have meaning. So it can mimic a debate. It's artificial. Jason says he's 100% morally certain he lives in Washington State, but it is just determined that I think that and am doing that. I thought it was choice, but it was determined. So what? Ignore it. Well, I was thinking that you can't really be confident in any of your beliefs. Maybe it would drive you insane. I think I was worried that maybe it would drive me insane if I were actually determined. I wrestled with this issue of free will versus determinism a lot when I was in high school, and it was just so bizarre to think of that I might be determined and that all my thoughts might be determined. Um, I don't know that I don't know how explicit I was about it at that stage. This was before I read Ayn Rand. I don't know how explicit I was about the epistemology of determinism, like the epistemological implications of it, like what it says about our knowledge or lack thereof if we were determined. But I might have had some sense that I might have at least realized, well, if we're determined, then all our thoughts are determined. And I'm not sure where to go with that or where I went with that thought as a high schooler. If I had it, if I had that thought, I don't remember. Um, but I guess regardless of when I had the thought, I had it eventually. And if you have that thought, can that sit well with you? Like all your thoughts are determines. Um, at least the implication for morality, I think, are pretty straightforward. That like morality doesn't make sense then. Like I can't praise or blame anyone for what they do because they just had to do it. So just that enough can really mess with your worldview or the view you probably had previously as a kid. Um, I'm assuming that kids implicitly at least believe in free will, and determinism is something they learn later if they go to school. Maybe they'll hear an argument for it, or in college. But um, and I might hear things that contradict it as a kid, like if they're raised religiously and they're taught that God is all powerful and he controls everything and we're just part of God's plan. We're actors in the play, in God's play. We're not really controlling it. So there might be times in their life as a kid where they think everything is determined, but maybe if they don't encounter those ideas, or maybe they just don't think about those ideas all the time for a significant part of their life, at least. I think most kids implicitly, at least, believe they do have choice and are not determined. So to then have the thought maybe years later in high school or college that you actually don't have free will, that can really mess with your view of yourself, your identity, and your view of everyone else. That I think so. I think the moral implications are more straightforward to grasp than the epistemological implications, which I've been sort of struggling to make clear in this stream. But if the moral implications make you depressed or crazy, insane, maybe the epistemological implications would do that as well, maybe even to a greater extent, because they are even more fundamental in like your connection of your mind to reality is it's undermined at a very deep level if you think that um, being determined means you can't really have knowledge. You can't trust any of your beliefs because they're just beliefs you were determined to have and think are true. You can't help but think certain beliefs are true, but they might not actually be true. And how can you know um, whether something you think is true is actually true or just something you're determined to think is true? So you might think that the moral implications don't entirely cut your mind off from reality. Like maybe I can't judge people, I can't praise or blame people if I'm determined and if they're determined. But that doesn't mean I can't know things like today is Friday or 2 plus 2 is 4. I can still know some things. Maybe all my moral knowledge has evaporated if determinism is true, but that doesn't evaporate all of my knowledge about anything. But you might think that does happen if these epistemological implications hold. So I think it's a much deeper, far more wide-reaching sort of implications, the epistemological ones. It totally severs your mind, at least the conceptual level of your mind from reality. Maybe you can still have contact with reality like an animal does through the senses. You can see things, hear things, taste things, but the conceptual level, you might think that's out the window if determinism is true. And maybe that would drive you insane. A ghosty is here. Hello. Just saw your chats. Good to see you live again. Just checked in. Greetings from the Netherlands. Thanks. Greetings to you as well. Also, I'm not sure what determinism means exactly, but I do use the term, although not in the context of humanities. Okay. I use it to mean whatever happens, happens necessarily. It could not have been otherwise. Something like that. So human actions are like that. Everything, like it was determined from all eternity that you would be here today listening to my live stream. So you could not have done anything differently to bring about a different state at this time. Everyone who is listening to me right now had to listen to me. This was determined from the moment you were born. And everything that ever happens in your life is predetermined. That's at least part of what determinism means as I am using the term here. You have no choice. There's only one path into the future. You might think that there are forking paths. You can go this way or you can go that way, but that's just an illusion. If determinism is true, you only have one path into the future. So whatever you do in life, it's all been predetermined by something, whether God or your genes or your environment or the laws of physics or some combination. Oh, looks like maybe we got another vote. 7 votes. Yeah, looks like there's some more votes here. So, oh, I guess there was another no vote. Yeah. So 2 yeses, determinism is true. 2 noes, it's not true. And then 3 I don't knows. I just got tagged. That caught my eye, that orange right there. Uh, I'll get to that. Let me just look at this one first. If you realized if you realized your choices were determined, how would that change how you act? I'm not sure. I've heard of studies of this though, and I think it was in the context of people cheating on tests. This might have been a psychology department study. They would take people into a room and they have to take some kind of test, and they had a way of cheating on the test. I don't know what it was, but if I don't know if they had access to an answer key or something, but that was maybe left on the table by mistake. I don't remember how it was, but they had some way to cheat, and uh, part of the experiment was that some of the test subjects were primed or somehow led to believe that they were determined, or maybe just that they had less control over themselves than they had uh, antecedently thought before they came into the room. Maybe they read some passage about determinism arguing for its truth, and maybe some other subjects did not read that, or they weren't somehow primed to think that they were determined or that they had less control than they had thought before they came in the room. And then the subjects who were primed to think that they were determined cheated more, I guess because they they had the rationalization ready. Well, I can't really help what I do, so maybe I'll just go ahead and cheat and can't really blame me. It was all determined, right? So maybe that's a way that my actions would change if I thought that determinism is true, then maybe I would be more likely to cheat, cut corners, do things which I wouldn't otherwise do. Agosti says, aha, if determinism by definition includes everything, then I don't see any truth in the term. Okay. I do understand it to include everything. Everything in the universe happens by necessity, could not have happened any differently. So why don't you believe it? I'm curious. What would be your evidence against determinism? Were the penalties the same for cheating in the experiment? I don't know that there were any penalties. And I don't know what rewards there might have been. Maybe they got a cookie or something if they answered the test questions right, or maybe they got some money, and maybe the more questions they answered right on the test, the more money they got. I don't know. So maybe I guess you could say the penalty would be not getting as much money uh, as they would get if they got more right answers. So maybe there was some kind of incentive for them to cheat. You you say you're going to ask Chat GPT? Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking if I should wondering if I should Google it. And there might have been multiple versions of this experiment. Uh, Um, you say it's a crappy experiment? I wonder why. I think it's the case where everyone else knew. Also, it was determined so they wouldn't get blamed for cheating. So to put it succinctly, it might make people behave worse if they think they're determined. But of course, if you think people are determined, then you're going to say they're going to behave worse no matter what happens. There's the whole idea of an experiment. I'm not sure that, like the whole idea of debating, all these terms, I don't know that they really make sense in a deterministic universe. Okay, Evolutionary says GPT says the work is by Kathleen D. Vose and Jonathan Schooler, 2008. The value of believing in free will. Encouraging a belief in determinism increases cheating. Okay. That sounds like it's probably the study I'm remembering. And a lot of the details, like there was a test and maybe money. I just was making up. Maybe that's, I don't remember the details. I just remember the bottom line of it, which is the sort of thing you see in the title there. When people are led to believe that their actions are predetermined, they are more likely to cheat, suggesting a link between a belief in free will and moral behavior. Essentially, undermining the belief in free choice can lead to less ethical behavior. Oh, here's a PDF of the study. Thanks for finding that. Maybe I'll read that later. I think Gina Gorlin might have mentioned that study. I don't know if she's the one I heard about this from. It might have been her. She's a psychologist in the Ayn Rand world. Oh, we got a new chatter here. Ray, do you believe in libertarian free will? Yes. Well, if you mean by, see, you can mean it. I guess I need to be careful there because a lot of people who would call themselves libertarians about free will, they believe in indeterminism and they think that's what free will consists of. It's some kind of indeterministic mode of causation. But that's not what I think. So I think there is a mode of causation distinct from determinism, but I wouldn't call it indeterminism. I would just call it choice. It's a unique kind of causation. So I'll write in the chat here modes of causation. There's determinism, there's indeterminism, and then there's choice. So I think there are three, and this is not to say all of these exist, but there are at least logical space um, for these three. Like, I don't know that there's actually indeterminism in the world. If by indeterminism that means metaphysical randomness, like it's often said to exist in the quantum world, but I don't have a view on that. But if that exists, I think it's different from both determinism and different from choice. Why would choice exist outside of either determinism or indeterminism? I think it's just what we observe through introspection. So when I introspect, or when you introspect, does it seem like you're determined? Does it seem like you're indetermined? Or does it seem like neither one of those is the case? Because if you're going to say you're determined, then that means it seems like you're not in control of your own mind. If you say you're indetermined, that also implies you're not in control of your own mind. But I don't feel like I'm out of control, which would be the case if either of these are true. And how could you even have the idea of control versus out of control if you didn't observe um, a contrast? Like I think it's by contrast with having control that you get the idea of not being in control. But to get the idea of control in the first place, you have to have control. At least one might argue that. So that's where you would get the idea. So you say, why would choice exist? Well, it's just you just observe it to exist, and it doesn't seem to be either one of these. Because both of these don't seem to be, these aren't forms of control, but it does seem like you have some kind of a control when you introspect. Now, many people will go on to say that that sense of control is just an illusion. It's not real, but there's at least a sense of it. Sam Harris, I think, is one who argues it's, well, actually, no, I think Sam Harris says there's not even an illusion of control. But I think many philosophers, maybe most, would say there's at least an illusion of control. Um, all right, now Ray says, when I introspect, I notice that I don't control which thoughts appear next, which intentions appear next, etc. Okay, so I don't think that's what we have control over. So to say that we can observe control when we introspect isn't to say that everything about our mind is under our control. It's not. Um, Emotions are a good example of something that's not immediately within your control. So if someone points a gun at you all of a sudden, you might suddenly feel an emotion of terror, and you didn't choose to have that feeling. You just automatically felt it. So I'm not saying everything mentally, including your emotion, all your emotions, are something you chose, but there are other things about your mind which are under your control. Ayn Rand identifies the choice to focus or not as being what we directly control, and that's introspectable she argues or claims. So you can ask yourself about that. In what focus even is, that's maybe going to take some discussion for me to make clear what exactly she's talking about when she says you have control over whether you focus your mind. I guess some contrast might help. So as opposed to being in a state of drift, state of mental drift, your mind can just wander as opposed to you being in control. And if you are asserting control, then you are in focus. But to claim that there is free will or that you have control isn't to claim that you have control over the next thought that appears or the next intention that appears. And I think it can be challenging to identify exactly what is it that we have control over. But in Ayn Rand's view, it's focus. That's what we directly control. So we can debate that. You say you can observe a contrast between the voluntary and involuntary action, but that doesn't mean like when the doctor hits just below your knee with the mallets, it's an involuntary reflex you have when you kick your leg out. So you can contrast that involuntary action with, just extending your leg volitionally in a voluntary sort of way. But that's not, there's a bug here or a mosquito. I need to catch this mosquito when it comes closer to me. I don't want it to bite me. See, I didn't choose to have a thought about mosquitoes. That was involuntary, but it flowed into my visual field and it caused me to have a thought about mosquitoes. Hold on. All right, it stopped on the wall. Hold on, I'm going to turn off my camera for a little bit. See if I can smash it against the wall so I can focus. uh, I got it. All right. I get my AirPod back in. Actually, I wasn't using my AirPod. I don't really need it right now. But if someone calls in, I will need it. I'll just stick it back in the charger for now. Now I'm going to put some alcohol, sterilize I got to clean my hands here. I don't want bug juice on my hands. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Let me share the chat again. Oh, Dispel Marketable Archive is here. Hello. It's been a while since I've seen him. So I was around here. I want to test something. I'm going to listen to myself through the laptop speakers. Oh, yeah, it works. Good. Usually I hear through the AirPods, but I don't need them right now. Thanks everyone for being here, by the way. And thanks for likes on the stream. New subscribers. So do we actually have control over whether our mind is in focus? I think there are cases where you could get into a state of focus not by choice. Like, for example, I said if someone just all of a sudden sticks a gun in your face, it might be impossible not to focus on that. It's just because it's a threat to your life, and that just you've automatized a certain response. Or if a dog barks at you all of a sudden, and you weren't expecting it, that could just like snap you into focus. So I guess you could, even if you were in a state of mental drift before this happens, maybe you could come into focus without choosing to. But I think in some cases, there's a mental state of drift you could be in, and you have this sense that you could raise your level of awareness, and it's up to you and to activate your mind and get yourself to that higher level. And that's a case where it is within your control. I see Ray G has entered the waiting room on Zoom. All right, is that the same Ray that's in the chat? I'm guessing it is. Can you let me know just to confirm? Hi, Dan. Hope you're doing well. Yes, thank you. Same to you. Okay, yeah, Ray confirms that is him. Okay, let me just make sure my AirPods are working, because last time I used this, I wasn't hearing the sounds and I had to switch AirPods. So let me test that on some YouTube video. Yeah, okay. That's working. Okay, I'm going to make sure my Zoom settings are correct. Okay. All right, I just admitted Ray into Zoom. Hello, can you hear me? I think you have to unmute yourself. There we go. Hello?
Hello.
Hi,
Hey, hey, how's it going?
going well. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm doing well. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear what you said last because I'm just on my phone, but I was trying to get in here, and so I think you were talking about something about someone putting a gun to your head, but then I kind of closed out after that.
Oh, I was saying there are some cases where we can get into a state of mental focus without choosing to get into that state. And that was the example. Like if someone points a gun at your head right now, you might focus on that gun, and it's impossible not to focus on it. Um, because it has such value significance to your life. I mean, maybe the person's going to kill you. So how could you not focus on this threat? So before that, I was saying in the that's according to Ayn Rand's philosophy, we have control over whether our minds are in focus or not. And on her view, that's the root choice that we have as human beings, is whether to focus our minds. But I was mentioning that there are certain cases where we're not where we get into focus, but we don't choose to get into that state. And that was this gun example was a case of that. But there are also cases where I think it is plausibly a choice and something under our control, um, of getting into focus or not. So
No,
that
I
was the
think,
point I was making.
mm, I think that you see, I actually agree with what you just said, but for whatever reason, I still just don't see room for free will there because even in the cases where you choose to focus on something, whether you're focusing on a task or you want to do your homework or whatever it is, um, then that still raises the question, okay, like, well, why did you choose to focus in that moment? Why didn't you choose to do something else? Did you choose to focus? And then what about that? Did you choose to choose to choose? Like it just seems like if we use choice as the sort of backdrop as why free will is possible, it almost seems like it either leads to some kind of a infinite regress where you just keep having to choose to choose to choose, or you just have to accept that you made a choice and it's sort of just mysterious why you ended up choosing what you chose. I mean, even if it's something like where it's in your even if it's something like maybe you expected to choose that, it's just part of your personality or your character. Well, even that sort of doesn't really explain why you chose what you chose without resorting to sort of like deterministic processes, right? Like your personality or your character, you start sounding like a compatibilist at that point. So I don't know. I guess the main thing that I'm not seeing is one, how do you avoid that infinite regress of just choosing everything? And two, if there is no infinite regress, and if there's just a point at where you choose to do something, how do you explain how that wasn't just either mysterious or random or deterministic or something like that?
Okay, I think that's a fair question, and I'll try to give an answer. And I don't want to claim like I have a great answer that's like a perfectly worked out one, but I have thought about this issue, and so I can give you some of my thoughts. So I do think there is, or I can also just at least give you the objectivist view, even if I personally um, don't agree with it. And I'm not saying I don't agree with it, but I just don't know that I could assert it with the same confidence that Ayn Rand would assert it.
Mm.
So I can at least give my understanding of that view, and then you can consider that for what it's worth. Um, so I think she would say that there is not an infinite regress of choices. There's a primary choice, and that's the choice to focus or not. And I guess you would then ask, well, why? Why does someone choose to focus rather than not? And if there's no answer to that, then as you said, it might seem random, or you didn't use the word arbitrary, but that's a term that's sometimes used,
Mm.
uh, random or arbitrary, or that you use some other term, I forget what it was.
Yeah, I think I was saying like it either starts looking random or once you start explaining it, you start explaining the mechanism, it starts looking like deterministic. Like there's like maybe it was a part of your character or some other biological process that caused your character and then but yeah,
Mhm.
go ahead though. I didn't want to
Yeah, so
interrupt.
if there is an answer to the question, then it seems like it's really not a choice then. It was something you were determined to do. But that's how I understand choices, as something you're not determined to do. So if you do have an explanation of it, if there is an answer to the why question, then you might think, okay, well then it's not really a choice. So the only way for it to be a choice is if there is no answer, but then you might think, well, that's a problem because then it just seems, if there's no answer, then it just seems arbitrary or random as to why you did what you did. And your actions don't seem rational if they're just arbitrary or random. So I think that's a very commonly raised dilemma for advocates of free will. So what can I say about that? So I think there are some contexts in which you don't need an answer to the why question, and there's not some problem that implies. Like, for example, maybe it's more clear to take it out of the realm of free will for a moment and consider something like the universe. Like, why does the universe exist? Or why does existence exist? That's Ayn Rand's most fundamental axiom of her philosophy: existence exists. Well, you could ask, well, why does existence exist rather than not exist? And I don't think there's an answer to that. But I don't think that question needs to be answered. I don't think that's a valid question. I so and I think free will, and we can discuss whether that's a right view of the universe, to say you don't need to give an explanation of it. The universe is everything. So it would be incoherent to assume that there was some cause or explanation apart from the universe that explains why it came into existence. It never came into existence. It is existence. The universe just is. It didn't come to be. And we can discuss that more if you want, but just right now, I just want to use it as a parallel sort of case to free will. I think Rand would likely say something similar to that in the case of free will. Like, this is a case where it would be an invalid question to ask why someone chose what they did. They simply chose it. Just as the universe, it just exists. Likewise, someone just chose something. But then you're going to raise the worry, well, then isn't it just arbitrary or irrational or random? Well, is it arbitrary or irrational or random that the universe exists? Or is it just a fact that we start with? I wouldn't say it's arbitrary that the universe exists, or that it's random, um, or irrational. It's just a fact. And maybe you could say the same thing about a choice. It's just a fact that someone chose something. And it's only after you come into the realm of existence that you could then call things arbitrary or random or irrational because they somehow depart from existence. Like, if you've chosen to be in the realm of existence and then you say, Ray is eating a banana right now. Now, I have no idea if you're eating a banana. I just arbitrarily said that. And I'm departing from reality. At least I have no evidence that reality is such that right now you're eating a banana. So you can now criticize me for saying Ray is eating a banana. Now that I've entered the realm, I've focused my mind and I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm engaging on a project of trying to understand the world. But before someone has focused their mind to begin with, I think it may be premature to level this charge of arbitrariness as a criticism. Like, if saying something arbitrarily means the person is departing from reality, they have no basis for it. Like, I
Well,
would be arbitrarily asserting that you're eating banana, then is it arbitrary to enter the realm of reality?
I
Um,
think though it's the thing is the problem that I'm seeing, I could be wrong, but the problem I'm seeing with that analogy is in the case of free will, it seems like people want there to be some way to take credit for what they did as opposed to something else. Where in the case of, like what happened before the Big Bang or whatever the question is, like whatever the first cause is, you're right. You're right to point out that it might, like if there really is a first cause, it might not really make sense to to ask like what caused that cause. But in that case, we're not really adding anything extra, any like sort of like self-determined, or I'm not really sure what the right word is here, but um, none of us here would say that like we're not implying that because maybe the universe had a first cause that that we're also trying to find a way for some agent to take credit for its existence. I mean, I guess um, unless somebody went that route. But in the case of free will, I think it's a valid criticism because um, if you just say that the choice is sort of like the first cause, which I think is still sort of problematic, given what we know about the brain, right? Just like um, I know that we don't know enough about the brain to manipulate it in a way to force people to choose something as opposed to other things yet. But I think that that point actually might come in history. I mean, I hope it kind of doesn't, right? Because that seems like scary technology. But in any case, if we just assume that choices are like first causes, um, I think that that actually on its face, it kind of removes this idea that we can really take credit for it then, right? Like there's nothing there to take credit for it. It just sort of happened, and that's sort of why I think that uh it still seems like a valid criticism to me to point out that like if you're an agent starting your own causal chains, you can you can still or it still makes sense to point out that um the beginning of the causal chain wasn't really up to you, right? It just sort of happened. But I don't know. I might have been rambling a little bit, but maybe I'll see what you think. If you can make some sense out of it.
Okay. So there's a concern about making sense of taking credit for something that doesn't come into play in the case of the universe, but it does come into play in the case of choices.
Yeah, because I think that
And
like the
yeah, go
first
ahead.
cause. Oh, yeah, sorry to interrupt, but like the first cause thing, I think is like you're right that it's not such a big deal to not want to ask why. But then, what sort of explanatory power does a first cause have when it comes to choices? If we're talking about like there being some agent who really, really can take credit for what he just did. I don't know. I don't know how you make sense of, like it just seems like they're like incompatible, right? Like taking credit for something that itself was a first cause. I mean, is that not incompatible? Maybe you can help me straighten that out, but
Maybe I'm not sure if I can, but I can try. I'll say some things, and we'll see where it goes. Um, so I've thought sometimes that when you're in a state of when you're not f in focus, uh, there are there are times when that can be appropriate. Like if you're trying to fall asleep, I think that can be a time to unfocus your minds, or in focusing it could be an obstacle to trying to get to sleep. Uh, but aside from a case like that, so let's say you've woken up, you've had your sleep, you've slept for 7, 8 hours, and the next day is upon you, and you're lying in bed in a kind of groggy, semi-awake. You don't feel like you're fully in focus. You're kind of in a stupor, and you have a sense that you you could be in focus more than you are right now. And I think there's an accompanying sense that it would be good to get into focus. And I guess the sense is subverbal or pre-verbal because I guess maybe once you're in focus, you start thinking in terms of actual words. But if you're not in focus yet, maybe there are no words, no language in your consciousness yet. but you can still have a sense that it would be good to do something like get your mind into focus. And I can see how maybe the first few minutes of you're lying in bed, you just woke up. Maybe the first few minutes you feel comfortable there, and you have a kind of resistance to getting out of bed because you feel so comfortable. But somehow, part of you knows like you've got to go to work. Um, Now that I get, maybe you'd have to be in focus to have a thought that explicit that I have to go to work, but you have uh, some sense that, like, I think alarms will start to go off the longer you stay in bed. Um, so I think you will have some kind of sense that it would be better to get your mind into gear, and maybe that could be a grounds for thinking it's better to get your mind into gear than to just continue to drift in a state of non-focus. And maybe that's where maybe that fact could ground moral credit. So if someone has this sense that it would be better to get his mind into focus and he acts in accordance with that sense and he actually gets his mind into focus, you could say, all right, I give this person credit, or I give myself credit if I'm the one who gets myself into focus. I get credit for doing that, for acting in accordance with this sense of what it would be better to do.
Well, I think you
And
you
if
get credit. Oh,
yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry. Oh, no, sorry.
Well,
I almost
just
said it.
real quick, just to finish the thought for the other side.
Mhm.
If I have the sense that it would be better to get my mind into focus, and I do not act in accordance with that, then maybe that's good grounds for blaming yourself as opposed to giving yourself credit. If you don't get it into focus, having sense that it would be better to get it into focus.
Yeah, no, I think I see what you're getting at. I think in like a practical sense, like holding people responsible, holding yourself responsible, I think you can still do all those things, but the only pushback I would have is that when you're in that state where you feel like, you're in bed and you feel like it's better to get the hell out of bed, right? Like that thought suddenly occurs to you, and then you think that it would be much better for you to get out of bed. But then if you just notice, like you didn't create that brain state, right? It just sort of appeared. You didn't manufacture that somehow, right? That's just a state of mind that you just somehow are flung into. And if you had a different mind, you might be under the same conditions, right? And just that thought might just not ever occur to you. And so I think that you're right that we can and should hold ourselves responsible, and we can blame ourselves and take credit for things maybe in a bit more of a trivial sense. But if you just peel back just a few more layers, then it's like, okay, well, how did I end up in this brain state in the first place, or the state of mind? And then it just kind of it seems like you can't really take credit for that, right? Like you can't take credit for the brain or the mental state that appeared where you suddenly thought it would be better to get out of bed, and then you just like eventually after a few minutes actually getting up out of bed, and you have that spark moment where you're just like, oh yeah, I better get the hell out of bed. I mean, why didn't you behave differently, right? Like you could have just sat there and said, screw it, I don't really want to go to work. You could have said something else, but all of that seems like it's um these are all states that we're not getting behind these states, and we're not creating them. We're just in them, so to speak. I hope that doesn't sound too poetic and less, you know, scientific or something, but I don't know how else to phrase it.
That's fine. I'm just taking some notes here. Can you see that on the screen? I
Oh, you know what?
shared
Yeah,
my.
it's kind of small there. Can't take
Oh, I guess
credit.
if you're on a phone,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
it's
no,
hard.
that's
I
totally
can make
fine.
a I can make it a little bigger. Um, so I was just taking some notes here to help me keep track of the discussion. So I think it's it's right that the thought of getting like the thought or the sense, I like to use that term because a thought might suggest it's explicit in a way that it isn't when we're in a groggy mental state. But we have a sense, I'll write that, a sense that it would be better to focus our minds. And
And just
I think that sense can come to us unbidden. Like it's not something up to our choice. It just hits us. So I don't think that's into our control. But once we have that sense, then I think that's when plausibly it is up to us. How do we react to that sense that we have now? Do we act in accord with that sense and decide to focus our minds, or do we continue to drift mentally? So we don't control whether that sense comes to us and exactly when it comes to us, but after it does come to us, we control how to react to it.
I don't think that we control how we react to it. I think that that's another state that we didn't like our reaction to the thought or the sense that we ought to get out of bed. Our reaction to that, I think, is just another sort of appearance that we didn't really manufacture. I think that that's where most people would say that like moral responsibility might come into play when you just have you have like the data points in front of you and in mind, and then you're in the decision making process or whatever it is. But I think that like the same sort of mysteriousness that applies to the thought arising also applies to the reaction arising, the intentions, right? The fact that we committed to those intentions, right? Like we could have just like gotten out of bed like halfway and then suddenly just get back down into bed. And so then we just sort of we only we had the primary intention to sort of get out of bed, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. Then there was like the intention and action, as they say. And it's like what causes us to maintain that intention and action? Why do we just keep doing it? We could stop at any point, presumably, right? But I think all of it gets thrown under the umbrella of uh, there's a bit of mysteriousness there that where I think that in a colloquial sense, I totally agree that um, like I tell people all the time, right? Like, yeah, if I didn't get out of bed, that was just me being lazy. That was my fault. But I guess in a deeper sense, if I'm just not like in an ordinary conversation, and we're trying to get to the bottom of things like philosophically or whatever, or metaphysically, then I think I would say that even my own intentions after I guess as you phrase it, a sense, like the sense appears, I've got my own reactions and intentions and the next behavior that I'm going to be committed to, all that stuff, I feel like, um, and even according to your view, if it really is just like if the reaction itself is the choice, if that is the first cause, right? So just forget about the brain and whatever's causing it. If we're just going to consider the choice to be the first cause, then it seems like everything's up for grabs at that point, right? It's just like it's a first cause. You can't really explain it. You can't take credit for manufacturing it. It's just there. I might have repeated myself, but yeah.
Okay, well, I wrote here introspectable with a question mark, so I'm wondering um, if we're going to correctly describe what's going on, if we just introspect, does it seem like I was saying maybe I should put some more labeling here. Like I'll call this choice, and I'll call this step two, and I'll call this step one. So first, step one is we get a sense it would be better to focus our minds, and then step two is we make a choice, or we could also say we control how we react to that sense that it would be better to focus our minds. And if we introspect, doesn't it seem like we control the reaction? Like, do we just find ourselves choosing to get into focus, or does it seem like we are the authors of that action? It's we didn't just find ourselves doing this. It's we chose to do this. And I think if we introspect, then we could plausibly interpret what happens as we are choosing how we react. It's not that we just react in some way and it's not up to us. Now, maybe you disagree with that,
I know,
but
I think I agree, but then I just take it one step backwards. I'd say we might feel, and again, I actually kind of don't feel this way, but we might feel as though we're controlling our, of course we're making choices. Like I wouldn't ever say we should get rid of the choice. Wouldn't say that we should ever get rid of the word choice in language. Like of course we make choices, but then it's like, do we control what we control? Right? There's that next step of, if you just take it one step back, we made the choice, and then it's like, did we choose to make that choice? Did we chose to control ourselves there, but did we choose that state? And I don't think that we really do. And that's sort of where I'm stuck on this idea of free will coming into play, because if we don't choose what we choose or control what we control, then it's just like it's like, as you said, if it really is just a first cause, right? Then how could we ever get behind it and just say, like, yeah, that first cause, I caused it or something like that. You just kind of can't. So there's the control and there's the choice. I'm fine with that. But then as soon as you try to take it one step back, you realize, yeah, well, I didn't control that control. I guess that's my main point.
okay. I don't see a need to have some further control of the control. I think it's enough for there just to be control, or for there to just be choice. Just as like with the universe, I don't think you need to have a cause of the universe. Like a lot of religious people will say, well, God is the cause of the universe. I don't think you need to go to that step. You can just start with the universe, and that's fine. Likewise, I think you can just start with this primary choice to control your mind, or to focus your mind. And I don't think there's a problem if there's not some further choice behind that.
Well, I think it's a problem if if we want this idea of libertarian free will to be meaningful in a way that rids ourselves of randomness, right? Like we want to feel like we were able to do otherwise, but that it wasn't just random, but that it wasn't just or that it wasn't just determined, right? Like, and so um that's where I think the problem comes in, is because then I think the burden would lie on someone who says, yeah, free will exists and there's this first cause, this first choice. And then when someone asks, okay, but how is that distinct? And I know we're circling around this a lot, but how is that distinct from any sense of arbitrariness or randomness at the first cause moment? I don't really think that there's an adequate answer there, other than, it just was that decision. But then there's also the further thing that I wanted to bring up, which is, I think all of this talk about the choices being first causes, I think that is, I mean, I might be mistaken about this, but I think that that's not really likely to even be remotely an accurate description of what's actually happening, right? Like, presumably, if there was like a mad scientist, right, some technology of the future or some aliens, I think that it's pretty plausible that they could just go in and start poking into our brains, and they could say, "Hey, I'm gonna make this guy choose something here," and he's not even gonna know that. It's just gonna feel like a completely volitional action, right? I'm just gonna start re start stimulating his brain in a certain way, and he's gonna have the thought, I'm gonna go to sleep right now, and he's gonna be committed to it, and he's gonna feel like that was his choice. And then you just stimulate the right areas of the brain, and that's the state of mind he's in. I think that's closer to the picture that we're in, aside from like choices being first causes. But it sounds like you might disagree with that though, because you're talking about choices as being first causes. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that is how I think of choices as first causes. I made a note here on the screen just to capture your view, that if a choice is the first cause, then it's just arbitrary or random.
or at least, sorry, just to clarify, um, it, it might not be, but I think that the burden would be on someone who says that it's not arbitrary and it's not random to show at least some mechanism for how we can escape that.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't necessarily commit myself to that, but that's close enough though for sure.
Okay. Burden on person who thinks it's not arbitrary or random to explain why it's not.
Yes.
Okay. I tried to address that previously, and but I can reiterate some of that. Sometimes I think it's helpful to go over some ground multiple times.
Mm.
But one point I made was that maybe this sense that it would be better to focus takes out some of the arbitrariness of the choice. So if it were just a sense, like you could focus your mind, or you could leave it in a state of unfocus, maybe that wouldn't be enough to take out the arbitrariness. But if it's a sense that it would be better to do one rather than the other, maybe that does um,
But
get rid
how does it
of.
though? How does it? The reason why I ask how does it is because let's say you have the sense that it would be better. Um, I mean that that seems like we're still just appealing to something that you didn't manufacture, right? Something that just arose in consciousness, right? It's just one moment it wasn't there, and the next moment it was there, and that seems like we risk appealing to mystery or randomness to try and explain away the randomness.
Okay, so let me bring up pleasure here because I think this will be useful. So we are born with a pleasure pain mechanism. We just come into the world as infants, and certain things cause us pleasure, certain things cause us pain. Like maybe drinking the milk from your mother gives you a sensation of pleasure, and um, scraping yourself on a rock causes you to feel pain. And there's no choice about this. This is just given our nature, given the nature of our nervous systems. Certain things feel good, and certain things feel bad. Now, would you then say it's arbitrary for the baby to prefer to drink milk rather than to scrape itself on a sharp rock or something? Is it just random that it prefers one rather than the other, or is it logical or reasonable, rational, justified in some way that it prefers pleasure rather than pain?
In that case, I would say it's not necessarily arbitrary in the sense that we actually have an ability to explain why that's likely the case, and we can point to certain causes or we can point to certain evolutionary explanations, some of which might be speculative or whatever, but at no point though would we say, yeah, well the baby really can take credit for having this machinery in the first place, right? It just has it. So that's
Hmm.
sort of where in that
Yeah,
sense, yeah.
so I don't think I wouldn't say it should take credit for having the machinery it has, but I would say it's not arbitrary that it would prefer the pleasure sort of experiences rather than the pain ones.
But then when we ask why, we actually get an explanation, right? Like there are other causes that we can point to that show why it's not arbitrary, right? Maybe certain survival mechanisms. We can point to areas of the brain. We don't get that with the first cause. We don't get that with choices being first causes because, as you mentioned earlier, there's nothing to point to. There's no explanatory mechanism that we can guide ourselves to, and we say, hey, well, why did we make that choice? We don't get the same level of explanation. We don't really get any explanation.
Well,
It,
there is actually there is, or at least I was attempting to provide one by having this part that I bolded here and I highlighted just now, the better part. So if you have the sense that it would be better to focus your mind, I think that is related to pleasure. So I don't know if I want to exactly how to tie those two together, but there's something more pleasurable, something more positive that you sense will happen if you choose to focus your mind than if you do not make that choice. So
but how does
I'm
that?
thinking
Oh, go
that could
ahead.
take some of the arbitrariness out of it.
Well, it might take some arbitrariness out of it, but it doesn't. We would just be appealing to the brain at that point, then, right? Like if so if we're just appealing to whatever processes in the brain are making you feel certain pleasure when you think that it would be better to get out of bed, that I think is still flies in the face of free will because you're just pointing to some external mechanism that ions flowing in and out of cells and all this stuff that you can't control that makes it the case that it makes you feel better. But if we're still talking about, okay, well, where does free will come into that? Like, yeah, you might have removed the arbitrariness, but you just we just brought ourselves back down to deterministic processes.
I don't see that. I mean, I don't think it's up to you as to what causes you to have this sense that it would be better to focus. But I don't think that matters to the question of whether you have free will. Whatever it is that causes you to have this sense that it would be better to focus your mind, once you're in this state, that you have this state of having this sense it would be better, now it's up to you to choose whether to act in accordance with that sense and actually focus your mind or not.
But I don't see how that escapes the problem though, because on the one hand, let's just take a let's just take the most concrete example. If the brain, if there's like some certain area of the brain that's localized, let's say to make it simple, there's some certain little blob that makes it so that whenever that blob gets activated, um, you just feel like it's it's much better for you to up out of bed. You have this sense that it's better to get you up out of bed. And then so now we're still in the realm of all types of causation that no one is authoring, right? It's we're still in the realm of ions flowing around, neurotransmitters binding to receptors or whatever the hell's going on, whatever takes place in the brain. Obviously, no one's really gonna, we're not even aware of any of that stuff. But um, and then as you mentioned, okay, now that all of this deterministic stuff is in place, we'll throw in a first cause, and the first cause is just gonna sort of help us make decisions in all of this deterministic landscape. I don't see how. I mean, for me, to my ear, unless I'm missing something, you might as well have just like said, okay, well, let's just flip a coin then. Um, let's just see what happens. We don't know what this first cause is going to do. There's no explanation as to why there's the first cause, but it's somehow interacting with the deterministic world. I don't see how that helps us escape randomness, unless I'm just like misunderstanding. But um, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess I might just be repeating myself here, but maybe if I type something else or type what I said before, that will
Okay.
be helpful. A sense that one can focus one's mind or not focus one's mind. And let me also add that second disjunct up here, a sense that it would be better to focus one's mind rather than not focus.
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that.
Okay.
Um,
So if our sense were only this here, the part I have highlighted there, if we just had the sense that one can focus one's mind or not, then I think it would be arbitrary or unjustified or random as to which way one goes. But if that's not all we have, if we have a sense it would be better to focus one's mind rather than not focus one's mind, then I think that removes the arbitrariness or randomness, or at least that's the view I'm entertaining right now. I don't want to like say I'm totally committed to this, but
mhm.
thinking off the top of my head about this, that's how I'm thinking that you can remove arbitrariness if you have this better part built into it. Because it's just like with the pleasure, like it's not arbitrary as to why an infant would um, choose what brings it pleasure rather than pain. Well, better incorporates some amount of pleasure. There's something positively valenced about that, such that it's not arbitrary that an adults would choose to focus his mind rather than not.
You know, I
And I
can
don't
see
know that
that.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I was gonna say, I can see that. So like, we can remove arbitrariness, and we can successfully remove that arbitrariness by, as you mentioned, pointing to, the sense that it would be better. But then if we ask ourselves, okay, well, where did that sense come from that it would be better? If we, and this is where my sort of confusion lies, is that once we ask that question, like, okay, well, where did all this sense come from? That's it's going to be better to focus one's mind rather than not to focus one's mind. Either we're left looking, into the brain somewhere and saying, okay, well, these mechanisms are what's causing that sense. Or maybe if someone thinks that they have a soul for some reason, then we've got some mysterious thing that we can't even point to or explain. So that does seem a bit arbitrary to me. But even if like I don't know, I guess I want to take a step back here. Arbitrariness isn't necessarily um like I agree that we can remove arbitrariness, but then once removed, I'm still not seeing where free will comes into play in a way where it's more than just some first cause that we just can't take credit for that's just kind of interacting with a deterministic like anchor point, right? I guess like the anchor point would be like the non-arbitrary aspect of it, the sense that it would be better. Maybe we can explain that by appealing to other things, but it's just like if we can't explain the first cause by appealing to anything else, that's where the arbitrariness thing comes into play, and I don't see how like these other states somehow rescue it from that issue. Um, so I'm still, and I'll shut up now, but I'm still trying to figure that out.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can say anything that will add more. So maybe this is just a good time to um, end this topic at least, and maybe we can both think more about it later.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I don't. I don't want to just repeat myself, which I feel like maybe I would be doing if I
Okay,
tried to
so
say
let
more
me
on
ask
that.
you, let me ask you, what do you think I'm missing? So like I'm clearly someone who thinks that by acknowledging that we can't explain the first cause, and it might not even be a valid question to try and explain the first cause, but you still think that there's room for free will, um, even if we take like what seems like the best case scenario, right? Like the best case scenario is, you know, somehow all of this brain stuff that's going on, there's somehow still something extra that acts as a first cause, and we can call that free will. So what do you think I'm missing when I see that there just doesn't seem to be a way out of it where um I don't know. I had a train of thought. Now I'm a little bit lost for a second, but I guess I'll just leave it at
Go for it.
that. Like, is there anything big that you think that I'm missing that's making me fail to see the dots connect?
I, I'm not sure what it might be, and so here, I get let me right. It helps me sometimes to write stuff. So one possibility is you're looking for a cause where one isn't needed, and you think there's something inadequate or missing if we say a choice is a first cause. Uh, and I thought you were raising a worry that if there is no cause of the choice, then it's just arbitrary. And I tried to address that by introducing this point about you have the sense that it would be better to focus your mind, and that's a way to remove the arbitrariness. Um, but then you said, well, we don't control what gives us the sense that it would be better to focus. Actually, when you said that, maybe this is a new point I can make. I don't think I exactly said this before. I don't think it matters where that sense came from, whether or not we can explain where that sense derives from. As long as we have it, I think it makes sense and it's not arbitrary for us to act in accordance with it. Um, but maybe you still think it is. It is arbitrary. Like, and I could say the same thing about the pleasure. Like maybe the baby, it can't explain why drinking its mother's milk gives it pleasure. It doesn't know why it has that experience, but it has it. And I think as long as it has it, it makes sense for the baby to go after those sorts of experiences and try to get more of that. It doesn't have to be able to explain evolutionarily or scientifically, why is it that these sorts of experiences cause me pleasure and these others cause pain. What matters is that I know these give me pleasure, even though I don't know why, but they do. So I'm going to go for those.
Yeah, but in those cases that you're explaining, like the pleasure principles or whatever, those are cases where we all just sort of look at each other like, yeah, of course there was no freedom there, right? There's no freedom for the baby to have felt otherwise. Um, right? There's not like a freedom of perception, as they say, or a freedom of digestion, as people sometimes say. Like it's just uh and so that's sort of where like you're raising the point. I think maybe I'm still failing to see what I should see here is because you're bringing that up almost as if it almost sounds like you're saying like, yeah, well, we can still defend the idea of free will, um, even if because we can sort of remove some arbitrariness because we have these starting points where people want to avoid pain and pursue pleasure or whatever. But I don't know, I'm still seeing that as a bit of like a non sequitur because um, I'm still sitting here waiting for some sort of free will to enter into the building. given given our default states for everything. And so I guess I'm not really seeing it right now.
I think it enters the building right here in what I've labeled step 2 here. Um, and yeah, but I guess that doesn't satisfy you, and um, I'm not clear why. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything you could add though that would be different. But feel free
Okay,
to continue if you want.
okay. Yeah, I guess if you're saying at step two choice, um, so the sense part, the number one, I
Hmm.
think we can definitely remove the arbitrariness from that just because we have something that we can point to that serves as an explanation for why that's the case. But at no point are we really saying that someone was free to have been built otherwise or had a default state otherwise. We're just sort of saying that it's not arbitrary. We have explanations for it. The number two part, where you think that free will enters the building, I'm not sure how we remove the arbitrariness from this particular spot because I just think that at, if our starting point is that choices are like first causes, and I think that you acknowledged this before, which is we're just sort of admitting that we have no explanation for it. It's just something that like it could never have an explanation if it is a first cause, right?
Okay.
It's sort of like asking like what caused the universe to come into existence, as you mentioned earlier. That asking why it might not make sense if it really was a true first cause. And so that's where I think it's troublesome, and I don't see how you remove the randomness or the arbitrariness out of that aspect. And this is all still just viewing choices as first causes, which I think is sort of problematic, given that we live in we're physical brains in a physical universe, as they say. So, but just going along with it, I still think it's a bit problematic.
Okay. Just as a quick side note, are you a physicalist or a materialist about the mind, or do you have a view on that sort of issue? Have you heard those terms, materialism or physicalism,
Yeah,
as a
I would say that for me, I think that uh, the way that I heard, I think, are you familiar with like the philosopher John Searle? I think he like died recently.
yes, yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, I think the way he described it was that it's uh it's one of those things that the mind might be causally reducible to material objects, but not necessarily ontologically reducible, right? Like it's still missing something if you just want to point to just like atoms and molecules moving around. Um, but in terms of like, so I do think that our brain states are most likely probably all caused by physical events. I'm not sure like how that actually works or what the connection is there, but there does seem to be like at least a causal role there, um, at a minimum, which is sort of um, yeah. But I'm also confused though, because something that I haven't made up my mind about, not gonna lie, is the um, like I'm sure you're familiar. It says you're like a PhD in philosophy or something. So like the epiphenomenalist view, right, where like consciousness just sort of goes along for the ride. I think
Hmm.
for a while I used to kind of think like that, but then it does sound a little funny to say it like that, right? Because that would mean that like no mental states have like causal powers or whatever. And so that would be weird. But yeah, I don't really know if I've made up my mind about that stuff, but
Okay. Yeah,
yeah.
I was thinking that it might be harder to get on board with the sort of view I'm arguing for if you are some kind of materialist or physicalist or reductionist about the minds. Whereas if you're a non-reductionist or some kind of dualist, maybe a property dualist, this sort of view might sit more easily. This view of free will might fit more easily with that sort of uh, view of the mind. So maybe at some point it would make sense to discuss those deeper issues about the nature of the mind. But for right now, I just wanted to get a quick sense on whether you had a view on that. But
Okay.
I did write a note here on the screen in reaction to something you said. So it looks like you were saying, or it sounded like you were saying the arbitrariness. You can see how that's uh, there's some arbitrariness removed from step one, but not from step two. But I see these sort of as a package scenario. So I am saying what I have here highlighted now. Choices are first causes, but they're made in a context, the context of step one in particular. They're not made in a vacuum. So it's there's nothing that forces us to go one way rather than the other. We make that choice. We select whether we focus our mind or do not focus our minds. But when we are making that choice, part of the context that we're in is the context that's set by step one here. So we're in our groggy, half awake, half asleep sort of state of mind, and we have this sense in that moment that it would be better to focus our minds, and then we we make this choice, this which I consider to be a first cause. Um, so it's not that we make this choice in a vacuum. We make it in the context of having this sense. And so I don't know if that makes any headway towards removing the arbitrariness of this choice. But it seemed like you were thinking of this choice as more distinct from this state of minds than I'm envisioning it to be. And maybe that's relevant to this discussion and being on the same page about what we are envisioning
So
and
if you
whether
think that
arbitrariness
it's,
can be eliminated. Yeah.
yeah, so if you think that um there's some interaction there between step one and step two, um, I think that then it just raises the further question. So, given whatever the interaction is, um, whatever context you're in which you're making the choice, I think that it's still, it seems like to me that the burden would still be on you if you're saying that there is free will, um, to show how, at least to kind of sh explain how this interaction actually occurs without being either random or based on some other deterministic processes which you can't control. So whatever context you're in, you make the choice, and then someone asks you, okay, well, how wasn't that random? Now I think that it would be up to you to show how it wasn't random given the context, or how it wasn't deterministic given the context, or even indeterministic given the context. So
Well, I guess there's as to how this is the case. I think that's a different question as compared to whether it's the case. So we there's just a phenomenological question, like how does it appear to us when we're in this context of we've got this sense that it would be better to focus our minds rather than not, and then we make a choice or to focus our minds or we don't. But just introspecting on that whole experience, does it seem like the choice or the selection, maybe to use a less loaded or slanted term, the selection between focus and non-focus, does it seem like something we were determined to do? Does it seem like something that just happened to us randomly? Or does it seem like something that was under our control and that was up to us? And if it's the latter, then I think that's all that's relevant to establishing that there is free will, at least on, maybe I should hedge that a little and say, like, on the first level of analysis, that at least gives us reason to believe. Maybe it's not uh, decisive evidence, but at least it opens up the door to the possibility that there's some motive causation, if it seems like the motive causation is neither something that's determined or nor something that's just random, but rather something else, something that is up to us. And then many determinists even will grant that it does seem like that, but it turns out on further reflection that it's just an illusion and it's really not up to us, even though it seems to be up to us. But I guess the first step is, does there at least seem to be a kind of causation that is up to us rather than we're just determined by things beyond our control, or we're acting in random ways which also aren't within our control? I'm curious what you would say about that phenomenological question. Just on the seemings, does it seem like you have control, or would you say no, it doesn't even seem that way?
There's a couple of things I wanted to say. I'll definitely get to that in a second. But one of the problems that I have with your view is, as you mentioned, even compatibilists will say, you know, um, like they might be completely deterministic or whatever, but even they would say, yeah, it seems like, like as long as the causes were right, like as long as it was our character, personality, whatever traits there were, yeah, then it really was up to us, and that's kind of all that matters. And so, like, I think that the up to us sort of, it seems a bit ambiguous to me, where you can use that sort of phrasing to justify, compatibilism, or your view, where the choices are just first causes. So I think that sort of ambiguity, we have to resolve that somehow. But the further thing is, though, is that I also think that there's a problem in general with the way in which we use the term will, like the free will. There's something about it which sort of it sort of seems to imply that there's not only is there agent causation, but that this agent causation is like the same agent that is sustained through time, right? Like none of these causes are like, it's not just transient causes that are coming and going, but there really is something moving along that isn't just itself made of matter, or it's not just deterministic as well. So so that also is almost seems a bit strange to me, because um if we're going to say that we have this thing called the will, and it's not just causes that come and go, it's not just states of the mind that come and go, but there really is a will that sort of endures through time, and it's free. um it's up to us, as you might say. Then I think that that's a little bit, it might even be like unjustified to me, because for me it seems like the causes are more transient, right? They just sort of come and go. And in everyday usage, we might talk about, like, oh yeah, of course I have free will, as if it's just this thing that I have that just sustains through time. But I don't know that that actually survives scrutiny when we really try to pin down, well, okay, well, what really caused these actions? Then it's just like these causes coming and going, that it's not like it's bundled into one thing. But there's also the experiential question that you asked me. Um, and for that piece, I think that I'm sort of similar in the way that Sam Harris, you brought him up earlier, sees it, where I think that many people think that there's an illusion, but then it's more the way that I see it is that, like, that illusion is sort of an illusion. Like it's not even there's nothing really there to even suggest that there's free will in the first place. One of the examples that he brought up in one of like his free will talks, I might sort of be like parroting him a little bit, just real quick. It's like he'll ask you to like, oh yeah, think of a city, right? And so yeah, and just think of a city and just pick one or whatever, and just think about what that experience was like, right? Because this is in the privacy of your own mind. We better be able to find free will here, right? You're just gonna choose a city. That's all you got to do. Even for stuff like that, you'll just find that most of the cities that you could have chosen didn't even occur to you, and that wasn't really up to you. And the cities that did occur to you just sort of like appeared out of nowhere. And the city that you ended up choosing, it's like, well, why did you choose that, right? You kind of had like a little inventory of cities that you could have picked. Why did you pick the one that you did pick? And then it sort of raises all these other questions. But long story short, in terms of like our experience, I think that we experience, I would say, like, for lack of a better word, maybe like an indeterminacy of the will or something like that. Like we do experience like a gap, I guess, but I don't think that it would freedom of the will in the way that people use the word free. I don't think that that really captures what happens. I think it's a bit like it's a bit more mysterious, for we can't really take credit for it. But yeah, I think I rambled on a little too long, but go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
So I wrote some notes here next to my question. Does it at least seem like you have control, even if it's illusory? I put no. That's your answer. And on that point, you agree with Sam Harris.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know if I put that too starkly. I wanted to keep it simple, but would that be accurate to say no? For you, it doesn't even seem like you have control.
I think that the seeming for control, I'm fine with. It's just that the control of the control, and I know that you said that you thought that that was unnecessary, but I think that that's sort of the and see, this is probably where we diverge a bit, because if you think that that's unnecessary, then I guess I don't know how to resolve our disagreement on that. But I think it's the control of the control that we clearly don't have. Um, and so that would be where I think that like yeah, like I definitely feel like I'm like, there's definitely a distinction between voluntary and involuntary action. I'm not trying to get rid of that, of course, but um, just focusing on voluntary action, um, I don't think we have control of the control itself. So, and then that's pretty much all. Oh, are you still there, by the way? I can't even hear you. I think I might have got disconnected. Oh.
Hello? Can you hear me? You look like you're muted.
Oh, hello.
Can, now I hear you.
Yeah, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Good. Okay. Sorry about that interruption.
No, it's okay.
I, I think I'm back in business on the. I'm just checking my phone here to make sure. Yeah, it looks like sound is coming through. All right. Sorry, everyone. I think maybe what happened is my modem uh, got turned off or something temporarily. That's happened before. And then um, that interrupted my connection to Zoom. And so now I'm using my phone as a hotspot. So I think even if my modem dies again, um, I think I'll still have a connection. So anyways, where were we? What was the last point we were talking about?
I think we were talking
Um,
about I was talking about like us not being in control of the control. Oh yeah,
oh,
because yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I remember now. So, oh yeah, let me also get my notes back on the screen because I think it's helpful to share that file. Thanks everyone for being here in the chat, by the way. I see some people have been chatting. Um, I appreciate it.
Yeah, if you want to, you can feel free to like address some of them because I am trying to finish up this thing I was eating because I thought that maybe
Oh,
I didn't know how
okay.
long you were gonna be gone, so I was like, "Oh, I'll start eating."
All right. Well, let me at least make one more point, and then maybe I'll take a look at the chat.
Okay.
So I think what you said, something like, it seems like you have control. So I had asked this question here on the screen, does it at least seem like you have control, even if it's illusory? On the second go around, I think you said yes. However, it doesn't seem like you have control over whether you have control. Is
Yeah,
that right?
I guess in this case, so voluntary action and trying definitely feels like something. Like it definitely feels different than if my arm just moves on its own. There's definitely a distinction there. Um, but I think that, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I think that some people sort of mistake that difference in feeling between, voluntary and involuntary action. I think that they are like, oh yeah, well that's where free will must be. That's where it is right there. But for me, I still think that even with that distinction between our experience between voluntary and involuntary action, um, we just have to also notice that, okay, well, where does this sense of control come from? And then you suddenly realize, okay, yeah, well, I didn't control that either. Like I didn't control that sense of control. It just sort of appeared there. That's sort of how I would describe it.
Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe you're just looking for something that I don't think is a thing. Like I don't think we need to look further. Um, like um, like I wouldn't say it seems like we have control, but it doesn't seem like we have control over whether we have control. It's like you're going a layer too far. Maybe similarly with the universe, like I wouldn't say it seems like there's a world, but I don't know what caused the world. But I don't think there is a cause of the world or a cause of existence. You're looking for something that isn't there. I think that might be how I would analyze what's going on. And I think you can, I don't see a reason not to take it at face value. Now, I know there are some scientific arguments like Benjamin Libet, you might have heard of him. There are people who have arguments as to why it actually is illusory. I don't think those arguments are good. Um,
Are you talking about
But
the experiments where they can show that the decision was made prior to consciousness? Is that the ones you're referring to, or are they
well, that's how
different?
some people interpret it. Like they say, prior to your report of when you made a decision, there was some activity in the brain, and this is interpreted by some people to say, well, you didn't really choose when you thought you did. You were actually determined to act the way you did because there was this prior brain activity um, before going on before you reported making a choice.
Mm,
I don't think that's a valid inference. I mean, I don't think it should be surprising that there's activity going on in the brain before you make a choice. That doesn't mean it's sufficient to explain um, what you do at the time that you report making a choice. Maybe you just, I mean, it shouldn't be surprising that there's some activity going on in the brain at all times. You're a living organism and there's neurons firing. And given that they're charged with the task of raising their wrist or their finger at random times, it makes sense that being given this instruction, part of their brain would be primed and maybe be especially active. So there's that I think does a pretty good job of rebutting the inference a lot of people take from these studies by Al Mealy. He's a philosopher at Florida State. I think the title of his book is Free: Why Neuroscience Doesn't Refute Free Will, something like that.
mm,
But I'll put the title here. Um,
okay.
but
Mm.
anyways, I think maybe you're looking for something that I just don't think should be looked for. I don't think there needs to be some prior cause or some control of our control. We simply control. And now I do think there's a kind of root level, and Ayn Rand says that our root control is over our minds, not over like our limbs, as I was saying. So maybe you could say there are levels of control in the sense of like your control over your mind enables you to control your limbs. Maybe there's some kind of distinction you can draw there, but whatever the root level is, if it is um, control over your mind, I don't think there needs to be some further control to make sense of that level of control. That's just where you start.
Well, I think that when you say that, that's just where you start. It's still, I still think it's a coherent question to still ask. Okay, but how can I really take credit for that sense of control that I have? Um, and if we're just not going to point to anything else and just use that as our starting point, and I don't
How do you
really
take
see how.
credit for the what?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
What did
so
you?
yeah, so I think that it's still a legitimate question to ask. Okay, well, we have this sense of control, this sense of voluntariness that we have with a lot of things that is distinct from um, involuntary actions. Um, but then I think it's still fine to ask, okay, well, how did that come about? And because if we want to find out whether or not, and I guess it just depends on what you mean by free will, because here's the weird part is that if if by free will you just mean like first cause, like a choice that's a first cause, then it seems to be I think that is slightly disconnected from what a lot of people mean by free will, because they want to feel like they really authored everything, right? Like they authored the control, they authored the next state that they had, they authored the next thought that they had, even if they acknowledge that, some thoughts are intrusive and some are not. Like they want to feel like all of these states, all these mental states, they're really authoring them all, including, especially when it comes to like intentions and all that, and commitments to intentions. And so I just how do I say it? I know that you think it's unnecessary to take a step back and look at it, but then I think that that sort of deflates what a lot of people mean by free will, because now if by free we're just saying, yeah, it's a first cause, I mean, it's just, to me, that's sort of indistinguishable from just it's a mystery why we made one choice over another. Whether or not it was random or determined or not, it's just plain mystery.
Well, that's where I go back to step one here, or the context given by step one. It's not a mystery if you have this sense that it's better to choose one way rather than the other,
But
then
that
it's
doesn't that's sort of like an appeal to determinism though, isn't it? It's sort of like appealing to some prior state that you didn't yourself author.
I don't see it as appealing to determinism. It's just an appeal to a fact. But it's not determined. It's up to you whether you act in accordance with that sense or not. That's the part that's not determined.
Well, so hold on one second though. This is where maybe our intuitions do diverge here a bit, but when you say it's up to you and that's the part that wasn't determined, you see, I'm I'm not convinced by that because I really do think that if we had sufficient technology, and we don't at the moment, but if we really did, I don't see, at the current moment, I just I think that we would be able to basically stimulate areas of your brain in such a way where you would feel like you're making choices, by your own volition when you really weren't, right? Like it was us just stimulating the choice pathways in your brain from above somewhere. And from your conscious experience, you might not have any any sense that someone else was tampering with your mental states like that. But I think that if we did have some sort of perfect technology, I think that would be on the menu of things that we would be able to do. I mean, we can already, in some ways, we can already kind of do that, but it's just that it's involuntary, right? Like when people go get surgeries for, on the brains, sometimes they'll elect to voluntarily, have those little experiments done when they're, like stimulating random parts of the brain. And yeah, we can make people make noises and we can make them um, move their muscles in certain ways over and over again. And but it's still fair to say that from their conscious experience, they don't feel like they're doing it, right? It just feels involuntary. But I just think that that has to do with like a sloppiness of the technology and us not being able to like really like if there's no localized area in the brain, if it's a bit spread out as to, like when you make a choice and you really feel like it's up to you, that feeling, if we don't know how to replicate that via like neural stimulation somehow, then yeah, when we go in and we just stimulate a certain part of the brain, like the motor cortex or whatever, and we just go in and zap it with a little electricity or whatever, yeah, we're bypassing a whole lot of other stuff there, right? We're bypassing um right, we're just recreating the motor movement. So you're gonna notice like, oh shit, I'm in this doctor's chair and my arm's moving from this experiment. That doesn't feel like me. But I don't see why we wouldn't be able to eventually master that in the long run. I mean, do you disagree with that? Do you think that there's like a limitation that we would never be able to uh, stimulate someone's brain in such a way to where they just didn't even know that they were being controlled, right? Like they thought that they were in control the entire time when really it was just a mad scientist carving up their
Hmm.
skull in a certain way.
Right. So I don't know if that's possible to do, but I'm also not sure if it matters. Like, let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that it is possible in the future for science to develop such that someone could control what you do, and it feels like you're in control, but you're not.
Hmm.
Um, does that change the fact that now, when we haven't got that technology, uh, should that make us think that now we're not in control? Um, that I'm not sure that that would follow. Like, is the
Well,
idea that just because it might be possible to do that in the future, that therefore we can't take our sense of control now at face value?
well, it would be it would sort of deflate the idea of control because now, yeah, there might not be a guy that's making that stuff happen, but it's just your environment that's making that stuff happen. Like, and by environment, I mean like even within your own school, right? Just like all of the brain activity that's going on, it's happening in some natural way, but it's and but it would be indistinguishable from that of a mad scientist doing it. So it's like, okay, in the mad scientist, we can point to the guy with his tools and say, like, okay, that's the guy, that's the cause right there. In the case of the brain, we might not have something as easy to point to, but it would still just be, okay, well, there's these ions flowing in and out of these cells, these genes are being transcribed. All this stuff is causing me to feel like I'm in control, but it was just a different pathway of recreating the same mental state. One was a human using his knowledge of the brain to sort of, artificially just sort of get in there and force it to happen just like by brute force. The other one, it just happened without the brute force, but just by causes that you are not even aware of. And so,
Okay. I'm wondering if you are implying that control is, or that maybe the determinism is unfalsifiable. Like, no matter what you observe, there's nothing that could make you think that control is real. Um, I'm not sure if that's what you're suggesting, intentionally or otherwise. But like, I'm wondering now, like, what would you take as evidence that we are in fact in control and that it's not just an illusion? Could anything possibly qualify as evidence? If not, then it seems like um, what you're putting forward is not really a scientific hypothesis. If you think part of what it means to be a scientific or empirical hypothesis is to be falsifiable, and I'm not sure I even want to sign on to that and say that in order for something to be a valid scientific hypothesis, it has to be something that is falsifiable, or in principle falsifiable, but maybe that's one relevant component. I'm not sure, but I'm curious uh, what your take on that is. Like, is this a scientific hypothesis of determinism, which is open to evidence and it could go either way, or is it the case that, like, no matter what the state of our evidence is, you are still going to think that any sense of control is necessarily illusory?
well, I don't think that the way I view things rests on determinism necessarily, because I actually think that there's what you're saying with the first cause sort of fits right into that bin too, right? Like it was either going to be a first cause that made you choose what you choose, or it was going to be a mad scientist poking in your skull that made you choose what you chose, or it was going to be some other just random natural processes that made you do what you did. And all of that, I'm saying the entire umbrella of our available options, whether it's determinism or indeterminism or first cause being a choice, I'm just saying that we can't, and again, I know you think it's irrelevant, but we can't ever we can't ever step behind that in such a way as to really point to in the same way we couldn't point to the mad scientist and be like, yeah, I'm responsible for that guy right there who's making me do all this stuff. I'm responsible for all that. In the same way we couldn't do that with the mad scientist, we also couldn't do that with the first cause. We can't stand anywhere to and point at it and say, "Yep, that first cause right there, I manufactured that. That's something that I'm going to take credit for right there. That first cause." It's all lumped into the same umbrella of whatever causal structure that you think the universe sort of um, exemplifies or whatever, for lack of a better word there. Whatever you think it is underlying everything, I think it all boils down to us not being able to really own it, even in your case.
Okay. I'm not sure I followed all of that. I was a little distracted, but one of the things I remember you saying is we can't take credit for uh, a first cause. I wrote that here on the screen, and I that caught my attention because I was thinking, well, why not? If I observe myself to be the one who made a choice and nothing forced me to make that choice other than myself, then why can't I take credit for it? Now, you can hypothesize that there was something behind the scenes that actually did force me to focus my mind, and I'm just not aware of that thing behind the scenes. But
Yeah, but you can't take credit for it in a way that offers any explanation, right? It
well, I
doesn't.
can if I have this first step in place, this part about it, it would be better to focus my mind.
Yeah, but those are just two things that we can't take credit for, right? There's two states. There's the first state we can't take credit for that. That's just the default state. The second state is just the choice. And so it seems like you're adding more things that we just can't ultimately point to and be like, "Yep, I manufactured that. I created that, and I'm gonna own it." It's
Yeah, I don't see
just
why I can't do that.
in the same way that it's in the same way of the mad scientist, though, right? Like the mad scientist, it wouldn't make any sense for you to point to him, right? Like you have the identical experience of being in control, right? That's what we're stipulating for the moment. You
Okay.
have the identical experience of being in control of your actions. You really feel like you're in control. The entire time you're unaware that there's some dude tampering in your brain. It wouldn't make sense for you to point to him and say, "Yeah, well, I really can take credit for what he's doing." And
Right.
in the same way, for the first cause, it's just like whatever it is, whatever mysterious cause it is, it's the first cause. There's no, there's nothing to really that that grounds it, right? It's just there. And so like what sense would it make for you to point to and say you definitely can't say that you caused it, right? Because it's the first cause. So you can't look at it and take credit for it in that way. There's no causal credit, no causal award given to you for that first cause. That would be incoherent, right? And so
No, I don't see that. Yeah, why I don't see why I wouldn't get credits for it. I mean, assuming I've got this step one sense in place about it would be better. I'm
well,
not seeing why.
normally when we talk about getting credit, we talk about causing something, right? Like if I punched you in the face,
Yeah,
if I punch you in the face and then you have a black eye, I can point to it and say, yeah, I caused it. I caused this guy to. I can really take credit for him having a black eye because I punched him, right?
yeah. And I
Like
caused myself to do the thing that was better.
but no, but I'm saying in that case, I can point to the actual mechanism of me, um, saying like, yeah, like this is what I did. And now you can step behind that as well and say like, okay, well, I didn't cause that state. But just for so like there's the trivial sense in which I can point to things and say that I can take credit for it. Where like if I'm just an everyday conversation, I'm not gonna walk around telling people that I can't take credit for anything because people are just gonna look at me like a weirdo. But it's just I don't know, I'll try to think of like a concrete example. Um, it's like if a first cause is necessarily something that isn't explained by anything else, then what sense does it make for you to step in and say, you know, like I serve as the explanation for this thing?
Well, it is. I'm saying maybe I'm being inconsistent here, but I am saying it's explained, at least in some sense, by this precondition we have here in the step one. So um, I don't know if I what's there's a if I should say the first choice is influence but not determined. Um, Even influence, I think, might be too strong a term to use if I'm going to say a choice a choice is a first cause, but it's at least not arbitrary, I think. So if it's not arbitrary, then there's maybe it's right to say there's some sort of explanation. Like maybe I could say I'm not sure if this is coherent, but let me just utter the thoughts
Mhm.
and analyze it afterwards.
Yeah.
So let's say I choose to focus, and then someone asks, or I ask myself, well, what explains that choice? And the answer is, well, it would, I had this sense that it would be better, more pleasurable to focus rather than not to focus. So that's my explanation of why I chose to focus. And if
But that wouldn't be the explanation though, right? Because that would
but an
imply some sort of.
explanation is not the same as a determining factor. Like to say the choice can be explained isn't to say it was determined. I don't know if that sounds like a contradiction, but that's at least the direction my thought was headed in. Um, but if you want to jump in here, go ahead.
Well, there is the I still think that it begs the question though, because if it if it wasn't something like if you're not pointing to something that actually determined your next move, then it still leaves open the question, okay, well, what really did determine your next move? And so pointing to something like step number one and offering that as an explanation and saying, oh, okay, well, it's not really deterministic. It doesn't offer us causally sufficient conditions to predict the next outcome. Okay, then there's still this mystery at play here. Well, where we ask, okay, well, why did we do what we did then? And so I still think it begs the question.
Okay. I was thinking maybe it begs the question in some way if you are assuming that there has to be some antecedent condition that um, causes you to go one way rather than the other. Because that's I guess that's the whole question of free will. Like, are we, are we being such that we're entirely determined by antecedent causes or not? Can we act as first causes? And if if you're open to either side of that, then you wouldn't assume that there has to be some antecedent cause of the sort it sounds like you're looking for. So I think maybe you're smuggling in the assumption of determinism.
Well, I'm saying under any model that we have, whether it's a probabilistic model, so it doesn't have to be like a causally sufficient condition that necessarily makes one action happen over another. It might be a probabilistic model or some random model, but in any of those cases either, we're just sort of admitting that, okay, well we don't really control the probabilities, or we don't really control the randomness. And so even if it wasn't a deterministic model, and then the thing that I think when I first came in here, you said something about determinism, indeterminism, and choice was like some third option or something. And I was asking you, how does choice exist outside of that stuff? And so that's where I think that the burden sort of is with this, because choice is really being used as the way in which you're using the word choice is you're using it as, okay, well, it it certainly wasn't determined, or else there wouldn't be a choice, but it wasn't random or probabilistic either, because we don't control that randomness, we don't control those probabilities. But then when I ask you, okay, well, how does it not fit into any one of these other models? I see that you go back to step one a lot, and then step one sort of, I think it provides some context, but then when I ask you, okay, well, how does the context interact there? And then you say, okay, well, it's not completely determined. I don't see how the question is really answered where you've escaped any of the other models like indeterminism or randomness, right? Whether like, because in pure randomness, we can imagine like even the probabilistic models, like there just wasn't like a stable probability distribution. Like the law of large numbers just wouldn't even apply, right? Just keep getting more data points and the distribution just keeps changing radically. But that's sort of where I'm I'm at with this, because I'm not seeing how step one saves you. I think it, or saves the position. I think it's it's still it still leaves it mysterious. Like, okay, well if the context isn't a causally sufficient condition to cause the next outcome, then what the hell is it? It's it's somehow influencing it in some way, in some non-random way, but not deterministic either, right? That's why I'm not sure that it's a coherent view. But I'll shut up now.
Well, I'm wondering if the right answer is, well, you are causing it. But if like I've heard this term uh self-determinism. I think I first heard Anarcho-Objectivism use that term. He's an objectivist philosopher. And you could describe the position Ayn Rand advocates as self-determinism. So there's something that determines your actions, but if it's you that's doing it, then that's compatible with you having control. Um, so I don't know if that advances the discussion anyways, but
Well,
I'm wondering if maybe you're trying to fit things into these two categories that I have bolded here. I just bolded determinism and indeterminism, and like there's if choice doesn't fit one of those two, then it's somehow disqualified. But in if I'm saying it's a third mode of causation, then we don't have to try to shoehorn it. Maybe that's too, I don't want to bias, use language in a biased way, but um, we don't need to accommodate choice within these other frameworks, the determinism or indeterminism. It's just its own mode of causation. Um, but let me pause there and see if you want to say anything.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see how we would have the grounds to say that it exists outside of some kind of deterministic or indeterministic randomness sort of model. Um, I know that you put it as a third mode of causation, but I think that choice, like it's either deterministic or it's not. So there's that.
Hmm.
And when it comes to being either deterministic or it's not. We can explain what determinism is. We can explain what it means for something to be deterministic. We can explain what it means for something to be indeterministic. When it comes to choice, it's supposed to be another mode of causation, but there's not really anything that's analogous to our explanations about like what it actually is, right? We just refer to it as like a first cause or something, which sounds an awful lot like being indeterministic in some way, unpredictable, or even if it was predictable, that predictability doesn't really do it much justice because now you're looking like it's starting to look deterministic. But um, yeah, I just think that you're adding an extra mode of causation, but I think that it still fits nicely within either two of those. Even just pure randomness, it fits in. Um, and in that case, because when we think about like first causes, when I tend to think about a first cause, I think about it as like being non-determined or something like that, right? Like nothing preceded it, and so I don't see how this qualifies as its own special sort of like causal thing when the others seem all of the others seem to be able to accommodate it, depending on your view.
Well, I don't see how either determinism or indeterminism accommodates choice the way I think of choice. And maybe I should write this. I don't know if I already made this clear, but indeterminism is not the same as non-determinism. Did I make that point while you were here?
I'm not sure you did.
Okay. Does that seem surprising if I say that? Or does that seem like a contradiction? Or
Uh, no, I think that are you using the word indeterminism as in um well I'd like you to maybe explain it because
okay.
yeah because
So
I
I take indeterminism is metaphysical randomness. That's one way
mm,
you can think of it, as opposed to epistemological randomness. I talked earlier in today's stream about a cockroach. It might seem to be scurrying around the floor in random directions, but metaphysically, it might be entirely determines the path that it goes, but it's just a very complicated sort of path to predict. So we might say epistemologically it's random, like we can't know how it's going to scurry, but metaphysically it's entirely determined.
mhm.
At least this is a view one might hold.
Yeah, no,
So
or like rolling a dice or something like that. Yeah,
yeah, you don't know what's going to come up, but it's nevertheless determined. Now,
yeah.
if something is metaphysically random, the idea there is it's not just that we lack knowledge, it's that in reality, it's not determined. Quantum physics often asserts this about the behavior of particles. Like it's not determined whether this particle is going to go through slit one or slit two in this experiment. It's just metaphysically random. It's not that we lack knowledge, it's that in reality, it has not been determined how it's going to go.
Hmm.
So that's what I mean. And that's what I think many philosophers mean when they talk about indeterminism. It doesn't just mean non-determinism. So,
So
uh,
just to
like I
clarify,
would
like
say choice is non-deterministic, but it's also not indeterministic. It's not metaphysically random, but it's also not determinism. So that's why I say it's a third mode of causation.
right, but then it leaves us like if something isn't metaphysically random, then we're sort of acknowledging that there's either some probabilistic way in which it arises, there's some constraints there, but the constraints are always, either deterministic or probabilistic, right? In that case.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Like these step one that I have here, maybe this comes up in a way that you could say is either deterministic or probabilistic. We just get this sense. We didn't choose to have this sense that it would be better to focus rather than not. We were just determined, or maybe it's probabilistically, um, it's a matter of probability that it came out. But once we were in that condition, however it came about, whether deterministically or indeterministically, we now have a third mode of causation, at least that's my contention, or at least Ayn Rand's contention, of how to react to that context, which was deterministically or indeterministically set.
How is that distinct from a probabilistic model, which doesn't always offer causally sufficient conditions, but you're clearly not in control of the probability dials there?
Well, you are in control of the probability dials in the case of what I'm calling choice here. And that makes it not a case of indeterminism.
In
If you
what way?
weren't in control of the probability dials, then I guess I would say, yeah, it is indeterminism.
Yeah, but in what way are you in control of the probability dials if we're talking about choice being a first cause?
I don't know that I could say more, like other than like giving synonyms. Like I could just say it's up to you. I know that phrase came up earlier, and you had something to say about it, but um, it's
Yeah, but
just
you can say it's up to you, but you can make that sort of like compatible with sort of like, determinism or just like you as a assortment of atoms, like it really was up to you, depending on how wide the scope. You just want to include everything. If someone just wanted to include all brain processes as you, even though we don't really control those, they might say that, or it might be like a compatibilist view, right, or something. But or even like a probabilistic one, we can say, yeah, yeah, it's up to you, but it's sort of like it's just up to you in a way where you can't predict with absolute certainty what you're gonna do next, but it was still up to you. But I still think that and maybe this will be my next question, how do we resolve the ambiguity for what that really means? Like it's up to you.
okay. So a couple thoughts. Um, One is I don't accept compatibilism. So I don't think choice is compatible with determinism or indeterminism, where indeterminism means metaphysical randomness. Um, so the way I understand choice is if you have choice, then you're not determined or you're not indetermined. It's something different. And we can talk about that further, but I'll just put that on the table. Another thought is at a certain point, we're just dealing with axiomatic concepts. And if you ask, like, what does it mean to say something is up to you? I could give synonyms and say, well, it's within your control. But if I had previously, I tried to define control as being what you have when something is up to you. At a certain point, I can't say anything further. I can just say, introspect, look, like, what does a cucumber taste like? Well, I could say it's sort of like a pickle, but it's not as bitter or something. Well, what is bitter? Well, just eat this thing, right? Just to have this experience, and then you'll know. And I think when you're dealing with certain concepts, like concepts of sensation, um, there's a certain stopping point. There's no infinite regress of definition or description. And I think maybe we're getting close to that point if we haven't reached already with some of these terms, like what does control mean, or what does it mean to say something is up to you? I don't know that there's more I could say other than just point you to have the experience so that you can find out for yourself. Just introspect how your mind operates, and that will give you data as to what I mean when I say something is up to you or something is under your control. And so I might be exhausted in terms of what I can say. And I don't know if I am yet, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, well, the big issue though is then if it requires introspection to know what you really mean, then that's sort of problematic, at least for me, and for me, someone like, especially someone like Sam Harris, who doesn't even think that what you're saying really even maps onto his experience at all. Um, then we're sort of left with like, okay, there's these people that are saying that they're experiencing something in some way, but then when we introspect, we're getting something a lot different from what they are.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of one other point I can make. I think I made a note of it. So, oh yeah, here, this part about choosing a city.
Oh yeah.
So I agree that if someone just says pick a city, and what's the first one that comes to mind? Well, Anchorage, Alaska, that just came to my mind. Now, I didn't choose that. I don't know why that one popped into my mind. Let's take something else. Choose a president in the 19th century. Franklin Pierce. He's the first one who just popped into my mind now. I don't know why. What if I asked you, choose a president from the 19th century? Is anyone other than Franklin Pierce, does someone pop into your mind?
My lack of historical knowledge
Like between
will
1800 and 1900, can you think of any presidents in there? Uh,
that's
Civil
very
War.
yeah.
Uh, all right, well, we can take another, like choose a car brand, a car make.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple.
All right, I just thought of Toyota, Volkswagen. What did you come up with?
I was thinking about like Ford, Chevy.
Okay. Yeah, so these are issues of contents, which I don't think we choose, but Rand's claim is not that we choose the particular content that pops into our mind. It's that we choose whether or not to manage our minds. It's more having to do with the method of using our minds, not some specific item of knowledge that comes up. So, if we take if we're looking to that, then maybe it's more plausible to say, or maybe when you introspect with that in mind, I don't know if you come up with any different results, but I might agree with you that when I introspect on what happens when you ask me to like choose a city or a car manufacturer, that's not within my control, but that doesn't make me think that everything in my mind is not within my control. So if we focus specifically on this issue of whether to focus your minds, does that seem like something that is or is not within your control?
Yeah, I just think that um like based on what you said about, Ayn Rand's like it's not the content, but it's the method,
Method?
yeah, the method, the way you use your mind. That's still we're still just talking about like mental capacities that we didn't pick, we couldn't have picked. Mental capacities like where like, if I like we mostly just take it for granted. But even like the linguistic thoughts that we have when we feel like we're in the most control that we're ever in, like we're just exerting the most discipline that we've ever exerted, those are all still just mental capacities that we might not have had we had, different brains, different. It's like we can't take credit for the activation of those capacities. And in many ways, you can just see it, right? Like if I ask you to solve some like obscure math problem right now, you might sit there and try to think about it and like, oh, you're scratching your head, you're trying to figure it out. It's just like blank, right? Like you might not know what it is, it's just blank. And then right, because those capacities aren't up to you, right? Those capacities are just like your default state. And then you might even just be sitting on the toilet the next day and then the answer just pops into your head like, oh shit, I made all this effort and made no headway and now it just came to mind. I'm saying like even even in cases where you are making the valiant effort that you're making, or as Ayn Rand might say, like, the method in which you use your mind, we're still just appealing to capacities that we have that none of us actually picked, but are just constantly on display despite us not having picked them. So we just sort of like we almost like forget to think about them as capacities because we know we just go about our days, and we just perceive objects, lying on the ground. If something seems dangerous to us or not, it's not really up to us. It might just suddenly happen. But even if we exert ourselves, we'll notice that if you're successful at solving the math problem, in a way, it's kind of like surprising. It just sort of happens. If you're, and that's if you're really trying hard. But you also might really, really, really try hard and just not solve it. And that's another capacity there that sort of failed you in that moment. But also even just the focusing aspect, right? Because I think that oftentimes we forget that focusing is even a mental capacity in itself, where it's like, if someone has ADHD, they might just not be able to focus, right? They might not be able to operate the way that Ayn Rand says that they should be able to operate. They might not have the capacity that you have to focus, right? And so I just think that all of this stuff it goes back to things where whatever the causal structure is, whether it's random or not, it's something that we kind of clearly just can't really take credit for it.
All right. So a few points. Uh, what's the best one to start with? So you mentioned exerting and trying. Now, those terms, I think, are cases where you can take credit. It's up to you, whether you try, whether you exert yourself. Now, I wouldn't say you can take credit for the particular city that comes to mind, or to use the math problem, let's say you what you can take credit for is whether you made an attempt to solve the problem. Maybe you can't take credit for whether or not you got the actual answer. Maybe you tried as hard as you could and you still came up with the wrong answer. But so whether you came up with the right answer is not entirely up to you. But what is entirely up to you is whether you at least try to come up with the right answer. So I would make that point.
Yeah, I don't know if I
Uh,
just take that point
um,
real quick.
yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. Even that point though, like the act of exerting yourself, that's also a capacity, which I'm saying that we often just forget that it is a capacity. We just think to ourselves like, oh yeah, of course, like it's up to me. But the person who just can't focus for whatever reason that they have, maybe like it's some like disorder that they might have, right? Like they just can't focus. Like in their case, it's clearly not up to them whether or not they're able to focus. And
Yeah,
I'm
that was
saying like,
actually going to be my next point.
okay, yeah, go ahead
Um,
then. Yeah, because
so like you mentioned someone with ADHD. Now I don't know much about that, but we can take some other case, like someone who is very short on sleep. Let's say they haven't slept for 3 days straight, and now a person in the, or they've, yeah, I'll just go with that example. Someone like that, I think you could say, well, that person doesn't really have control over their minds. They need to get some sleep. Um, and maybe there are conditions like ADHD that are similar to that, and the person just can't, they don't have control over their minds in that state. Maybe there are some insane people who can't ever control their minds, but if we're talking about a normal person, he's healthy, he's got plenty of rest, he's not running short on sleep, then I would say in that condition, someone can does have control over his mind, and when he's in that state, he can take credit for or blame, depending on how he uses his mind. Even if it's true that there are other states he might be in, like very short in sleep, where we can't hold him credit worthy or blameworthy for how his mind operates.
right, but if you're saying that, I think here's the punchline though, is that if you're saying that there are people, whether they're short on sleep or they have some sort of disorder or whatever, and they can't take credit for the fact that they can't focus, right? It's not really up to them whether or not they're going to focus, right? They just kind of can't. And then there's the
Hmm.
normal case of like just your average person who seems to be able to focus pretty effortlessly, at least when he tries. I'm saying that even that right there, there's an acknowledgement there that there's something out of both of their controls which causes them to be able to focus in the first place, which clearly wasn't up to them. And
To be
that's,
able to focus,
yeah, like just the
I
act.
agree. It's not in your control whether you're able to focus. Like just given our nature as human beings, I think we are able to focus. But whether we exercise that ability, that's what I think
But
is
that's also
up to us to use that term.
another capacity that people may or may not have and to varying degrees, right? This exercising focus to
I
whatever
don't think
degrees.
so. I don't think so. For normal people, if you're not subject to ADHD or you're not permanently sleep deprived, I think normal people, it's equally within their ability to focus or not.
Well, yes, but it's my point though is that it's all rolling back to how that state of affairs is even possible to begin with. And if we're acknowledging that like ADHD or someone with ADHD or whatever disorder might not be able to do that, and just the regular person who takes it for granted and can just do it easily on the on a whim, we would just be acknowledging that, yeah, like your ability to focus, whether or not you choose to focus, like these are all capacities that precede any sort of, it just precedes consciousness in that way, right? Like if I knew enough about the brain, I might be able to, assuming that you could survive this procedure, I might just be able to go and open up your brain and cut out a piece, and you all of a sudden you wouldn't be able to even focus anymore. It wouldn't even occur to you to attempt to focus, right? Like I just did some damage like that. And it's like, yeah, of course, in those cases, like it becomes clear, like, yeah, like the capacities, the decisions, all this stuff, it's all that stuff, all the machinery there comes prior to any conscious agent. It's all, we're just talking about biological machinery that's enabling all this stuff in the first place, which is, either deterministic or probabilistic or what have you.
Yeah, so I think that machinery can be in place, but how that machinery is used, that's what I think is not determined or indetermined, but is rather subject to this third, what I'm calling a third form of causation, which is choice.
Yeah, but you're saying how it's used, but the machinery is the thing that dictates how it's used, right?
No,
That's
it doesn't. I disagree with that. It's a
so okay.
precondition, but it doesn't. So you have to you have to have a certain kind of brain. Like I don't think fishes or birds have the type of brain that allows them to make choices, but human beings do. But having the sorts of brains that human beings have doesn't determine that any given human being is going to choose one thing rather than the other. That's just irreducibly up to the human. The human chooses how his machinery is exercised.
No, but you're implying like a separation between the machinery and the choice and like the decision
Yeah,
to
I
use the
am.
machinery. But I'm just
Maybe
saying
this is where we get into dualism or versus materialism.
I guess so, but yeah, maybe that's so
So if you think
are you
there is
saying
no
like you're
separation between the machinery and some operator of the machinery, then I'm not sure there is a way to make sense of free will. So maybe this is where we have to get off the free will highway and switch over to the philosophy of mind highway and talk about that. Is the mind something distinct from the body or the brain, or is it entirely reducible to the body or the brain? Because I guess if you say that physical or material stuff is entirely deterministic, or maybe it's indeterministic, or maybe some combination of deterministic and indeterministic causation, in and there's nothing more to human beings than that material stuff. if even the mind or consciousness is, if it's identical to or reducible to material or physical stuff, then you might think, okay, well, the mind too, it has to be acting in a deterministic or indeterministic way, but not some third way, right? For it to act in some third way, it would have to somehow be distinct from the material or physical stuff, either some distinct substance or some distinct property that is not reducible to physical properties. So, yeah, maybe that is the sticking point here. And this is actually what got me interested in philosophy of mind. That's what I did my dissertation on. I did a master's thesis on free will, but I noticed in some of my conversations, I wouldn't be able to be persuasive at all to the person who denied free will and was a determinist, because of they were a materialist, and it just wouldn't make sense to them how free will could exist if we are entirely physical material beings. So that's at least one reason I think why I eventually shifted my focus to philosophy of mind topics. So yeah, maybe that's where we would have to go in order to make any headway on the free will issue.
We might, but
Otherwise,
I'm
we
not.
might just like forever butt heads and not make any progress. Yeah.
No, yeah, we might have to go there, but I don't know that it really would be required because even on my view, if you posit something like a like a separate entity that somehow is just spewing out first causes that's interacting with the brain in some way, I think that's I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by free will, but to me it's not the sort of freedom that a lot of people want to have where they want to be able to say like, yes, I authored this very brain state. I authored this in a way where ultimately I can just I won't have to appeal to some and I don't know. Let me actually just back up for a second. But like I just don't think that the first cause, like let's just say we have a soul for what it's worth. If we were to have something like that, I still think that it's like the way in which a soul would work via first causes. I just I'm struggling to see how that would even yeah, we might butt heads forever because I don't know if you're gonna if we've already talked about this before and just differently because like I guess how do I say this? For most of the discussion that we've had so far, I've sort of just been open to whether or not materialism was true or not, or whether or not there are or whether or not the mind really is just reducible to atoms and all that stuff. I've sort of been open to that. I've been leaving it like an open question without really, saying determinism one way or the other, just because I think that the first cause ordeal, no matter what it is, no matter where it comes from, no matter what the the mind really looks like, I sort of tend to agree with Sam Harris when he says that we wouldn't really be able to take true authorship of all this stuff because it would require us to think all this stuff before we think it, which sort of doesn't really make sense, right? It would sort of require us to get behind it in a way that I don't think really makes much sense still. But I mean, I'm happy to talk about the philosophy of mind stuff. I'm not really even sure what my views are necessarily, other than what maybe I said earlier when I talked about like maybe the mind is causally reducible to matter, but it's just not like ontologically reducible in the sense that. But I'm not sure where else we could go from there.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I have at least one point I want to make now. So I wonder what Sam Harris would say if he were aware of Ayn Rand's view that the fundamental choice we have is not a choice over the content, but over, I put it as the method, but I'm not sure method is the best term to use. Maybe I could say we have a choice over the operation of our minds, like whether we're operating in a state of focus or a state of non-focus. Like I don't think I would consider non-focus to be a type of method.
Mhm.
Um, so I'm not sure that's the best term to use, but if we put it as you have a choice over the management of your mind or the operation of your mind, and by that you mean whether it's in a state of focus versus a state of drift, where you're not really in control. Maybe you're just uh, in the grips of your emotions. You're letting your emotions dictate your actions rather than your reason. Um, so I don't know that Rand's view is really on Sam Harris's radar. I don't know if it's one he's considered and rejected or he's just never considered it. But given some of the examples you've given, like the example of choosing a city, that makes me think, well, maybe he hasn't considered a different sort of viewpoint, which doesn't have much to do with the content of a given thought, but this issue of operating what method or the method or the operation or the management of your mind.
Well,
Um,
the city thing though, the city thing, I think he would say that like we just don't create any of these states, no matter what they are. So like even in the city example, like even if Ayn Rand agrees that we don't create the content that arises, there's also just a question that like you could have rejected, presumably you could have rejected even the offer, like when I said, think of a city, think of it, right? And that would be more along the lines of Ayn Rand's use of of the mind, the method. But I think something Sam Harris might say something like, yeah, well, you didn't create that state either, right? Where you just wanted to reject my offer for you to think of a city. So like the fact that you were on board with it, like when I asked you or whatever, and you were kind of going back and asking me, like you were using your own mind to ask me, like, hey, like think of a car, or think of a president of the 18th or 19th century. That would also be something that he would probably say, yeah, well, you didn't manufacture that state either. That was just something that it was something
yeah,
that
well,
occurred.
that's another sort of content. I would also put that in the category of content, which is a different category than what I'm saying the choice to focus is. So I think it's still not in the right category. Think
Yeah,
of a city,
but
but like whether I'm focused on this discussion, like maybe I'm getting tired at certain points and I have a choice as to whether to exert my mental powers to stay in focus so I can follow the discussion, or just let my mind dissolve. Um, I don't know how to best express the alternative, but it's that management of my mind which is directly within my control. That's the fundamental choice we face, but that's different than choices of what particular example to give. Like if I ask you to think of a city or think of a president, think of a car maker, that's a different sort of uh, thing to consider, which I don't think is up to us. I think that's a derivative, um, plausibly deterministic aspect. I don't think that's within our choice, but I do think the choice of how we manage our mind, that is something under our control or up to our choice.
so let's just stipulate if I were able to open up your brain right now and just I would ask you, okay, well, just notice how easy or how hard it is to focus once I start prying around in here, and just let me know what you think. And I can make it increasingly harder and harder and harder for you to focus to the point where you just might not want to focus anymore. And then I bring you back and I ask you, okay, well, what was that like? What was that experience like for you? Um, you know, because all I did was I just manipulated some neurons and got you to not be able to focus, and then I brought you back in.
Hmm.
And then I ask you, okay, well, was that up to you? Like, why didn't you focus? Like when I was prying around in your brain, why weren't you focusing at all? Like, I thought it was up to you, right? I thought all this stuff was separable from the brain. Why couldn't you do that? Like, what would you tell me if we ran that little experiment?
Well, I think I could choose to focus up to a certain point. I was imagining that you're just doing like a sped up version of getting tired. Like if I'm up for 12 hours, that's kind of, I guess if I'm usually up for 16 hours, 17 hours a day, towards the end of that, it becomes harder to focus and I want to do easy activities that don't require, like I often I want to do the hardest work of the day at the very beginning when I'm very refreshed. I just had a full night's sleep. I don't want to try to do some really difficult reading, right before I'm going to fall asleep. And that whole process throughout the day, it gets harder and harder and harder. And if I'm up for like 40 hours, 50, 60, 70 hours straight, it becomes virtually impossible. Maybe it does become impossible at a certain point. And you, as a neuroscientist, might be able to just speed up that process and make the whole range of like from, I have full control over my ability to focus to absolutely no control. Maybe you can make that whole transition elapse within the space of 5 minutes, but essentially it's the same thing going on. So I guess what I would say is, well, towards the beginning of your manipulation of my brain, I would still have some ability it would still be entirely up to me whether I focus or not, but it becomes increasingly hard to focus, just as throughout the day it becomes increasingly hard to focus. And eventually it becomes impossible to focus, and I fall asleep whether I want to or not.
Okay, but in what sense though, once we get to that moment where I'm in your brain and we've sped up the process so much where it's just impossible to focus because I've just, I've got this perfect alien technology and I've cut all the focus circuits and I haven't sewed them back together yet. And so I've
Hmm.
cut them all. And let's just say I keep you in that state for like an hour or however long I wanted to keep you. And then I bring you back and then I say, okay, look, I thought that it was up to you whether or not you could focus. I thought that, and I'm a mad scientist, and then you're sitting there and you're pleading with me. You're saying like, yeah, well, it is up to me. It was just hard. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll try it again. And then I cut the cords again and make it impossible for you to focus. And then I
Hmm.
bring you back. In what sense does it make to say like, yeah, it was up to me whether or not I was able to use my brain to focus or not? Like,
Well, it's
because
not in that case. If
okay,
you
what?
mess with my brain, if you destroy my brain, it's no longer possible.
Right, but I'm saying that like even even in a fully intact brain, we're talking about there's something there that you clearly can't take credit for, but it can take credit for you being able to focus, right? Like it's just the right machinery that's there where like if anything can take credit for your ability to focus, it's that machinery and even for your decision to want to focus, right? Because this is all um I guess unless you don't think unless you think it's like a trivial point or something, but like I just think that um when we when we say that it's up to me, I think that that is shorthand in most cases for yeah, well my brain wasn't screwed with, and so not only did I have the capacity to focus, but whatever circuits were firing that made me want to focus in the first place, those were all intact and those were all firing. And so then it's just like if we say it like that, it kind of deflates what we mean by it was up to me. But I think that it was up to me really it has to include all of that as like a shorthand. I'm not saying like an everyday conversation, but just in the discussion we're having now, it would have to include all of that to make much sense. But then that's sort of just a another way of saying my brain was just the way that it was and just caused me to have all of these experiences. Otherwise, if the brain wasn't responsible for that, it shouldn't really matter how much I go into there and cut in and remove your ability to focus, right? Like as long as I can keep you alive, and I'm not like destroying you entirely, I might be able to remove your ability to do mathematics, remove your ability to focus or have discipline or whatever the case may be. And so it's all coming back to, yeah, there might be some basis for it, but it's not as a some self that exists outside the body or something like that.
Okay, I don't feel like I have a good grip on.
Yeah, I might have just explained it poorly too. So I don't know.
I do remember you made a point about the machinery can take credit for my decision to focus or choice to focus, something like that.
Well, yeah, in the sense that if you're gonna, because you acknowledged earlier when I said like I can make it impossible for you to focus, and then you said, yeah, if you destroy my brain in that way and you mess it up, of course I can't focus.
Hmm.
And so I'm just trying to say that seems to almost undercut what you were talking about earlier, saying it's up to me. Because of course it's not really up to you if it's just a capacity that we're talking about in the brain.
I don't see how it's inconsistent with saying it's up to me. When I say it's up to me, I mean in the appropriate context. I don't mean like if I'm running on, 0 hours of sleep in the last 3 days. I mean in the context where, I'm well rested, I'm not starving. Um,
But I'm saying in those states where your brain is intact and your brain is, uh, nourished properly and all that stuff, it's we're still talking about like the real thing that can take credit for you focusing, deciding to focus, wanting to focus in the first place, continuing to focus after you've already focused for 1 second. The thing that's responsible for all that is something that it's just like you just have a brain that's capable and is doing that stuff. And so like we can't point to you as like some ultimate cause for that, those states of affairs.
well,
It's the thing that's underneath it.
well, is the thing that's underneath it? Well, I mean, does that imply that I am not the same thing as the thing underneath? Like, does that imply some sort of dualism? I mean, that's independent actually of the question of whether free will is real. Like, you might be an epiphenomenalist and think that that there are mental properties or conscious properties that are not the same thing as physical properties, and you might still think that there's no free will. You're an epiphenomenalist, so the conscious properties have no causal efficacy, but they're still somehow distinct from material. So it sounded like maybe what you just said about there being a distinction between the machinery, or the machinery underlies something else.
I think I meant to say
Um,
like experience, like your experience, from your subjective experience, it's gonna feel like we say stuff like that all the time. Like, yeah, it's up to me, it's up to me. Of course, all these actions are voluntary, but I'm just saying like underneath that experience is the true thing that can take credit for why you decided to focus, you focusing now. Um, even if it's just like, even if it was non-physical, right? Even if it was non-physical, even if we didn't have brains, right? So we open up our skulls, there just is no brains. Maybe we have like a soul in there or something.
okay.
I mean, even in that case, it's like, yeah, from your point of view, your subjective experience, you'll suddenly notice that, um, in a way, it's I'd say it's perfectly consistent with your view because every time you want to focus, it might as well just be a first cause, right? It might as well there might as well be no brain there. It might as well just be a first cause that just appeared because your soul is doing what it's going to do. But do you really know what your soul is going to do next? I don't know if anyone would know what their soul is going to do next. And so it's just like even a brain wouldn't even be required necessarily for my argument to hold, I don't think. Um, but yeah, I think I've been talking for a bit, so I'll let you have at it.
Okay. Well, I would say it's up to me what I do next. And I do need to have some kind of machinery, whether it's physical or non-physical machinery, whether it's a brain or a soul. Um, Ayn Rand does use the term soul in some contexts, and I think she equates it with consciousness. In Atlas Shrugged, I think there's a passage where she says that the soul or spirit, that which you call your soul or your spirit is your consciousness. Maybe this would be a good time to look up that passage if it doesn't take too long. Yeah, I'll just do one quick search
Okay, that's
on
good.
soul and see if
Did you go
anything
there, by the
pops
way?
up.
Did you go to like the Ayn Rand Institute or something? Or is that not?
I took many courses there. They had a program called the Objectivist Academic Center some years ago, and I was involved with that
Yeah.
for many years. Have you ever read Ayn Rand?
I haven't actually read like directly like any of her books or anything. I've just like quick Google searches or whatever, and maybe like I probably like asked Chat GPT a couple of times, like what is objectivism or whatever, but uh,
Mm.
nothing too crazy about. Yeah, I haven't really read any of her stuff though.
Have you taken philosophy courses or in school or read books? It sounds like you've got some familiarity with the field. I'm just curious to know a little more about what
Um,
familiarity.
Mostly just like I don't want to say like in an armchair way, but um like for example, John Searle has these lectures on YouTube where it's there's philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, philosophy of society, and there's probably like 30
Hmm.
lectures of each of those courses on YouTube. I've like listened to them all just as I'm like out doing like DoorDash and stuff. And I think I took
Okay.
like I think I've taken like a philosophy class like back before I dropped out of school. I mean, I've read some stuff, like I've read parts of like Hume and Kant and stuff like that. I would always
Hmm.
like pick up stuff and then like never finish like I should though. Because sometimes I'd also get like stuck too. It's kind of easy to get stuck with those guys. But um yeah, I'd say like in a very informal way, I I'm sort of like familiar with like some things. There are probably some concepts that I'm just like, what the hell is that? But
Hmm. Okay. I just found the passage I was looking for. So thanks for that biographical background about your philosophy studies.
oh yeah,
Um,
no worries.
so here's a passage on screen. It says, "That which you call your soul or spirit is your consciousness, and that which you call free will is your mind's freedom to think or not. The only will you have, your only freedom, the choice that controls all the choices you make and determines your life and your character." Now, this was published in 1957. In later writings, she, instead of calling your mind's freedom to think, the that what you call your free will is your mind's freedom to think or not, she would say to focus or not. Now, I think she might also continue to use to think or not, but she later introduced the terminology of focus, maybe starting in her 1961 lecture, The Objectivist Ethics. I think she uses the term there. But anyways, I just wanted to find the text where she says your soul or spirit is your consciousness. So the term soul and spirit, they often have a religious connotation or flavor, but if you think of that as just your consciousness, which is how Rand does, then it has a more secular, this worldly, biological sort of connotation. to it.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, so
I don't remember exactly how that connects to what we were just discussing. But anyways, you had something to say?
yeah, I'm looking at that passage, and that which you call free will is your mind's freedom to think or not. But I'm also, it seems strange to me to call that free will, because if you're if your mind's freedom to think or not sort of depends on, if the ability to think or not depends on, you know, if you're just going to say hypothetically on neuronal processes or whatever in the brain, or
Hmm.
even on something else, then I don't know why we would call, and who knows, maybe I just have a weird view of free will that's like I'm missing the point of what other people are labeling as free there, but it just seems like a strange thing to say, given that your your quote unquote freedom to think or not seems to be dependent on things that you clearly weren't free to choose and aren't choosing currently, and a whole long range of causes and effects which none of us are in control of or even aware of. And so I don't know.
There are things. Yeah, I guess I'm not seeing the relevance of the point that there are things not within our control that have to be in place. Like you didn't choose the sort of brain you had. You didn't choose to be born as a human rather than born as a fish or a bird or a worm. So it wasn't up to you that you had the sort of brain that you do. But I don't think that that's relevant to whether, given that you have the brain that you do, it's up to you how you use that brain. That's in, or to use some of the terminology that was coming up earlier in the discussion, machinery. It's up to you how you use the machinery. That it wasn't up to you to um, have to start with. Like it wasn't up to you to have a human brain, but how you use that brain or how you use that machinery, that's what's up to you. But it doesn't, I guess it doesn't really make sense to talk that way if you are identical with the brain. So this is where we would have to go into philosophy of mind. Like can a thing use itself? Like can a brain use itself? Does that make sense to talk that way, or do you have for something to be used, does it have to be used by something else? Um, in which case we might have to say that um, the brain is used by something that's not a brain, like a non-physical mind or soul or consciousness, which you might think is a property, a non-physical property. But I'll say that for now.
Yeah, I just think that it might make sense to talk about the brain using itself if, if you're not like an epiphenomenalist, right? So like if the brain, if mental states really do have causal powers, it can affect physical events. But even then, which seems like best case scenario, even then, we're still left wondering. Um, it seems like whatever we would call the will looks to me like it's at least, I think the word you were distinguishing, um, you know, indeterminism versus non-determinism. And yeah, it's not like random, but so it might be constrained in some ways. Uh, but then it's sort of looking like we just it's non-deterministic in that sense. But like to say that to say that we could have done otherwise, I think you can interpret that in a couple of different ways. One of which is like we could have done otherwise via some constrained probabilistic processes, or you could say we could have done otherwise via some non-random, non-probabilistic way and non-deterministic way, but I'm struggling even to see what that means, like to make sense of that. I think that's the route you would have to go, right? To say like mental causation, um, we really could have done otherwise. It wasn't random or indeterminate or whatever. It wasn't determined, but
Hmm.
um, so what the hell was it? And then you say choice as first cause, but I'm struggling to see how that's like the explanation there of what's going on.
Well, it's you say what the hell was it if it wasn't random or determined? Well, I would just say it's its own form of causation. And I guess when you ask it like that, like what the hell is it? It sort of implies, well, it couldn't be anything. If it's not random or determined, then it's just impossible. But uh, why think that? Is that does that um, imply some kind of prejudice against the possibility of there being some third form of causation?
Well, I think you're right that we shouldn't just close ourselves off to that, but I think I genuinely also mean like, well, what the hell is it then? Because I don't know what it would mean for that word like choice to carry any sort of to escape um either indeterminacy or just some probabilistic process or some mix between whatever menu options we have.
I wonder if this a case of sensations is would be illuminated here. Like, what if you've experienced um, sweetness of, or I don't know, what is there besides sweetness and saltiness? Is there some third type of taste sensation? Um, I don't know, maybe some other sense modality like vision is oh, sour. What about sour? Is that same as sweetness? Not really. Is it the same as saltiness? Not really. So would those be um three different taste sensations? Sweet, sour, salty. Okay, let's say let's say you've had the experience. I'm writing these on my Google Doc here. You've had the experience of sweetness and you've had the experience of saltiness. And then I say, oh, there's this other thing you haven't experienced. And I say it's sourness and it's neither sweetness nor saltiness. And then you say, well, what the hell is that? I say, well, here, try this food. What's a good example of a sour food? Um, Maybe like a lemon, because that's not really sweet or salty. At least that's not the dominant feature. It's primarily you'd say it's sour. Um, so I say, here, try suck on this lemon. You say, oh, okay, that's what sour is. That's what the hell it is. So you just have to have the experience. And likewise, maybe you've now I don't know that that's the order you would go in. Like I think plausibly we start with an experience of choice, and then later we reach the idea of determinism. I think it wasn't until the age of modern science that it became a dominant viewpoint, determinism. At first, there was animistic views of the world, and primitive peoples, they would imagine that the whole world, like when it rains, it's because there's a rain god, and he's choosing for it to rain. It's not just a deterministic physical process of the natural world. So we actually start with choice. I'll put that here. And then later we get the idea of determinism, and maybe 20th century comes along and we get the idea of indeterminism in the quantum world. Although I guess you could say there are forerunners of these ideas, like there's the Epicurean swerve in the ancient Greek world, and then there were the ancient atomists, Democritus, for example, in the ancient Greek world. But I think primarily, if we're going to go by chronological order, maybe people's first grasp of causation is choice, and then they project that onto the world, and they later kind of rein it in. But if we could somehow imagine you start with determinism and indeterminism, and then someone says, well, what the hell could something be if it's not those? And then I say, well, just introspect and you'll see what I'm talking about. Likewise, if you haven't had sour before and someone says, what the hell is that? Well, you just have to have the experience, which you can only have by, tasting the lemon or something like that lemon. So I will pause there.
Yeah, no worries. I just think it gives us a real problem though for someone like, especially someone like a Sam Harris type guy. I know we've brought him up a couple times, where there doesn't really seem to be anything that we can do or say, and in my case, I feel similarly as well, where it's just like I don't really like when I introspect, and like I use the word choice all the time, so I'm not. I guess we just use that word differently, but like when I introspect, even when I look at myself now, like having this conversation, as my lips are moving, I'm like, how am I doing that? I have no idea how I'm doing this, and why are the thoughts that are appearing now appearing? I don't know, but why is my decision to, like, it seems like I have like a pretty fluid decision of what I want to say now as I'm saying it, and that might qualify as some kind of a choice, like some sort of a choice that I don't really just think too much about. Why does that happen as well? And I'm like, I can't really say that I can really account for that experientially. There's nothing really there that comes prior to it that allows me to account for it in my experience. And so I guess well, one, we might use the word choice fairly differently, where when you say choice, you're talking about like a first cause, first mover sort of thing. Whereas for me, I kind of just use that word a bit more colloquially, and I'm fine with the idea of us making choices, even if I ultimately realize that, I didn't choose what I chose. But and then two, I just don't know that I don't really see anything in my experience. This might just be unfortunate for me. Maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. I don't really see anything there that allows me to really account for every every conscious moment that I have, whatever the contents may be, and however I decide to use those contents. It's just sort of happening, at least as far as I can tell. And yeah, choosing and making an effort definitely feels like something, but that feeling of making an effort and focusing, that's also another state of affairs that has appeared in consciousness, right? It's not like I chose to sit there and manufacture how I was just going to use all of these contents. And even if I did, then I didn't choose that either. And so I guess you see that as like an irrelevant point though, right? That you don't have to go back that far or something, but um, I guess I'll probably stop there, which is I don't really see anything in my own experience that makes me feel like the next thing I say or the next move I make, um, that I really just truly can account for it in some way that doesn't appeal to, you know, states of the brain or just probabilities or just like mystery, right? It's kind of like a big mystery to me. But yeah.
Okay. I'm I was thinking it might be good to like to say what I'm experiencing right now introspectively. So at various times in the conversation, I'm thinking maybe I should take a look at the chat or take a look at the number of viewers who are currently watching. I don't know. I haven't looked at that in a long time, maybe hours. Um, but then I get a thought that also says, well, that will interrupt the flow. At least it might interrupt the flow. Maybe it'll make it harder for me to follow this conversation. And that's the most important thing for me to be doing right now. So I'm not going to take a look at the chat. I'm not going to look at how many people are watching right now. I'm just going to focus on what Ray is saying. And I'm wondering if I can mine this at all, and use this to as data for getting across the thing that I think we have control over. So I'm managing my mind. I might have some emotional pull to go check the chat or check the number of viewers, but I also have a sense that it would be better to not do that and just stay focused on you and this what you're saying. And it's up to me. I think it's up to me which of those I do. Now, I don't know if that's a good example to use here. I'm not sure if that's an example of the choice to focus rather than not, or if it's some other sort of choice. Ayn Rand does distinguish between primary choices and secondary choices, and it's the choice to focus that she says is our primary choice, or the choice to think. Actually, I got the passage back up here. She says here, the choice that controls all the choices you make. So there's an implication there that at least two levels of choices. There's some choice, but then there's some other choices controlled by the first choice. But the choice that controls all the others is what she identifies here, the choice to think or not, or what she later says, what she later expresses as the choice to focus or not. So when I'm deciding, should I just stay focused on Ray, or should I take a quick look at the chat and the number of viewers? Is that a secondary choice, or is that a primary choice? Um, or is it kind of both? Maybe from different perspectives. I'm not sure exactly how those are related, but I feel like that's that's the relevant sort of issue I'm facing now. And there's a kind of management of my mind that's going on in selecting what to do here. And maybe you would say, or Sam Harris would say, okay, well, whatever you decide to do, if you decide to go to the chat or just decide to stay focused on this conversation, um, that wasn't up to you. Um, but I would, well, I don't know. That's a question. Is that how you would respond? Would you say, like, regardless of what I do, there was something that made me go that way rather than the other, and I wasn't the primary, I wasn't a first cause there. It wasn't me who was just the author of that decision. It was something other than me. I'm curious what you would say to that.
Yeah, well, I think in this case, the experience you had about, like going back and forth between what to do and whatnot, I just think that it would be whether or not you take a first cause approach or whether or not you take a deterministic or probabilistic approach to that, we're still looking at a scenario, which is actually what I would agree. Like if we're just focusing on our conscious experience, I think what we do notice, and I think you would probably agree with this as well, is what we said earlier, which is there aren't causally like sufficient conditions for any given reason to like prompt the next action, right? Like so you might think about the reasons and it's like the reasons themselves might be there, but whether or not you're going to act on those reasons is sort of just like up for grabs, right? Like you might think about some good reasons to look back at your chat, and then you might think to yourself, no, 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 I got to focus on the conversation here. But maybe there was some guy you didn't want to ignore in chat, and so it's kind of pulling you back there. I think all of those moments where you're having like a tug of war in your own mind, I think um, all of that, all of those mental events that are taking place, they're not, it's, it's like whatever the explanation is, whether it's a first cause or not, that makes you, that tips the balance and gets you to lean one way or the other. I think that we have to ask ourselves the next question that I think that you think is irrelevant, and we keep going over it, but like what made me pick that? Like what made me do what I just did? Like I really want to know why I did what I just did. I really want to know why it is that after talking to Ray for a while, I decided not to look in the chat, even though maybe I could have peeked in there for a little bit and just gotten away with it and still been able to understand what he was getting at. So I wouldn't have used too much brain power. I would have just done a quick glance or two. I think that if we really wanted to account for free will in some way that that wasn't just some arbitrary first cause appearing, it wasn't just a black box, because I kind of feel like the way in which you're describing, like it's up to you. To me, it sounds like you're proposing like a black box of sorts. It's almost like this thing, it was just up to you. It just kind of happens, this thing, right? It just boom, it was up to you. But there's no real, I don't really see that as providing the type of explanation that would be needed to allow us to say, okay, there's this thing, libertarian free will, there's this first cause right here, and I'm just going to grab on and hang on to it and just own it and just claim it as my own, claim it as in a way where in a way where the first cause came about, that I might as well have just caused it, even though it and this is why I actually kind of agree with Sam when he says that, like, the idea of free will for me, it seems like a little bit incoherent, only because I think you would have to, in order to really take credit for something, I think you would have to ultimately say that you caused that thing in some way, or you brought that thing about. But if it's a first cause, I don't think we can really do that. I think I'm sort of repeating myself here. I kind of forget, but yeah, you were talking about your own mental states and whatnot, and I just I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit lost as well, but that's I see it as it's a bit hard to make sense of for me as like a coherent position, because I think I know what people want when they talk about free will, but I'm still not seeing how, even in that experience that you shared with me, I'm still not seeing how it's really there, I guess.
All right. I do see someone else just join the waiting room a minute or
Oh
two ago.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So I don't recognize this person, Jiri. I don't know Jere. I don't know if you're also someone in the chat. Actually, now I am going to look at the chat. Maybe this is a good time to pause.
There you
I
go,
had a
yeah.
thought I wanted to say about the chat. It's up to you whether you want to stick around. Maybe we could have a three-person call here, but it's up to you. No pressure.
Yeah, no, I
Um,
appreciate you having me and like talking to me for a while. That was pretty fun, and maybe in the future, I don't know how often you do these streams and stuff, but
I've been
maybe
doing them
we
every
could.
5 days lately.
Okay.
So I guess if I stick to that, the next one would be Wednesday. Although I have an appointment on Wednesday, so maybe I'll break from that pattern. But usually it's around every 5 days. And if you're subscribed, you'll get a notification at least a little bit ahead of time.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I did click the subscribe button, so
Cool.
Like maybe yeah, I feel like we did hit a bit of a and like it's hard too because we kind of hit like a little bit of a brick wall, right? Like if for whatever reason we're disagreeing about what our own experience means, it's kind of hard to move forward. But um what was I gonna say? Yeah, maybe we could also find something else to talk about next time. I don't know what else we would like disagree on, but uh are all that stuff is all that stuff in green behind you? Is all that stuff like atheism, free will? So like are you an atheist? Do you believe in free will, object like etc.? Like all the green
Hmm.
is okay.
Yeah, those are different concepts in Ayn Rand's philosophy. They're important concepts like reason, egoism, and capitalism. She's definitely in favor of all of those. I added a couple here, like USA and Israel, which Israel partly because it's controversial, and I think on the world stage, it it deserves to be praised, at least relative to its neighbors. Yet it's often attacked. So I wanted to show some support for Israel, and also put it there as a possible topic that viewers, if they see this, maybe they'll be interested to discuss. So part of this is just to stimulate thoughts in the viewers' minds about topics they might want to ask about or call in about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, next time maybe if I remember to call in next time or if I have time, then I will try to pick something else. That way we don't hit a roadblock, or maybe one of these days we'll talk about it again. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to discussing free will more, but if it does seem like there's no progress to be made, then yeah, we can go on to some other topic. I'm not sure that we're at that stage. Like when I was talking about my own mental states, and
mm,
I had a thought during your last segment, which it is it's escaped me now, but maybe it'll come back to me between now and the next time you are here. If you come back and we could continue that or on something else, but I'm flexible. Um, but
cool.
I do appreciate you calling in. So thank you very much
Yeah,
for,
man. Thanks. That was good talk. So I appreciate it for sure. And
yeah.
I will see you whenever. Maybe next time.
Okay. All right. Catch you later.
All right, see ya. Thanks.
Yeah. Bye bye. All right. So now we have Jiri in the waiting room. Let me take a look at the chat. I don't know if Jiri is also in the chat on YouTube. I usually like to figure out who it is or get some idea of who it is if I can attach it to someone. Uh, so I'm going to look back at the chat now. Oh, do I have to refresh my... Oh, actually, maybe I should copy these chats before I refresh in case sometimes the live replay doesn't work and I don't want to, in case that happens this time, I want to be able to paste the chat into a comment below the video. Or at least most of the comments. And it looks like I was able to save most of the chats, at least going back to 12:14 p.m. That's as far back as I could go. I started at 11 a.m. So this is definitely the longest stream I've done. I didn't know I was going to break my record today, but I did it, and it helped to have these callers. I had two callers today, right? Someone called before Ray. Who was I talking with before Ray? Or was it Ray the whole time? Gosh, I've... Oh, yes, it was the Oh Noes person. Yeah, he went by Oh Noes in Zoom, and he had a different name on the in the chat. Started with a B. Forget what it. Um, but anyways, let me not spend too much time trying to figure that out. I was going to go back to the chat to see if this jury person. was there? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right. We talked last week. Yeah, and you went by Jay. Okay. Yeah, what did we talk about? Um, well, you can refresh my mind. I don't know how much longer I can go, but we can at least do a short call. Um, John Wade says, "Dang, Dan is still going. Dan is a machine," says Gene Walters. Pun intended. I'm gonna get a lot of watch time from this stream, I guess. Oh, I haven't seen how many people are watching. I didn't check the number of viewers. Let me take a quick look at that. It's all right. So right now it says 10. A second ago it said 12, and it's up to 13 likes. So that's good. Um, oh, it looks like Audrey came back in the chat because I see some chats from her. Um, all right, let me admit Jiri. Okay, I think Jiri is now in the Zoom and should be able to unmute.
Hello, can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. How are you doing?
Doing well. Enjoying this stream and enjoying the fact that I can go this long and my voice hasn't, it's not hurting me. I guess that's because I've had so many calls today.
Right.
Well, I guess you're the third call, but they're long calls. That's important.
Uh, well,
Uh,
hopefully I won't, tire you out or make you hate yourself.
I will need to stop at some point. I don't know when, but could you remind me what did we talk about last time you called in?
Yeah, last time it was about altruism mainly, and it was trying to get to the bottom of it. I was against I was counter your view that altruism was bad, I think, is what it was.
Okay.
Or like selfishness. It was about morality and how and objective morality and stuff like that.
Okay. Uh, yeah, I remember having a conversation about those sorts of things. Let me just give me one more minute to look at the chat. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long before I brought you in, but I just want to see if there's anything from a quick glance that I want to comment on. Florida Nick says, has this stream been going on for over 8 hours? Yes. Although there was one interruption aside from my break just for a few minutes. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I wanted to see if I could switch back to Wi-Fi because right now I'm using my phone as a hotspot, and I think that might be eating up a lot of my data on my phone plan. So let me try to switch back over to Wi-Fi, and if I lose the connection, I can go back to hotspot, and I don't think it should take very long. But let me just so if the stream dies in a few moments, I should be able. I think I'll be able to get it back up within a minute or two. And I apologize if I'm not. I guess you'll have to call back in another day, but I do want to try to go back to my Wi-Fi now. So cross your fingers, and here we go. Yeah, let me just try to load a web page somewhere to test this out, make sure it's
I can hear you.
okay. It says your internet connection is unstable, but now I don't see that, so maybe it's stable now. Let me go to some other window and click on something. How about this Phil Papers link? All right. Looks like the Wi-Fi is working. Okay, good. I think we have a smooth transition from hotspot to Wi-Fi. Okay, so what did you want to talk about today?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in on the determinism conversation.
Okay,
I listened to maybe the last like 10 minutes of
okay.
your last conversation or 15 minutes. And yeah, I just wanted to brush on a couple of things.
Hmm. Sure.
So the main one, I suppose, would be that I heard a lot of appeals to introspection, right? So somebody might have a claim that you don't have a choice, but then we introspect on ourselves, on our experience, and then we come to the conclusion, well, no, it does feel like we do have a choice. Um, and would you say that before I like keep going, would you say that that's a key part in your view, the an appeal to a power of introspection that we have?
Yeah, I think introspection is very important, just as extrospection, using your outwardly directed senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. I also think introspection is one of the ways by which we acquire knowledge. It's not our primary contact with the world, but it is a way of contacting the world. And with certain things, I think it's the only way to get the information. Like, how do you know if you have a headache? Well, you introspect, or it's not by looking out, it's by directing your awareness inward on yourself, and that's how you know. And likewise with free will, that's how we know that we have free will. If we, I mean, at least the illusion of it, if you think there's at least an illusion of free will, some people deny even that. But yeah, introspection is key to my view of free will or to
Yeah.
supporting it.
So I might not be able to completely destroy that conception, but I might be able to give you some examples that might make that might limit your trust on introspection at least a little bit, maybe.
Okay.
Um, so one example, and these are mainly like psychology and biology experiments. Um, I guess psychology, really, if we're talking about introspection. One of them would be um, that you have people in a room and you ask them a couple of political questions. You get their answers. Some people are conservative, some people are liberal, socially speaking. Um, and then with another group of people, you have the room, but you put in something like nasty garbage smell. And then you ask them, you do the same questionnaire as you did to the other people, and they will, on average, be more socially conservative, right? You ask these people, why did you like come to the conclusion that you did? Obviously, they don't say it was because there's a bad smell and that affects, some circuitry in the brain that makes me more likely to blah blah blah. Obviously, they don't say that. They just say, I don't know, I felt worried or whatever. So that would be an example of basically our introspection failing to um, kind of look at, or it would be a failure of the introspection of telling us accurately what's going on within us. Another example would be this isn't really an experiment, but it's a sales tactic, which is if you're a realtor, a good strategy if you want to sell your house is to bake cookies either right before or during a client is in there. Um, and then that's going to make them more likely to buy it, right? Make the deal, take the house. You ask the person, why did you choose to buy this? And they're not going to say, I smelled cookies and then blah blah blah. They're going to say, I just felt a really good connection with the person, right? I just felt like the house just really just seemed, like my place, and I felt like I was destined to it, whatever. Um, Last example, I think this is my last. I don't think I have any other ones with this. Would be the split brain experiment. Have you heard about that?
I've heard of some versions of it. I'm not sure which one you have in mind.
Yeah, so basically, you have split brain patients who, what you do with them is, I think it's epilepsy that they have. If somebody has really, really bad epilepsy, one treatment you could do is split their brain. So you cut the corpus callosum. So that means the two hemispheres of the brain are now separated. Before they were linked, but now you cut the connection.
Hmm.
Um, and then basically, what happens is you can then talk to two different parts of a person, right? So let's say you can communicate to two different parts of the brain, and the other part doesn't get the message. So an example would be, what was it? I can't remember exactly what it is, but you tell you tell one part of the brain, raise your hand, and the part of the brain that listened to you is the one that like takes in commands from, the outside world, right? So you tell them raise your hand, they raise their hand. But the part of their brain that is kind of like making sense of their experience isn't connected with the part that just listened to you, right? So then afterwards, you ask them, "Why did you raise your hand?" But since the part of the brain is disconnected, they will make something up, right? They'll say something like, "I don't know, my hand is just restless," right? The actual answer is that you told them to raise their hand, but they tell you some made up story, and we know it's made up
Hmm.
because we know why they're doing that. Um, so basically, what that reveals is, in absence of answers, the brain will just make up answers, and those made up answers to the person whose brain is making them up, they'll just treat it as the reason, right? And yeah, so basically, something that the human brain is really good at doing is making up interpretations for the things that they're doing. They'll rationalize and justify them. Um, these interpretations will, to the person, seem to be the reason, but actually the reasons are very, very different. So, and that's kind of like a general principle that we see with how human brains work. So, yeah.
Okay. So one thought that came to mind is there is a dissertation written by someone by the name of Christian Bienfeld, who is or was an objectivist, or at least I've seen him around objectivists at objectivist conferences, and he did a dissertation at Oxford actually on the topic of introspection. I was actually going to try to Google it as you were talking, but I didn't. But I'm going to see if I can Google him right now just to get you the reference, and then you can you can look up this more if you would like. I don't think maybe this is just a paper he wrote on introspection and introspectionism. I think he eventually published his dissertation. I don't know if he just published the chapters individually as standalone articles or as a book. But anyways, if you Google at least his name and then the term introspection, then you can find some materials. And I don't recall him dealing with the specific sorts of examples that you gave, but um, at a more well, he does talk about how a lot of times what people call introspection is not really introspection. It's something more advanced, and that is fallible. Like there are some certain very complicated things to figure out. Like why do you respond a certain way to a certain person? Why do you feel friendly to this person rather than antagonistic? And people might manufacture some reason. And it's a very fallible sort of process, but there are more primitive sorts of instances of looking inwards. Like if I just ask, are you, were you just in the last 5 minutes thinking about James Madison? You might think, well, that's just a very simple thing to answer, and I couldn't possibly be wrong about that. Maybe I could be wrong about something more complicated, like, why do I have a antagonistic reaction to this person or a friendly reaction to this other person? But I couldn't be wrong about whether I was having a thought about James Madison in the last 3 minutes. That's very cut and dried. So if you distinguish between different levels or layers of introspection, and you just restrict your claims to the simplest sort of introspection you could do, then you might think that's a very reliable tool to use, even if it's not so reliable when it comes to more complicated issues. And he probably spells this out much more clearly than I can, especially since I've been going for so long here, and I worry that maybe I'm becoming less articulate. So maybe I should try to wrap things up to avoid danger of becoming inarticulate here. But I will just say that for now. Maybe if you call another time earlier in a stream, I will be able to
Yeah,
say
sorry about
more.
that.
Well, yeah, it's not your fault. Speaking of things that aren't up to you and things that
True.
are up to you, yeah, I would like to talk with you more, and I'd be happy to do it. It just probably on another day would be better. I think I need to wrap things up soon.
Sure, sure. No
Um,
problem. Sounds good.
but thank you for coming on and broaching the subject, and we can continue this another day if you'd like.
Sure.
But yeah, anything else you want to say here before you go while you're up here?
No, not really. No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, Jay, is that what you want to go by here? Just call you Jay or
J works, yeah.
Jay works? Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll see you around, Jay.
See you.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Bye-bye. All right. So sorry I had to sort of give him short shrift. But I am feeling starting to feel kind of fatigued here. So I want to wrap things up. I saw there's some more subscribers. Thank you for subscribing. One of them, I guess one of them was Ray, since he said he subscribed. I don't know if he means he just did it now or during today's stream. But anyways, thank you for subscribing. Thanks for the likes. And let me come back to the chat, take a quick look there. I see Simon dropped in at one point. Hello, Simon. I don't know if he's still here. As I said, I haven't looked at the chat for most of the time I've been on a call. It's hard for me to do that. But let me take a quick look now. Oh, did I forget to end the poll? Did I not even end the poll? Oh yeah, the poll is still, wow, 22 votes on the poll. There were 7 votes last time I was looking at it. I forgot I never ended that poll. Let me share the screen. So I guess a lot of new people came by. I asked the question, is determinism true? And we had 7 votes last time I checked this, and now it says there's 22 votes. And about a quarter of the people says, yes, it is true. Around half say it's not true. And then another quarter say they don't know whether or not it's true. All right. Well, thank you all for voting. I appreciate your participation. I'm going to end the poll now, and then those results should appear in the poll. Yes, they do. So let me just see, at least take a quick look at the names, see if there's anyone here who I haven't noticed yet. John Wayne. I think I mentioned John Wayne was here before. Yeah, I think I mentioned Dispel Marketable Archive. Evolutionary. I engaged with him some earlier. And there's the last chat I did. So I guess oh yeah, and there's a ghosty. So I guess I've at least seen everyone. I can take a quick look at the list here. See everybody together. Florida Nick was able to relabel his handle there. Gene Walters came by. Nice to see Gene. I think this might be Gene's first time in the chat. Okay. Oh, Riley Thompson. Now that's one person. Oh, Kudababa was here. And Riley. So these are 2 I didn't see in the chat. So why did I miss them? Riley and Kudababa. Let me do a quick search on their names. Riley. It's possible they deleted their chats, but I just did a search. Oh, there's one from Kudababa. Hello to you. He just says I froze for a few seconds. So the only one I didn't find is Riley. Does anyone remember seeing a chat from Riley? I guess I could, what does it say when the chat has been deleted? Like, now this only goes back to 4:54 p.m. But if I look in a different window, I think it might go back further. Yeah, this one goes back further. Oh, this one goes back all the way to 12:12 at least. That's a good opportunity to save these chats into my Google Doc, which I'm using as a backup in case the live chat replay doesn't work. So let's see, the last time I saved was at 6:24. So let me save from that point forward. Oh, I might have to refresh. Oh, there's Riley. He says he picked a bad time to tune in. That was all the way back at 12:16 p.m. That was over 7 hours ago. And that's the only chat I see from him on a search. So I don't know if you can even see that on your end. If you've refreshed the chat after 12:16 p.m. Pacific, maybe you won't even see that. All right. I don't know why he said that. Maybe because I was on a call or we were, I don't know. But anyways, at least I found him. All right, so I'm going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you all for being here for whatever portion of it you were here. And thanks to anyone who listens to this or any portion of this live. I don't know if anyone will hear the entire thing. But anyways, I definitely appreciate your participation, your viewership, your listenership, comments, subscriptions, shares. And special thanks to the callers, the chatters and the callers today. That really helps saves my voice. I can't go this long on my own. So as I said, I've been streaming every 5 days. I might have an appointment in 5 days on Wednesday, so maybe I'll do it 4 days from now or 6 days from now. That remains to be determined. But anyways, I will see you in a future stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day, week, and whatever time frame you want to use. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is time this correctly so that there's not too much dead air after I want to say my last words. So I'm going to hit the end stream button in my YouTube studio and then hit the end button a few seconds before I intend to stop talking. All right, here is my official goodbye. See you later. Bye-bye.